Benja. It's not safe though for Spoit to get revived because New is in a position to quickly threaten the trade. Surf now looks for what he can, but one kill is not going to be enough. He's going to need to find two more as he picks up that diffuser. Two flashes to work with. Good fire. He's going to get shot from around the side. Benja has a deeper angle, and SSG have a deeper labs.
It feels like SR going for a very simplified attacking approaches. Again, on paper, it's not a bad idea, but SSG are playing very advanced, high level, doing so many things at once in a single round. You need to smash them at that advanced level. Do the take where you're applying the pressure, the phantom pressure, the real pressure, and making it difficult for SSG to read what you're going to do before you do it. Because Shopify Rebellion, I mean, it's very obvious where the push is coming from, right? Where the Monty is, that's where the presence is. And they keep fighting back. There's no pressure anywhere else. Like I said, no verticality, no one pushing kitchen. Ambi dies alone, Rexon died alone. So right here, I mean, Rexon's 1 point of health. This kill here, this peak, excellent. Then they keep over-challenging, where one stray bullet will injure or kill Rexon. And then Monty's alone. Then they got ROG to bottom Garrett to do that whole thing that we saw earlier, just to end up walking 3 people in a single door, not using the verticality, not using Garage Hatch, not using the main breach they got as the very first step.
But as we've seen, the operator bans roll on through Pengu. These guys have had a chance to speak with their coaches. Of course, Call Out and Super, some of the most well-respected coaches, not just in North America, but in the world. And Super has called, or the team has called, to ban out that Warden. Now, I like SSG's Capital ban. That's really powerful. It enables the clash for one. It enables a lot of power positions. But there are a lot of other power-ups on the attack that are now extra enabled, extra deadly because of that Warden ban. Both of them are being brought in this first round. The Ying and the Glaz together. Blitz is still in as well. With no Warden, SSG are going to be in a world of pain.
So direct attacks right now, a rush could be very feasible. Roam clear is still going to be a little bit tricky. Because if you have operators like the Glaz and Ying, who you want to have for late stage round executes, who's going to do the entering? The Florist? The Heartbreacher of Ibana? Rexon and Nomad? But then again, this is that tertiary bomb site where a rush and direct attack is very approachable. You get this up this wall, checklist, that's done. Okay, we drone the site, we drone the basement for those C4s, and then you could just Glaz Ying and go absolutely crazy in the server. It's very high risk, it's very high reward. And I think Shopify Rebellion won't know what to do just yet, but they need more information first. There are 3 people by catwalk window. I saw the silhouette, you see to his right, on the roof, running back and forth. They seem a bit unsure in the take here.
Aggressive play from the Clash, trying to get some info outside the top blue, but he's forced back for a brief moment.
And Ying is
How's Canadian gone down so early?
Wait, did he just not realize there's a mirror window here? And just run into it?
Oh my god, Canadian. That's a critical mistake. And now Benja is able to reinforce up the wall.
Oh, that's a window. Oh, it's a vert. Okay, it's a window below. So he's below on the vertical angles and shot up the window.
Oh, that's an angle.
Okay, that's better than running into a mirror window, though. That's much better.
That's a very good angle. All the way upstairs, the diffuser has also been caught.
But you see the layers. Benja's playing C4 mirror and basement because that's the wing conditions. They can't rush the bomb site vertically, right? And they're playing heavily top floor with the Clash, locking it down. They get the pick. Now they fall back and surrender top floor control. They still have basement under their control. So even if Shopify Rebellion gets to the bomb site, the C4s will be a huge problem.
Yeah, control room is such a hard bomb site to plant on because of that. The vertical above and below. And Newers has found such a gnarly angle as well between both of those two bomb sites. All the way from Lounge. That cuts down Spoit. Rebellion really don't have a lot of choices here. They don't have a lot of options.
Dude, Newers is a UMP merchant. I never thought I would say it, but it's like, that gun is good now.
The UMP is absolutely deadly. What an angle to vert. How does Newers survive that though? Surf's got his DMR and he still can't deal enough damage.
Smoke, jump in, and pray. That's the strategy right now. Big is right below.
Pure desperation. Benja watching on the vert.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got an angle through the smoke as well. That's an easy double for the Dane. As Surf is left with it all to do in a 1v5.
No.
We expected so much more out of Rebellion in this game. We thought it would be a challenge.
Here comes the Clash.
But no, Surf is now left in just about the worst position you could possibly ask for. SSG are playing with their food. It's only a matter of time before Rebellion get eliminated from this tournament unless they step it up. Surf, nice little C4, but Faults will peek on the back of it. A flawless round. The best we've seen so far from SSG.
It's pretty cheeky, right? Either you shoot the C4 and die to Clash or vice versa. And this will also mean it is time for a tactical timeout, if I'm not wrong. I see a mic
Can
down for
even do a
Super.
basement lurk.
Yep.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, if they go back to kitchen, their top's weak, obviously. They're playing it more horizontally at people 90, so we can just make vert, and then rotate the lobby. I think we played that fine.
Okay.
For the basement guys, remember, if we take storage, or we even take into teller's area, we can make vert and just start working the site. Because if they're running around and they're reinforced off, we just need to hold for the flanks. Right? Like, they can't stop the plant if we take archive or teller, or we have like storage. Like, we can just start looking at the wall and plant and getting the bomb down. We don't need to be fighting them all the way through.
Heard that. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, keep looking for gaps because they're gonna run around and fight us. But just think about, like, play our game. Don't try to get too crazy. Play our game, guys.
Heard that.
He seems so defeated.
He does, and also a lot of things discussed there is about what happens when they get to the late stage of a round, right? If we control archives and tellers and do the vert, they can't do anything. That's great to know, but you're not getting map control out losing 2 players. You don't have the manpower to do the vert, hold the flanks, and go for a plant. So you're limited. It does feel a lot here from the side of Shopify Bell, and they feel mentally locked out of this one.
Yeah.
Or as it Laxton said, it's all the mental game, right? SSG never clocked out.
The mental game, and SSG, the way that they play, the way they conduct themselves, they are bullish. They are just so extroverted. They're so present. They have such an overbearing presence. And that's one of the reasons why they seem to always have the number of NA. And Wildcard disproved that a little bit yesterday, sending SSG to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But here down, when it comes to elimination, it's one of these 2 teams that look to try and carry the candle. And Rebellion at the moment just cannot touch SSG. They cannot reach their level on labs.
You know, when Newers first came to Tier 1 level Siege with OXG back in the day, he was known as a finger one-trick, more or less. Then he became an Iana player. Oh! I was gonna say, he's playing UMPs every goddamn round, and now C4 spawn peek and surf on the A's after a tag timeout. But that is emotional and mental damage.
He had to count the seconds. That was 23 seconds into the round.
Yeah, you hear the little footy steppies, you play the timing, you do that right enough, and you get it down to a perfect millisecond.
That almost landed on Surf's lap.
It couldn't have been much better. That's for damn sure.
Rebellion now have 3 secondary hard breach gadgets to try and deal with this round after losing their ace, but honestly,
It's not even about the hard breach.
it's just about the mental game.
It's about the mental game, the fact that it's like, let's play our game, let's do our executes. Great, you're playing 4v5 off the rip.
SSG just said, okay, mate, just stand right there. Yep, right there. No, a little bit closer. Yep, okay, good. And then slaps them in the face.
They line them up and they take him down. This also enables Newers to be a bit more risk-taken with the pulse if he desires to, because that C4 in pocket has already gained them a kill and gotten a good bit of value. The worst thing to do here is if you have things in your pockets, spend them before making those risky moves. But when you get that 5v4, that's when SSG can start playing a bit more passive actually, utilize the clash, use maybe one of those last 2 reinforcements, and just start keeping playing those crossfires and forcing Shopify Rebellion into that really awkward area by the bomb site. You could close this, but
Let's try and smack that mirror, but the clash comes in, and Canadian's now going to get guard broken. He needs his teammates to come and support. It's up to Rexon to make sure that Canadian doesn't die to the clash here. And the player outside the breach.
Yeah.
That's Ambi. He needs to make sure that Faults cannot have too much mobility. Janino actually missed that. Spoit has now crossed. Brings out the Deagle. That's going to pack a real punch, even if it lands on one of the feet.
that's all on Faults here. If you play around the clash, it gives you the information of where they're attacking from.
Good flash. Ambi, though, action will fall. Ambi's found his double with the shotgun, but the Nitro Cell has silenced Canadian on the Monty, and this smoke bang battle continues. Rebellion have taken control of one of the objectives, though, and with that air jab going off, the flank is on for Benja. Spoit locks in, takes them both down. Shopify Rebellion finally conjure up a second round.
If it can't be the teamwork and the execute, let it be a hero play from a player. That right there is Ambi, the shotgun double to open things up, Sport locking down the flank, and a kill by the bomb side. Foes walking into an air jab. It saves the round from Shopify Rebellion. Still got some fight in them. Mentally, they needed this round. This is how it started. C4 spawn peak 18 seconds in. All right, GG go next, right? No, they fight, they try, and Ambi, he was the difference maker.
I mean, credit to Ambi, the young gun, on his birthday, but let's not forget, Rexon was the one that placed the air jab that knocked Faults back and enabled them to kill that clash. That's also true. Spoit peeked onto the site, found a pick, and then turned around to make sure that they didn't get caught by Benja on the flank. It's been a very well team effort here from Rebellion. I feel a bit bad for Surf. He's played so well today.
Yes.
I'm really impressed.
I mean, against an IP, he was... I know he wasn't, like, statistically the MVP, I think it was Spoit, but I think from all the heroics that he was pulling off, he was my MVP. That's for damn
A
sure.
lot of impact plays. One more round here for Rebellion, and they tie up the half, which is exactly the same scoreline that we saw last time they met on Labs, and that ended up in OT. So while it feels like SSG has had control throughout this entire series, there is a way back into it for Rebellion.
I really do still believe that the first minute 30 seconds is going to decide so much in this final attacking round for SR. Again, whether it's map control, whether it's the intra-kill, whether it's getting enough of your check boxes ticked off and saying, okay, yeah, we got that check, we got that check. And SSG, they keep playing this disruption and they're roaming. They're not giving them any easy ways in, but look at this bomb set pressure. Ace opened the walls because Kite Bandit has been removed from action way earlier in the map in the operator bandit veto. When you got the Monty, you can constantly pressure the possibility of a side rush. This means the roamers can't be too far off.
The Thatcher as well with 6 EMPs can be tempted. Oh, don't refrag that, Faults. Be careful. This is your smoke, by the way.
All or
If
nothing.
Ambi wins this
Double
fight,
down.
this is surely the round. If Ambi beats Faults here, spots him for a brief moment, but on the weapon swap, and then Faults has to swap himself. Ambi takes him down with the AK. Newers needs to lash out, and finishing off the buck of Spoit, I believe that was on for a flank. Newers, he's in lounge hallway. He's looking to try and push against Rebellion, and J9O is tempted to do the same. Rebellion just have to freeze up and prevent this retake, but Newers has taken matters into his own hands. 2 kills on for the re-roam here for SSG.
You have a Monty, you have a Deimos tracker. You don't just walk in and take those 50-50 gunfights. You got a huge advantage off the back of
And he gets
Ambi's.
back to site.
Exactly. So not only do they let the roamer get back, that's one thing, but they lose 2 players in the process, lost maybe their plant potential. And once again, they're back outside the building, all by the main breach. Is this gonna be 3 people walking in breach, hoping for the best? Because they can retake the vert. They can stop the plant. They might even have Goyo Fire left available. Yep, they retook the vert.
Benja's up above. Are they going to watch for it? Will they be able to plant in the smokes? Canadian starts planting.
They are praying for this to work.
There's no nitro cell, but he might be able to get the angle. He doesn't quite see him. The plant's going to be confirmed, but not before the rest of Canadian's team will fall. It's a 1v2. How does he take this? He needs to fight Newers right now before Benja gets back. He will not win if it's a 1v2, but into the 1v1.
Do me
The
proud.
young Dane must try and take down the shield of Canadian. How does he win this as Benja commits to the guard break? Back
Keep
after
walking.
back. Low HP for Canadian. Benja barely needs to land any shots. Just one blast from the shotgun and he will clutch up. And he keeps committing.
No time.
But Canadian is held on for just long enough. And there is no time for Benja to clutch up the round. Troy Canadian and his tactics invitational is toying with SSG.
A 1v2 for the ages. Troy on Monty in a post plant, arguably the worst operator in the worst spot. They know exactly where he was the entire time. He isolated the 1v1, sought out the first gunfight, and played that extended gameplay to perfection. Not caught by the glue mines, not caught by the Goyo Fire. He held on strong and gets the round victory himself.
And that quells some of our doubts around whether Rebellion can hang here with SSG. 3-3 is the score at the end of the half, and it leaves the door ajar. Just barely ajar.
Yeah.
The Shopify Rebellion to push us the distance to map 3.
They're on the outside looking in.
But a moment like that, right after they had a heartbreaking round where Surf was spawn killed by a C4, and they struggled to find much footing after the flanks, after the way that Newers retook for a 2K, Rebellion needed a hero moment, and who better to do it than their leader, Canadian?
It's gonna inspire some motivation, that's for them. Certain. Now, 3-3 even half. know some people are gonna sit there and go, "Oh my God, how could you lose that if your Benja master just made it?" It's really hard.
It's really hard.
Unless the Monty generally makes a huge error in the 1v1 extended play, you should never lose that as the Monty post plant.
It's a little bit easier to fight the Monty than it used to be because of the guard break.
But you see how Troy played it. So whenever you get meleeed from the Monty POV, your shield will go out on your left-hand arm away from your body. So what you do, you counter-strafe right when you get meleeed. That way you're minimizing the area that you're exposed in, and that's all he did. And then obviously you don't get as much distance between you and the diffuser, so that if you do go down, you have to sprint more seconds towards the case for a defuse that takes 7 seconds. He couldn't find the door here. He was kind of getting stuck in the wall. But look, it's so unplayable for Benja. He's spamming left click and nothing is happening.
He didn't have the ammo in the shotgun to waste his shots as well. Realistically, maybe he needed to switch to the primary and just try and hip fire.
Let's go.
And the fact that Troy was just toying with him, it's a sweet moment.
I love the Monty post plants, dude. They can be so disgusting. And it feels so unfair when you're against it, but you can't help but smile if you're the one playing the Monty.
It's also really nerve-wracking. For Canadian,
It is.
1v2,
Yeah.
he had to kill Newers. If he didn't, he's a dead man. It's so easy. Newers goes to his right, Benja goes to his left, and he's a dead
It's
man.
completely over in the 2v1. They had to isolate. But you saw how locked in he was. He was literally just not even leaning. He just ADS just walked like a turret. He just bam, 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 bam. He had to get it.
And it's funny, Newers knew that that was the win condition as well, which is why he tucked in the corner, trying to bide his time for Benja.
So what now? Side swap, of course. Electro Bros remove from action again. Kaid Bandit will not see any play today, it feels like. And then Thermite Ace in response. And this does leave, as we keep saying, a lot of power operators on the attacking side. We see some of them right here. The Grim, the Capital, and the Deimos all coming out in round number 1. And this will mean the same thing as when you saw SGC defend. If you let the attackers 5v5 execute here, it's going to be so hard as a defender to do anything about it. So ideally for Rebellion here, an early pick or stalling a lot of time would be nice. Almost swings it down. I think they saw each other most likely.
Pretty sure Rexon spotted him. He's just waiting
looking
for someone to walk past his line of sight. Sees a foot for a second. I do feel like the operator bans here kind of cancel themselves out. It's like two hard breaches and 2 anti-hard breaches.
But I do feel like when you do this trade-off, I personally believe it benefits the attackers more.
I would
have
agree.
stronger operators to pick. But that's what they needed. Open and kill. That's the Grim. It's one of those big 3. The Vert here is going to get a bit awkward though later on.
I feel like we need Newers and Benja together down below to be
Track
putting a
and
lot
then
of
go
pressure on.
hunting.
Yeah, we need the track and we need the buff.
The issue with opening the flow with block is that it works both ways. They can shoot back. When you're tracking with the Deimos, they're going to be running while they're just permanently marked, right?
Yeah.
So Benji is going to be more and more exposed the more time goes by. But now we actually see Newers down inside our lounge, trying to assist. I think they need a red ping first.
I don't know if he has many traps.
I think he has.
Many people.
Oh, he has them all.
All 5. All right.
So let's use them.
He'll do whatever he wants, but no, he's not committing to it. Now Surf has fallen on the side. SSG finally bring things back. The Canadian is still watching. He's going to get targeted by the Deimos. Now, this is the priority for Newers. Canadian has to look for a safe place. This is very aggressive. What is he doing? The C4 ripped as well. Fultz feels the pressure. He has to fall back. A retake from Rexon, and SSG just decides to abandon it. Rebellion are re-aggressing into the attackers.
Dude, Troy just rallied the troops. He's like, guys, it's time to push forward. They reach at the ground, then they give it up, back towards the bomb site. Newers, not enough time to stay back downstairs, has to start getting up a staircase and help his teammates. Still fire, still smoke, still frag grenades. Plenty of util for SSG.
Everybody's lit, but Newers, as he clears the dread mine
This
from
one nade could end him.
this one.
I think it's
good. Canadian, 1 HP on Nadian as a guard break comes through, but Ashen is on the floor. Canadian just has to tuck in the corner and force SSG to hunt him. Allows Spoit to find the kills, but it comes down to the 1v1. Fultz looks for Spoit, but a drop shot confirms it.
Ice cold, baby, look at that.
Ice cold, and another clutch today for Spoit.
That's gotta be the 1v1 Tony's paying off right there. When you have to play an out of nowhere 1v1 with everything to be lost or gained, it's a drop shot, it's a hip fire, it's a kill confirmed for Shopify Rebellion. A round victory with that.
Spoit wasn't even, like, he wasn't even conceived yet when drop shotting was the matter. When you could ADS and drop shot at the same
That's
time.
before his time.
And yet he's still committing to it. I've seen him drop shot a few times.
It's happened
now.
a couple times now. But I mean, honestly, I think
little
the
feed.
sole reason why he won that might be because of the drop shot. If you look at Force where he's aiming at, you know, he's aiming like chest, head level. And when you hit the deck like this, you'll see, look, the aim is off.
Yeah.
He dukes the bullet. Yeah. It's a big moment.
A desk slam from Fultz. GG go next. Rebellion
5 seconds
have
left.
finally,
Attackers
for the
have located
first
a
time
bomb.
on this map, taken the lead.
So, I'm not sure. We should player comments, right? I would love to know what Troy was saying. He got Deimos tracked and he was gonna die. So he vaults the rotate into enemy territory, and within a split second, 2 people are fighting Electric Door against the Capital because that Capital turns around, Troy gets shot in the back.
As a
And
crank call out.
They all, yeah, I'm like, guys, we're about to crank it.
It's time to zerg them, guys.
And they all jumped out the building. Like, it was ridiculous. It was like the one play that might win the round, but it's not a play I've ever seen before.
Yeah, wow. Well, Rebellion are finally looking lively. They've got the guts to go for a play like that. And with it, they take the lead. I want to see more of that. I want to see
my God.
synchronized aggression.
Yeah.
The rounds where Rebellion tend to struggle is when players are dying in isolated positions.
The 1v1s.
I will say, I feel like Rebellion, of any team we've watched, they lose more 5v3s than I've ever seen. But they always end up in 3v3s after they get a numbers advantage. How does it happen?
That's been their story today. It's happened one too many times. But can they keep it up? Can they keep building that early lead and just get a little bit better at maintaining it? That's the question. Here comes Ashen.
Oh.
He got the blitz.
He's right in for it. Beautiful shot for the first one. He's going to double down. Oh, the Blitz and the Blackbeard together are a devilish combo, but SSG, they're happy to make a deal with the devil if it gets them the win. Ashen's low, so is Fultz, but they have control up above.
Yeah, what do you do now? You have no shield counterplay. I mean, sure, Guma and Thorn Trap, but they're in pre-placed positions that can be dealt with.
Oh,
Don't
look
have
at
that
this.
magic C4
There's
on
a
the
rat
ground.
on the
He's
floor.
waiting. It's Newers. Oh, he wants it.
Slippery little snake looks to try and bite Surf on the ankles, but Surf will fall back. Bomb site is taken though by SSG, and now Surf is left all alone. 2 shields to battle, and Newers is hungry for it. Bit of damage, but he's covered from J90 up above, and a flawless reply as SSG tie the score.
From losing a 1v1 to flawlessly taking a round W right after. I mean, again, what a comeback. Even scoreline, like you said, 4-4. It might keep bouncing.
And
It just might.
And part of that was Ashen on the Blitz. Few do it on the Blitz quite like Ashen.
He's just in. I mean, look at this, right? One tap, boop, you're dead. Over, blind, you're dead. Literally nothing they can do. And the only reason why that happened, Shopify Rebellion gave them one room for free. Aqua Door. They jump in, they take the hole, they take the whole goddamn round.
Even in his army, can't hold rafters when you're getting picked by a Blackbeard, and a Blitz is destroying your teammates set up behind you. Rebellion look for a safer bomb site to hold. Remember, command center servers is still locked. That's on the top floor. They can't go to control unless they want to, well, face whatever the hell just happened right in that round just passed. They'll go down to the basement.
10 seconds to insertion.
This bomb site is so much about the roam game, especially with the Bandit and
5 seconds to
Kayi.
go.
Yeah.
Banned out by SSG. Breaching is going to be free, even though you don't have the Ace or the Thermite to do it with. You've got plenty of tin can openers on your power operators. This is the story we often tell. Pengu, whenever you get Ace and Thermite banned, you bring these insanely meta power operators that just have tin can openers.
Yeah.
Grim and Capital and Monty.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Thermite's great and all, but Capital can be a mini Thermite and have the fire and smoke. It's like, come on, dude. Value is incredible. Now, I'm a little bit worried for Shopify Rebellion this one. We don't have a lot to stop the bomb site from, you know, a plant, a rush, a push. And
Flash can get info, but how do they actually kill them?
yeah, what do they do? I mean, the roam game looks pretty good here, but I'm looking, okay, they're in kitchen, they got venting control, got a bit of vert. It's almost like Shopify Rebellion has cut a line in the map. They say, we have, you know, one half, you'll take the other. The issue is the other part that they're giving them is the EXO default plant with a Monty open and Capital Grim.
But they
can walk in default here to start planting literally in 10 seconds now.
Surf is above though, that's the problem. I think that Rebellion might have accounted for this. Surf is up above. He's watching. The plant is not in default. He's watching where is it happening. As he starts to hear the plant, it gets faked. The Monty's trying to find a safe haven, but he accidentally destroys one, and the clash is coming through. Now the plant will begin, but the smoke has subsided. Fault is completely exposed. You have to go again. There's the Vert. Void is here to try and help Surf as SSG try and distract. Another default plant opportunity. Can't find it. Surf doesn't know where it's going down. They have no idea. And the clash is nowhere near it either. Finally, the plant is confirmed. But only after that does Surf realize where it's happened. Ashen's fire has locked Canadian out of it, and the Monty will go down, but in the retake, SSG have the numbers advantage.
Such a hard round to problem solve, almost impossible, right? Surf stuck in a hot spot, Canadian solo by the bomb site.
Oh, critical kill for Surf. He needed that. He needs to finish off Benja. He is just toying with them. SSG go from a flawless round
feeding him kills
to another one. They don't care about feeding him because they're hungry for the win, and they are 2 rounds away from knocking Shopify Rebellion out of SI.
So much was happening in a very short time span, right? Monty in, smoke, try and get the bomb planted. First, they feel like, okay, there's a Solus, gotta plant somewhere else. Then the Clash Shield comes in and stops the Monty from planting, and the smoke disappears. It's a complete chaos in the server, but the Capital use of the fire and the smoke bought them enough time to restabilize, and then Surf, unfortunately, didn't figure out where the plant was going down, because that could have maybe saved it, right? Had he made one vertical hole, impacted the floor, and then shot the Monty, it's a whole different story. But look, he was looking the wrong way, wasn't sure what was going on. So much chaos. You're relying the whole round to be won or lost off the Solus information. It's one operator covering so much. It's so much pressure. One small misplay. That can happen.
And even if you have info on where the boost spot plant is, as Solus, it's actually very hard to kill that planter when he's got a shield on his back. We saw that when Rebellion were attacking with the Monty, and Canadian planted in that spot as well. Oh, SSG are on the verge. They can taste it. Rebellion, though, on the other hand, they have to push this deep. They have to go all the way on Labs and then take us to Cafe, where we don't even really favor them. And it's been a long day for Rebellion. You know, they had to have a 3-mapper against NIP this morning. It's now just past 6 p.m. local time in Paris. And Rebellion's first match was at 11 a.m. And they've been playing 7 hours ago.
I feel like that last round, the attack from SSG, it's one of those things that you wouldn't do that defensive setup unless Monty was banned. It kind of goes back to Clubhouse, right? The kill box in blue.
Very true.
I feel like that attack only works with a high chance of actually working out if you have the Monty. Shopify Rebellion didn't ban the Monty, yet they still ran that setup, giving up extra control for free.
They had a chance to ban the Monty just this round passed, but
it's true.
Instead, they decided to go for the Capital.
Not a bad choice, but there's the issue with the Ace and Thermite ban. You have like 5 different attackers that are all screaming, ban me, ban me, ban me, I'm a problem, I'm a big problem. And you gotta only choose one. That leaves 4 other really powerful attackers left alive. And the only solution that you really have here is probably spamming some Clash. That might just be the one saving grace, especially with the Capital ban, because SSG, they banned the Mirror in response.
But I haven't been that impressed with Canadians' Clash so far.
It's been alright. I'm not gonna complain about it. I feel like the round falls apart around Canadian, not at where he is playing. And that's exactly what Clash gives you. It gives you a safe area where you control the pacing. C4 for fallback. Expecting a person to hold it. They weren't. Tubrow to stall things out. Remember, no kite available. Banned out by SSG. The wall will get open in 30 seconds from now.
It'll take a little while, though, and Rebellion can do their best. Thank good on that time. Now Janino has locked out and prevented a bit of re-aggression here. He's in a cheeky spot, though. He's waiting, using this bulletproof camp for info. And Ashen, he's going to get to work on the glass now.
They're not going to know this until the glass starts shooting, but this freeze should stop the gadget from working. Yeah, he started flickering away. You see that? Not a good look.
Ambi eventually does find his pick outside the AT breach, and well, Newers has fallen as well. Now Ashen can fall back if he wants to. It's a Glaz on the other side, and I think Rexon knows about it. He's trying not to expose himself, and the gas is going to make this so awkward. The Clash stands, and Ashen is completely ineffective for the rest of this round. I mean, there's no more smokes.
Yeah. And we've not seen Benji being utilized, right? The 3 Deimos trackers could go below. Is in Garrett's window, finds one, and default cam. Out he goes. Can't be exposed in a 1v4 on that Rafters position. Has to find a different avenue. SSG, what they're missing is a way inside the building that's safe.
It shouldn't be winnable for SSG. And yet we've seen them pull things out of nowhere before.
The clash surely just stops this push, right?
Ashen's given a lot of space. He can make his way into YT. He can take the 1v1 versus Ambi. No response from Rebellion. Finally, Surf finds one and doubles down on the backstab. A 3K for the smoke player, leaving Fultz up against his former teammate and 2 other very solid anchors. Rexon holding firm with the DMR as Surf has gassed up. Fultz's only path forward. Canadian shuts Fultz out of it and reties the scoreline for Shopify Rebellion.
And it keeps bouncing, you know? 4-3, 4-4, 4-5. Back and forth in terms of round score. Back to even Steven 5-5. This next round, that's the one you want. It sets you up for match point, and in the worst case, you guarantee overtime. This is the time for Shopify Rebellion. They gotta go back-to-back in rounds. If there was ever a round to do it, this is the one.
Even when Rebellion have a numbers advantage, I don't know how SSG keep finding these picks. Rebellion really struggle with those refrags.
I think SSG could do more. It's actually one of the rare times where I feel like SSG did not utilize their operators to its fullest potential. That Deimos downstairs with the verticality, it is just ridiculously strong. And when you go back in time to the first time they attacked that upstairs bomb site, they had the bug below breaking the floor apart and Deimos only tracking a singular time.
Yeah.
I feel like the Deimos being left open has just not been utilized enough by SSG, at least that one bomb site attack. But now it's locked. So, time to find a different win condition for Troy and the boys.
We've seen a lot of Siege from Rebellion today, and now I feel like we've really gotten used to SSG's playstyle. And one thing I'm noticing is a difference between them is in a moment where SSG look desperate, they just miraculously find openings and find kills. When Rebellion look desperate, they have no idea what to do.
The double jump in stock window, die to bench and basement, like that kind of desperate? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
no, I'm with you. I'm with you.
But in that round, I mean, yes, SSG were behind. Ben just still jumps in rafters and finds a pick.
Yeah. Glass looks in Garrett's door, finds
a
another.
pick as well.
Exactly.
SSG always make it close, even when they're losing. That's what makes this team so terrifying.
Now we got Nearest on the Blackbeard instead. Gonna work the floor and go down, perhaps. Step on, of course, get IT breach every single round with no exception. You see Ashen getting connector across the map with a shotgun as well. So yeah, they wanna fight for top 4 map control. No more direct attacks, trying to go for a cheeky plant. No, let's fight outside and inside the map. The Thorn Trap went out. Nearest almost did to the C4. This Blackbeard is gonna be having a hard time making that entry play now.
Especially against Canadian.
One shot, dude, he's injured.
I think he might even get
Yeah,
regressed
yeah.
onto him. Puff destroys him. That shot
Oh,
is
Troy.
automatic. He gets so many pellets out in such a short space of time. Canadian on his signature pulse. He loves this shotgun. He wants to go for it, but he's worried. There's 2 players on the other side of it. Spoit is supporting him. When do they fall back?
Oh, well, they don't. Spoit gets into the Shadow Realm cave right after. He drops down the hatch, though. Rexon gets a kill. But do you go for this? If you revive him and you both die, you're playing 2v3. Yep, crawl out to the hallway, make the safe play first. Wait the entire time. There it is. He's back on his feet.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Oh, nobody goes back in?
Canadian hadn't had time to move out of the hallway, or he chose not to for whatever reason.
If you wait just one more second and crawl all the way out and don't go back in that room, you stay alive. But the important thing here is the person reviving him, Rexon, has full health and did not meet that same fate. Even numbers, but like you said, SSG, whenever they're behind, they tend to just find these frags out of seemingly nowhere.
And they're going to need to, because you've got a player below in Ambi. You've got ability for Rebellion to try and look for these plant denial opportunities.
That's the last bit of Earth.
No Nitro Cell. I think they have info. Surf's going to try and hold on as long as he can. He does move into garage.
They have a spare Razor Bloom on Thorn. This could be plant denial, or you just tossed it on out. Okay, maybe not.
Put it.
Maybe just for a jump in somewhere else, maybe by the window.
In he goes, and
Oh,
Surf
no.
will fall. Falls now in default plant position. There's no one down below to look for the plant denial opportunity, and falls. And he swings it. He sacrifices his life, but it's worth it because Rexon brings it down to the 1v1. Ashen can't best him. Rebellion are running it back. Map points.
One by one, they buy enough time. Ambi sprinted in the building by the bomb site knowing I am going to die, but before that, I'm going to take down the planter and give enough team for the other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying this entire game, fellas. Ben just said it, Boz saying it, like, we're spazzing out, we're trying to do crazy shit right now. Just push the fucking drones, call a simple attack, keep it simple. We're acting like we can't beat these guys just playing normally. We see an opportunity to go fast, then go fast. If we need to go slower, then go slower. We need to fucking milk, then milk. Push the drones, keep it simple, and just play the goddamn game. That goes to the rest of this one, fellas. It's that simple. Don't worry about fucking crazy shit.
Alright, where's it gonna be? Can't be back, command. Gonna be basement. Or kitchen.
Yeah.
Or kitchen, yeah.
We just fucking, I think we just clear them out, like, shield on front, bring Deimos, and then we'll go Gen half or Exo half.
Right,
On this topic, the breach
If they're
pressure.
4-man roaming, we gotta, like, isolate the one guy quick before they overflow.
Yeah. Like, I'll bring the
Apply
shield
side
water.
pressure too early, Jay, it'll keep him in place.
Yeah, well.
Wow. They're expecting a kitchen when basement is open?
Desperate times. You know what they say? And they have Clash, and Clash is one of those operators that really enables that kitchen bomb site. It's definitely possible. How things started off, Canadian pushing through, getting revived, instantly dying. So Surf tossed the Razor Bloom to this window right here. It gets shot in the verticality. And the Ambi, sacrifice play.
Worth it.
Yeah, 100% worth it. And then Rexen catches the vault in animation shortly after, which buys him the 1v1 position with low time.
Potentially the most critical round of the game so far. You can see Callout immediately called the tactical and put that mic down on the back of it.
And he was so ready, despite being in the lead for a good while in that 3v2 rather. I think there's an issue where SR, they lost about some seconds in the attack timeout, so they're gonna get their own, I think.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Super's mic wasn't working.
yeah, so they didn't get to talk during SSG's timeout, so they get to talk now. We won't listen in. It's not their tactical timeout, so it makes sense, but we can just play the guessing game.
All right, guys, good stuff. Rexen, you keep clutching. Troy, you keep pushing. Everybody get down and dirty.
I gotta say, did you notice Ambi was on his feet after that round win?
Ah, yeah, he was up there.
After his sacrifice
I mean,
play.
he's the one that opened the door for the possibility of that clutch. I saw him on the top-down perspective. He was sprinting, like, I gotta get this done. Now, shift your mind back to when Canadian got revived in the Pulse. If he doesn't die, he goes straight to basement. Planting is no longer an option.
That was the thing that they were missing. The one ingredient that SR
win con
were missing at the end of that round was vertical plantanile from below. Now they're talking about, well, what site do we go next? That's my question, because SSG predicted it would be kitchen, and I thought, well, basement is open.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen this before where you call attack timeout and you do this thing that you don't normally tend to do. And if there was a time to surprise your opponent, it could just be when you're up on match point.
Well, ironically, it's not going to surprise them because, spoiler alert, Rebellion have picked kitchen for this bomb site, which surprises me, but apparently it doesn't surprise SSG.
They had to read.
And that's the thing, these teams have played each other 8 times in the last 12 months.
I'll also say, if you are up against a team that plays a ton of Clash, they like it, they're good at it. Kitchen is a bomb site that I personally would not play very often unless Clash is up and available. Because now you can play the hallway, you can fall back from top floor. Again, I keep saying this word, it keeps giving you more win conditions. This is a bomb site that does not tend to favor the defenders very often because you don't have many ways to win it strategically. That's what Clash gives you. Shopify, Troy, they love the Clash, therefore this bomb set makes a lot of sense. But when SSG is ready for it, let's see if they can pick it apart.
The Shopify Rebellion on the verge of sending us to map 3, but the last time they took a map off of SSG was 205 days ago, back in stage 1. SSG has had their number the last 6 times that these teams have met. Rebellion need to conjure up the courage to push us to a 3rd map in order to stay alive at SI.
They pop the first wall, they apply that first bit of pressure. It's upstairs. It's gonna be an overclear most likely here for the roam game. It means they can play into the ram the floors, the verticality, clearing utility, peeling back those defensive layers one by one until they're by that bomb set wall and looking to get out of the diffuser. Fire Rebellion, they have a C4 and some Val cams to work with. If Sport finds there's any kill here, it's gonna be huge. But SSG They're paying respects to it, right? They got the Dokkaebi to shut down the cameras and go for phone hack late on if they get a pick. Plus, they got the IQ because they do not want to die to any of those C4s.
Any of, but there's only one.
Well, that one C4.
Yeah, in this case, I mean, Rebellion didn't look to double down. It's based on the ops that they picked. They didn't have the mobility to switch to a C4. SSG, though, close
There
to
it
getting
is.
work on the third, but Benja will fall. Just about one of the best operators you can take out so early. No more Dokkaebi calls for the rest of this round.
Dokkaebi and/or Ram before using the gadget, the two most impactful kills you can get right now. That's that 1C4. It frees up Sport to also play more freely around the map. Not have to worry about having to use it anymore. He's gotten his kill. SSG planting difficult, right? No shields, no smoke. Capital banned away. The execute is gonna be the most difficult. And they only have 60 more seconds to find out how they're gonna get there. They're re-rotating back to the first floor. It might just be, guys, attack from every angle. Find the gap, find the pick, disrupt them. Planting comes later.
Fultz is in the building. I believe there was a Valkyrie camper just in the corner next to him, spotted out by Newers. Doing his due diligence, making sure Rebellion won't have all the info. But they do have time on their side. Look at that, 30 seconds remain. And SSG is still starved for information.
And they left the vert. So that means now all the attackers on the first floor, they can freely roam out the bomb site. And they got the clash, further stalling out SSG.
This is not a good look for SSG. After winning the first map so convincingly, we never thought Rebellion would be able to push us the distance. But Newers might be the saving grace. Rexon will trade. As Fultz drops that diffuser, Newers will pick it back up, but Rexon has been a turret on the bomb site with that DMR. It's up to Zeno to cover, but Newers can do nothing. The Rebels run away with the map. And Shopify Rebellion look to push us the distance. Cafe is calling.
The biggest test of all in the map veto before this game even started. Can they get it done on one of the most comfortable maps for SSG? I think it might just be the most difficult map coming up. James, any expectation? Do we get to see an overtime?
I hope so. I think we have to go the distance.
Come on now.
It's the first time in 205 days Shopify Rebellion take a map off SSG. But can they take the series? We're about to find out after this.
it is crazy what can happen when a team starts to get momentum, when a team bounces back on map 2, when they find the ultimate plays, when they get their foot in the game, Lax. It just looks like a completely different outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I said needed to happen coming to this matchup, because during Clubhouse and during getting into this next match, I mean, all of the side of SR just looked blank in the face. They looked defeated. Even in the comms that we heard from Super, it was just very relentless of telling them they need to step up, they need to fix it, and by God, did they do that.
That's exactly what we saw. I mean, SR looked to have come alive, specifically in them just being able to get clutches, and the clutches fix that problem, Lax. They're able to build up on that momentum, and specifically at first round with the Monty just backing up, constantly hitting on this guy. Canadian just plays it so well, does not give Benja an opportunity to get the pick onto him, and that's the strength of having such a good, experienced Monty shield player. But it's round after round where big plays like this build that momentum. It drives it into one-sided favor for SR.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is something that needs to be focused on. It's the mental aspect. Look at the hype that we're seeing after every single clutch coming on the side from SR. I mean, another great round coming from Spoit. Back-to-back clutches. It should have been in SSG's favor. This is the animation we need to see from them. It doesn't matter if you get the most basic kill, the most average kill. It won't become average if it has hype behind it, and they do it time and time again. Rexon with another fantastic clutch, another scene to see from them. This is the SR that we need to see going into map 3.
With the energy behind them, and I think that's something we need to commend SR on. Not only was the energy there outside of the server, but inside of the server.
No, we're live.
Exactly. Every single time that SSG
I don't know what it is.
Ow,
shit, I just shocked myself
kill,
horribly with static
really
electricity. I don't know what it is today, dude. My kids are getting me today. That is blowout number 2.
What SSG's
right, my other son pooped,
and shutting down those opening
kills.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, they didn't really need to adapt that much. They were far more responsive.
My other son pooped, and
what SSG was trying to do and how they were going to ward it off, how they were going to stop their attacks, how they were going to stop the aggression, and it was doubling up. It was able to hold the angle. It was able to force SSG's hand. Even in that last round, they could not seem to find their foot in the door. It was great information play coming from the side of Troy, using that clash, using that pulse, using their utility to win this game, and that is exactly the recipe for success that SR has so desperately needed all the way up until this point.
There was a pivotal moment, I think, that really showcased like the flip in energy, and that was Callout's timeout. The second he called that, Mike came down. He was ready to just get the team back to basics. It felt as if the game was running away from SSG at that point.
Yeah, you could really see it on their face. They just started to slip away, and that happens. Sometimes you don't have a good response, and you could see it in their play. I think the biggest factor that SSG needs to work on going into Cafe is the trade. Simple, go back to basics, because they're getting, even if they get that opening kill or they lose it, the trade is not there. The trade is the biggest falter for SSG right now.
The momentum is with Shopify Rebellion, but I tell you what, this just goes back to a blanket best of one. Winner
yeah, my
they're done and dusted at SI 26. It's time
absolutely great. My
Thank you very much.
My other son like pooped all over the place. So that's number 2 for the day.
Or Canadian, it's the end of the line of
2 dumps all over. Absolutely great, bro.
I thought it was North America.
I'm pretty sure it's near airport, because one of these 2 teams will have to go there very shortly after this game when they find out that they have lost this match.
Okay, European, you can't say that when it's a domestic matchup. It's a North American banger with elimination on the line. Shopify Rebellion and SSG. Shopify Rebellion have finally broken their mapless losing streak to SSG. Over 200 days, SSG has dominated them, has had their number. 6 match wins in a row. And the top dog of North America is yet to be knocked off their perch by Rebellion. But Canadian, he's hungry for that third hammer. And if he's to even get within reach of the SI main stage, he's got to take down his old team.
Bit of a heartbreaker, right? Rivalry, friendship, shared memories, but in this case, only one can continue forward, continue the lower bracket gauntlet run. It's gonna be a long couple of days for either victor, because you're playing a lot of goddamn games here at the Six Invitationals 2026 compared to going straight through upper bracket. Because we're, you know, guaranteed in teams top 6 going main stage. Then you play one more game, then we're talking top 4. Like, it just goes very, very quickly. Before you know it, the event is over.
Look, it's sad to say, but in a week's time, we will have a champion. Sixth Invitational will be over, and we'll be excited for the following major and for next year's Sixth Invitational, and it'll be another chance for all of these players to vie for the hammer. But before then, we get to make history. It's 10 years of Rainbow Six Siege, our 10th Sixth Invitational.
Oh, that other game. How's that other? The Weibo 2-0? Fuck yeah. Okay. I officially locked in my predictions. I locked in my skin. I officially locked it in. Done. Boom. I have officially locked it in, baby.
We have Rebellion.
I have officially locked it in.
On 3 hammers, but the only person to do it as a player on all
no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. I officially got the skin. As of with Weibo winning that game. I needed 3 points. I got D+ correct. I got Shopify correct. And I got Weibo correct. So I am officially the proud owner of the 552 skin. Whenever they actually like distribute those. So now I'm just farming packs, baby. Now I'm just farming packs. Well, if I get, I feel like I could probably get a good 6 more. 6 more puts me at 19, which gets me 10 extra alpha packs.
I wasn't watching it.
I don't really think I probably get the 23. I mean, unless I really kill my predictions on the other ones.
Because I am so jealous. I thought my career was over. I was gonna
unless I really kill my predictions.
And then Fabian came around and
said, I don't think that is happening, frankly.
His girlfriend too. We have 3 out of 5 players for our Pro League roster. Let's get the band back together, and that's how Penta 2.0 that started winning stuff was reformed.
And that was immediately after the first Invitational that you guys, as Penta 2.0, won your first event.
That's it.
But I remember way back, not just the first Invitational, but 3 months before that, when Canadian won his first Pro League title. Season 3 of Pro League. Canadian.ctm beat Playing Ducks at the time, European team. I remember that was the first Rainbow Six esports event that I ever watched as a viewer, and immediately I was won over. I remember the final round with Canadian flanking on Bank, the way that he used the pulse to jump out the
G2 won, yep, G2 won today, so it's crazy. M80 is out. Our reigning major champions are just flat out gone, which is bananas. They're just going home.
That's the thing. Once it gets its
just going home, dude.
You're gonna be stuck for a while.
I became a big Canadian fan after that. I have something to admit, Fangu. I was a big Continuum fanboy back in the day.
Oh, really?
And SI 2018, I was back home in Australia, and in Montreal, while you were playing your 0-2 comeback against Canadian on EG, I was rooting for Evil Geniuses. You were the villain back then.
We were the villains, and I gotta say, we were only really able to be a good villain because we had somebody like Canadian up against us, where we were challenging his already then legacy being built as the Pro League winner, as the Invitationals winner first time around. It takes 2 to tango. And without your Canadian, that wouldn't have been the story of
got all your drops. Nice, nice. Glad to hear it.
And there's no doubt that Canadian is on the Mount Rushmore.
It's gonna be a close game. Nice, boy. We can do predictions for this one too, since we're on a new map. The Rebellion one live.
A lot of people will be saying, oh, he's nearly 30. Surely he's going to retire soon. I think he's gunning.
I'm not sure he is.
For one more hammer before he thinks
he might aim for a couple more hammers and a couple more SIs. And this guy has so much passion for the game. And
yeah, I mean, M80 definitely did not look like they had the same form that they did in Munich. Like Munich, they looked real confident going into basically everything, whereas this,
now, they haven't got
I mean, they really didn't, you know.
They
didn't, unfortunately.
He hasn't missed a single SI across all the 10 that we've had so far.
Fortunately.
Operator bands Valkyrie, Asami, and Capital Grim. We're back to the very ordinary operators. And Ashen has died early on this ledge, giving Rebellion this 5v4. But what have they been so good at this far? At losing the early man advantages.
That's right. It's been the curse of Rebellion all day long. It happened against NIP. The SSG were very comfortable on Cafe against the Ninjas earlier today, 7-2. Look at Fultz, though. He's in a world of pain. The Thorn Trap goes off. He falls back, and it actually baits J90, or rather baits Surf into a kill from J90. Rebellion have to be careful. Spoit. He's to make sure not to over peak, but he threads the needle against the DMR. And Rebellion are back in control.
He was shooting the helmet the entire time, which isn't a part of the hitbox, but you're gonna feel cheated if you die to that. Rexon stands up, clean, one tap. Now what's the situation gonna be here? Falls on the Munty, has to walk forward, smoke off the outside, and help his teammates into piano with him. That's the issue with the Munty. He can get in the hallway, but his teammates behind him, they're gonna get pre-fired and shot.
There's a gap in that smoke. Can they isolate? Bencher takes a lot of damage, but Rexon will go down, forced out by the grenade. SSG, numbers even again. They march up the white hallway behind Fultz, but down on the stairs, Ambi, young gun, falls back.
He has planted now below, so Ambi's staying alive. He's just gonna give up the bomb side, play Ambi as the win condition. He has a spare impact and Spot hiding on a new balcony. This could be genius.
I think they know about him. A swing from Newers, good enough. Spoit's claim to one. Even if he can't deal damage to Fultz, he's been worse so much. Fultz is gonna take the risk of gunfight, the 1v1. Spoit touch. Ambi from below teams up with Spoit.
Go
And the
Spoit.
European helps Shopify Rebellion steal that round. Look at Rex and he sees him walking forwards.
The brain play. It is such a good read on the situation. Ambi gonna fight for his life on white stairs, helping his teammates. Instead, he goes back down. Troy drops the hatch. Mind you, no C4 on the mirror, and Sport sticks around for the rat play. Now they have two win conditions. The Soul is planted now below, and Sport hiding up above. And when the second the Sport figures out, guys, they know I'm here, the one impact that could save a plant denial gets used on the floor to watch the door for Sport. So when Benjamin pushes him right here, he gets shot from beneath from Ambi. So they changed the win condition around entirely, going from let's deny the planter to let's save Sport. He's actually in a great spot when he found that first pick. Beautiful, instantaneous flip of the switch. Had they all stuck around top 4, I genuinely think they lose that defense.
What happened at the start of that round with the spawn pick as well? Spoit finding Ashen. According to my notes, that happened 3 seconds into the round at 2:57.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't realize that I finished my long monologue that he was there.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, it's 5v4, but I didn't see the kill feed.
It happened
instantly.
3 seconds in. I don't know exactly where that's.
It was a window, let me tell you, it was a window.
Yeah.
But pick one, right? It could be any of the windows.
That's cafe for you.
Yep.
Welcome to hell. Spawn in.
There are certain maps where if you choose a certain spawn, I know you're kind of trolling, right? If you spawn Christmas Market on this map, it's like spawn between all the piano windows, the mining window, the red window. You're just asking to get
white window jump out.
Exactly. Like there's so many
bakery
angles.
door.
So really, you want to spawn either ducks or back alley, and then you can get to the building at least and play the round.
Ashen thought he had an angle, but Spoit's just moved.
Those drone holes, man. One of the worst deaths to suffer in Rainbow Six Siege. Look at this. This is old school tech, right? We're playing IQ, but we're playing Thatcher. What are we looking for? What are we disabling?
Did Rebellion knock out Shopify? Of course. Of course.
You'll figure it out. Oh, it's an Uni Gate. What about this one? What's this?
Wondering. Okay, so that Aruni Gate is over in White Hallway for washroom.
What about this one?
That's the Electric Claw. That's what we're targeting here. And on that mirror window, the second Kite Claw gets disabled as well. SSG, are they able to breach on the back of that? J90 has shot out his stuff. Oh, the Kite Claw is actually all the way down in reading. That's protecting the mirror window, or at least it was before it was deactivated.
It's beautiful. Yeah, right. One thing is that it gives you the information of what you're up against. It could be anything, right? But also now they break the mirror window, and that's a great adaptation. Last time, those mirror windows were not protected by anything. This time, they are by a Kite Claw, but they have the perfect counter response. And therefore, they take top floor very quickly, down the white hallway, full sweep. Now, they gotta get Newers into the action, get that hammer active, break the floor apart, get a bit of information. But then, another problem will arrive. There's 2 C4s beneath them. One on Canadian's Pulse. These C4s can be so lethal because there's so much soft floor destruction, and you can even play all the way down the very bottom floor and still C4 most of the side. Oh, it's reinforced.
Might be a gap here for Ashen. He gets very close. There's 3 players pinged out by the Lions Scan. 1 HP Ashen decides it's time to go for broke. He finds the first one, doesn't realize there are 2 other players inside of reading. With the breach behind him, the Surf is dead meat. J90 opens the hole and then shoots him through it. Down below, in the basement, Canadian lingers with his pulse scanner. Looks
He
to try
is
and take a fight in
breakdancing
close
as
range.
well.
Flashbang, but it'll actually save J9O's life. He looks for a little bit more on the reload as well. SSG have taken control of the bomb site, and Fultz is starting to turn that plan. No C4s left available. Rexon under the pump, Canadian as well. And the plant denial comes through far too late. SSG 5v2, and this is an impossible task for Rebellion.
It's a tough one. Yes, they don't HP, but look at this grenade, the crossfire, flawless round victory for Space Station Gaming, shutting everything down. Quick top floor control, a little bit of vert, and then very importantly, they get deep in the bomb site, they look down the hatch. So if Canadian wasn't busy fighting white stairs, they're gonna shut him out from entering freezer for a C4 plant denial. They had a good read, and this is the thing that I was worried about. We saw NIP not even on a standing that Pulse has played, that Troy has played Pulse for like 10 years straight.
NIP got destroyed by the
He was
Pulse
running
on this.
circles on them on the Pulse. When we see the first Pulse round in action, SSG, perfect counter.
Oh, yeah.
That was my fear. They're going to have to flip the strat book a little bit for this one, I think, and play not the comfy strats, but the strats that are going to work the best against SSG.
It's on Rebellion to adapt, which is exactly what Super said in his pre-match interview with X-Troika. Before the game started at all, he knew the maps at that point, and he said, look, we know SSG inside out.
Yeah.
They know us inside out. I've said it so many times. It's the 8th time they've played in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about who can adapt in the mid-game, and that's really where SSG's strengths lie.
Do you ban the Clash if you're SSG
5
after
seconds
this
left
round?
before insertion.
Because he's shown it once, and it's what we saw in that Heaven Labs, how good it could be.
Attacker's objective
Do
is
you
to
feel
defuse
like
the
there's a
bomb.
better thing to get rid of? Because in my mind, I'm thinking the Clash is such a comfort pick, and the other one is going to be like the Pulse, but they showed us they can deal with the Pulse. Can they deal with the Clash? Who for thought here?
Good question. Another option is the Castle, which has been played a lot previous 2 rounds. Depends. We'll see how this one pans out for SSG. Oh, Spawn Pig. It's a freebie. Surely it's a and he doesn't want to overcommit.
Never free.
J9O on the round would be a huge pick to find early in the round. He's the only vertical operator. Ashen's breaching charges as secondary might help, but certainly not ideal, especially with Ambi. Ambi's actually going to be the player in VIP. Makes it very hard to use a shield against him when he's got that freeze ability, because you can't have those sprinting shields come up.
Also stops the Blitz gadget. I know there's not playing the Blitz, but it stops the Blitz gadget, stops the sprinting.
Does it stop Blackbeard from dashing?
No, it's not as far as I know at least. I'm not sure why it would. It's like Oryx dashing, right? It's like a...
Well, it's kind of like, if it stops him sprinting, it would make sense if it stopped him dashing.
But you can dash out sprinting. You can just stand still and press with the mouse button and you still do the animation, right? Because
I mean,
you slow
in terms
down.
of the game, yes, but in terms of realistically, if something stopped you from sprinting, dashing is just sprinting even more.
But the dash from Blackbeard is slower than sprinting. If you actually slow down and take like a step forward, it's more like a step, like a you know, I just visualize that more out here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I'm gonna go out here and say it works.
Oh yeah.
And, no, it works. And if it doesn't, then I'm watching.
All right.
We'll do that. I've never tested it, to be honest.
You know better than me. I think few players would have tested that.
Yeah.
J9O though, he's used all of his boogie drones from the round, torn up the floor above. Red stairs, he's torn up a lot of it on site as well. It's the mining floor completely ripped apart. Now, the bomb site is just so vulnerable. Ambi knows found one, Spoit helps out. Spoit is so good at holding on to Bakery. Is there going to be a trade though from Rexon? Indeed. SSG not in position to look to try and refrag
Boyd's
back
actually playing
again.
well, chat.
Oh,
Listen,
boy.
all
They
the
must
haters
have
are
seen
real
the
quiet
MVP
today.
because that's exactly what Spot was doing with Rexon and Surf last time around. They
All
hold
the
MVP
haters are real
again
quiet today, I'll
successfully.
tell you that
It
much.
can be so challenging. Working great together. And now Canadian in the battle as well. Careful with the vaults there, my boy.
Expose your back, my friend.
Has all the information in the world. The other players can kind of sit back and watch, but Rexon overexposed himself to the verticality. It's all open. Let Troy do the work. Let him call his shots. You got C4 and Toxic Babe 25 seconds. A plant is impossible as long as you stay alive.
Yeah, dangerous game here, but Ambi is still on white
Oxygen's
stairs.
already
He could
playing
come back down
Fluxo,
the
they're
rush. At the moment,
losing.
He's kind of selling his team. He's assuming that J9O is going to go
Retaking the
down
vert,
white.
isn't he?
I don't know if he is going to retake.
Can't see his stats.
Potentially.
Hey, I can't see
He's
his
gone all
stats,
the
so
way
it don't
up
even
the
matter.
He's
It don't
retaking
even
the
matter.
Now Newis has to worry about
Nephew Band saying the 8 months. Can we talk about how Donut just slept on his cum mattress? 6'7".
Time in the series, Shopify Rebellion have taken the lead and look to try and extend it on Cafe.
He
The bakery
now
hall,
listen,
it
different
never
different
seems to
different
fail.
strokes
It's
for
all
different
celebrations
folks,
between Rexon
okay?
and Spud saying, dude, look at us, we got that. Again and again and again. Operator bans. I was thinking crazy pick here, right? What if you ban the Hibana? Okay, just crazy thought here. And then you ban the
mirror
Clash.
windows. No,
Yeah.
they're gonna ban Mirror, surely.
Oh, they actually banned the mirror over the Clash? Okay.
Look, you're washed. I know what I'm talking about.
That was not the. It was about the Blackbeard. Not about the other bans. I was just saying, crazy thought. If you don't think that, how does this work?
So if you ban Hibana, what's your thought process?
So if they think that they're gonna ban the Clash, for example, now you play around the mirror very heavily. You ban the Hibana because now you can Aruni trick Selma charges. You only have 3.
On your mirror window.
Yeah, you can do like electrification, impact denial, etc. Against Hibana, there's no saving the wall. The wall's gonna go just 2x arrows, boom, 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 right? You're out of impacts at some point. So I was just thinking, if you want a heavy play around the mirror, that could be the win con.
It was a good idea until SSG decided to ban the mirror.
Yeah, you would have looked very silly had you banned the Hibana now, but also the Hibana only works against the mirror windows. The Yin kind of works for the game period, so it is a very niche operator ban. But imagine I got that right. That would have been like a self-glaze.
It's
other people's strokes.
You miss every shot that you don't take.
I respect it. It would have been very niche, and it would have worked so well for Rebellion if SSG hadn't banned that mirror. But you're right. The Ying is much more of an all-rounder, and we haven't seen a lot of Ying yet, just in that last round. But now SSG banning out that mirror, at least the Clash in.
Yeah, the Clash, the Pulse. I mean, Solis, I'm not sure if Solis ban words.
I said the Castle. I think the Castle's arguably ban-worthy. Are you kidding me?
Not again. Oh, it's Monty. What? I mean, that must.
By the way, I feel like Pengu has progressed so much as a caster. Like, it, you know, I mean, as do most people, right? Like, in the beginning, you know, they kind of a little raw. But I think he's actually really progressed as a caster a lot. Also, he got away from Intero, which I'm sure helps greatly.
Not ideal. The thing is, last time SSG attacked this top 4 bomb site, it was Monty and Piano making sure that everyone else had a safe position, right? Smoking it off, making information calls. That's not gone.
They also had a Thatcher and a Hibana back then.
I know, but this time at least there's no. Yeah, exactly. He's got a spawn to the window, bang dead.
Are you kidding me?
Right above the shield.
Could have had his shield up.
That's a thorn trap. Roof, I think, actually. So you can do these thorn traps from the skyline where it
There are trillions of kids on Donuts mattress.
Are they gonna full send?
Dude, that one I'm not gonna lie, I just don't get. I just don't get him. And he was like, Donut is the type of motherfucker that will spend $600 on a used mattress, right? Which you could probably just pick one up for less than that, frankly. He got like, you know what he, by the way, you know what he got? He got the smart mattress. He paid like, they're normally like $2,000 new or something like that, but I mean, you can get them for much less. Bro, his mattress requires a fucking subscription to actually use any of the features. And remember when there was the AWS outage like a few months ago? I remember his mattress was one of the ones that was affected.
Where they win this is if Ambi hits every single shot. Newers, a flashbang comes out. Jano, finds one, but Jano just needs to take out Surf now, and there's no time to get on that diffuser. The final kill, ineffective, and SSG pull around out of nowhere.
The tiniest gap known to man can still be found under a microscope. They looked deep for that one. A single cancel barricade.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Cast off guard,
I'm gonna talk about
SSG
kitchen for a
timeout.
second right here. So, we're gonna do our clear, like our standard one. What I want to prowl though, Benj, is I want you to take the Nomad, and then we're gonna pull this guy early Boger. I want you to take the Flores, pull bake side. That Nomad's gonna, or that fucking Clash is gonna head over to that based off our previous pressure. Benj, when you get above, I want you to air jab high above the kitchen double and high above the whiskey double, and go for our backside on cops so you can't fall in that reflow. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So he's gonna power Nomad instead of the fucking sense for that. But if sites, fucking any one of the mid sites are not gonna go back to cocktail, I don't think. They're recognizing right now their one condition is off like the cheese shit for the most part. Like they're trying to get picks early. Just be aware of it. Don't make it a one condition.
He is rake dancing.
If it is reading or mining, we identify they're backing up. That means they're
B Walsh, thank you for the Twitch Drive 15-month resub. Welcome back. Hey KG, what's the biggest tip you have from Emerald to Diamond? Sending love from Canada. Well, thank you, dude. Biggest thing is really is like 5 stacking is so important and like actually trading kills. People, you know, bait or don't play with their teammates, stuff like that. It's really important to just like be with your team, basically,
that is
right?
the most efficient use of very valuable
Really
seconds
important to
I've
just
heard
like
in a
be
long
with your
time.
team.
Through every single bomb site.
He literally would like venture this specifically to individual. Do you understand? Does it make sense? It's like, yes, okay.
Ben's about having mattress subscription. I don't know. Just Donut's an idiot.
I really like that. It shows the experience of both Callout and Super as his coaches.
You don't waste any seconds.
Callout is so locked in on these tactical timeouts.
I'm pretty sure he's in the mirror practicing that. He looks so good doing it. Dude, just pops it up deep.
Who has the most aura out of every coach in Rainbow Six right now? Because Callout is in the conversation.
Callout is in the convo for sure. And I gotta say, I respect Super dressing up. I really do. I think there's something about that, not the jersey stuff, you know?
I don't know, Callout's just got aura, man. It's
I like
the
Twister as
nonchalant.
well. I think Twister always has good things to say.
Yeah.
And he's been around for a while too.
Oh, Norris. He's one of the ones that
Norris
has aura.
Maybe being a coach is where it's at. Maybe that's the cool job. Maybe it's not the playing or the casting.
Don't even think about it, mate. You're chained to the desk with me. Good old ball and chain.
You're worried about your job, aren't you?
I am.
It takes a duo to cast, so you're kind of codependent.
So for SSG, they win a round, they take their tactical timeout, Callout talks them through every single bomb site. One really thing that just stuck in my mind was the way that he's identifying the way Rebellion are playing. So they're going to peel back, they're going to play layers strats, that's fine.
We do the cheese stuff, the one-off strats.
They're going to do a lot of cheese, they're going to do a lot of peeling back. Watch for vertical C4.
He is
Two
rake
picks at the
dancing
moment,
as
we know
well.
Canadian
And they mentioned
even
Daffy
though he's
Bands
not
for
playing
Gathis
the
of the
Pulse, he's
King
still
of
gonna do it.
Simps. Very much appreciated.
On the Solus.
And don't die early, right? The spawn peaks. MB finally gets shot down. Benjamin's on the rappel. And then they get the Thatcher Hibana combo to break the walls upstairs and just like slowly work the map. Busting out downstairs in the first floor. They're splitting the attack now because they got that meta advantage. The MB, the loose gun, has been removed, giving Benji a much better chance at lurking himself. Second line scan going out.
Oh wow, good grenade and the Claymore as well from Ashen. Very few operators can do that. In fact, it's just the striker.
Yeah, so he naded in from the new balcony window, and then Rexon jumped out cocktail window to trade, and then they both died, actually.
Yeah, Ashen's finally realized what's happened. Chucks the lol in the chat. Benja finishes off Canadian Surf 1v4. This is going to be an SSG round through and through.
They joined him as well. They know exactly where
Be
he
a
is.
severed pool of Ranger Bill under
And
21.
locked down his exact position, but they got the cut right here.
Good bit of damage, both directions.
I do run more ads while there are drops on and events on and stuff. So if you would like to not have those, there's 3 ways to not have ads. One is to sub to me on Twitch. It's free with Amazon Prime. So sub, you'll get my charm. You'll get no ads for the duration of your sub. Number 2 is Twitch Turbo. It normally does cost money, but you can do a free trial. And last and final thing is, I do stream on Kick as well. There are no ads there. Exact same stream.
In
So.
favor of SSG on the attack of Cafe.
Back.
Rebellion need another defense round before we switch the half, and they only have one more chance.
Just for the confidence, right? Just like you go into it feeling, okay, we got this. It's not a big issue.
Excuse me, Callout. You have your tactical timeouts to talk to your players. I don't think you should be talking to them right now.
TikTok streamer.
You know, I feel like there was an event in the past.
True, I am.
There's a lot of like, oh, coach's secret hand signals when he's stabbing his shoulder or fist bombing. It means different things. And they were like, oh, coaches, do not even look at your players. And then this event has been like Ganado, boom, 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 English and all things. It's been, they've been getting so much more. I like it when the coaches
I don't mind a celebration. I don't think you should be able to say much more than good job.
No. Of course, I do feel like
there was one event where a lot of teams complained that some coaches were, and there was some formal warnings dished out.
Yeah. I mean, if you're coaching, you go, all right, good round, calm down. You know, that's too far. The calm down part.
Calm down, that's advice.
Kids are driving my wife crazy today. Sorry, chat. One sec.
Calm down, that's advice.
Yeah, if you, like I said, kick, there's no ads there.
Back in my day,
Hold on, I'll be right back.
She actually
One
got
sec.
told off once because he was just hand signaling to 2S. Calm down, just like this. Calm down, MB.
Yeah.
We tried that so many times.
He's literally done the exact same spawn peek before.
Oh my god.
Benji with the spray. Blind through the wall. And it takes out Ambi. No util going to be used from the tuber out for the rest of the rounds.
There's 2 rounds in a row where Ambi goes down in the first 60 seconds. And the big thing is, right, we talk about the value of a death. Losing 2-Brow is the only C4 gone, the gadget gone, and a great DMR.
DMR, and it's Ambi.
Secondly, if that was Troy playing, I don't know, let's just say the 2-Brow, Canadian is the IGL. He'll still get a lot of valuable callouts. Not saying Ambi does not speak English. I'm sure he does. I wouldn't know, I haven't played with him before. But I bet you right now, there are better players that could have died with more experience to make better callouts. But Rexon, fantastic shot onto Ashen, evening back the score. And that just changes everything. Hibana is dead. Broad can openers on Newers. They got a spare for the hatch upstairs. Very important to note. Had there been no hot destruction and Hibana dies, that literally makes this round that much more difficult. Instead, they still have a fighting chance. The callout said, don't give them those early kills. Do not make it easy for them. Ashen didn't need to peek that. That's ego challenge. It's one of those cases where, sorry to cut you off. One of those cases where, I'm gonna keep going. Where risk versus reward, right? If Ashen takes down Rexon, that's good. But Ashen dying is really bad.
Yeah.
Not worth it.
Well, thankfully there is redundancy, they can still get hatch open. But yes, there's still a lot of work to be done here for SSG. They need to push for these vertical picks. Ooh, I look at that air jab. That actually forces Canadian out.
Shouldn't you just tank it though? You get knocked up against the reinforced wall, you're completely fine.
In theory, but it was just worried about being vulnerable to the vert.
You don't want to die, right? Then you're trolling, so I get it. But now you can't go back in towards the side. You're completely locked out due to these air jabs. That means the retake is on beneath the verticality. That's what the Clash is the weakest. They're planting. And the smoke missed, they have no idea it's going to go down. No C4.
Is actually going to lock Canadian out of it as well as they look for the retake. It's far too late. Canadian can put down the shield and look for the kill. He needs to duel it. If he's got two players fighting him, finds the first. J90 swings for the second. And SSG find a 4-2 split on their attacking half. They might have stumbled on Labs, but they are back in control on Cafe.
Bomb site is so hard for defenders. Again, what win conditions do we have? A single C4, well, he died in the first 30 seconds. A Clash beneath verticality, can't play there. The second they give up the area because of the air jab, SSG recognize there is a gap for about 10 to 15 seconds. Let's take it, let's push it, let's get down that diffuser. And the one Toxic Babe was either aimed for the chassis position, which is the incorrect one that we know now, or it simply missed. I'm not entirely certain. But what I do know is that it did not deny the plant. There's a one shot they had at stopping it. SSG very successful on their final attack in the first half.
Where does that leave Rebellion now? 2 rounds trailing behind, moving on to the hardest side. And Ambi's confidence is surely a bit rocked after that.
He hasn't played the game for 6 full minutes.
I mean, 2 rounds in a row, he's been the opening death. The 2 rounds before that, he got the opening kill. What do you say? Yo, Ambi stolen. What?
I heard stole some sauce, but I'm not
That's
sure.
That's what I heard as well.
I'm not sure what.
Stolen
Bomb
sauce?
located by attackers.
That's gotta be some.
I don't know. I don't speak Zuma.
I'm sure he did. I don't know.
Ambi and Ashen, the 2 young gunners on each team, 20 years old.
10 seconds left.
The first day of Ambi's life, he's not been a teenager since he was 12 years old. And look, he's played 6 maps of Rainbow Six today. A full 3-mapper against D+, and then an even tougher game against
12?
SSG.
It's 13. It's 12.
Yeah,
What?
so it's the first day he's been not a teenager since he was 12.
Oh, sorry. I thought it's, okay, sorry.
I was going to say the first day he hasn't been a teenager in his life, but then I was like, oh, well, technically before he was a teenager. And I was like, someone's going to pull me up on that.
Well, yeah, sorry, I'm just silly.
No, that's all good.
I would say since he was
13, no, but he was a teenager.
Yeah, I guess the day that, I don't know, that's a, you know.
Look, it's the first time in a very long time he hasn't been a teenager. It's his birthday today. That's woo! He's 20! Yay! Let's not get knocked out from 6 Invitational on your birthday.
Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it? At least you're with the boys, with the family on the road. But of course, why not celebrate with a dub rather than going out of the entire tournament? Now, how would Canadian feel about playing Clash almost every defensive round, only to be met with Fools playing the exact same operator when it's side switch?
2 sides of the 2020 SSG coin, isn't it?
Fools played Pulse as well on 9 Heaven Labs a multitude of rounds, so it feels kind of ironic. Fools, the younger Canadian, in a way, if you will, learning from him many years ago. What do you do here?
He is breakdancing his
flash into peeking so they can go for the kill.
Well, let's be honest here. What's gonna happen? Oh, the Magnet crashes the first one.
Want to edge up him.
Then we're gonna.
He's suspicious. He's figured it out.
There's gonna be 1,000 magnets. It's not gonna work. They're wasting so much time. There's two people looking at the clash, looking at them.
Burn the magnets with your flashes. Chuck the air jab on the doorway. There we go. Okay. Now he can't retake into bakery.
As long as you stick around with a gun, of course. Now, there is prep door. They only air checked off the rotate. They could walk into prep door in theory. Just saying.
He could, and then he could shoot the air jab off if he wants to.
Yep. So,
not a lot of map control taken from Rebellion. It feels like they've been very slow just around tunnel visioning on that clash.
yeah.
What's the rest of the team achieved?
Smoke and Selma charge perhaps? Or they're pushing in actually.
In deep from Spoit. But he's going to go straight into that clash. He spots him and
There's the air jab.
cleared out Andy. A third round in a row. No impact from Rebellion's young gun. Spoit, a flashbang sent over the top. Camera taken out. Rexon, he's the fire operator. He's got Capital, the air jab.
It's right there.
If he backs up into it, Fultz is dead meat. Rexon
Fire?
tries to fire him out, but somehow Fultz dodges between the fire and the air jab and survives. They need to corner him. He is trapped. But he's giving so much information to SSG.
They can't clear him. No fight left. 50-50 gunfight.
Oh, in the fight, Rexon needed it and he gets it, but immediately Asher will trade it back. The 20-year-old now needs to clutch big. 1v2 with Benja on the floor. And the plan will not go down before Spoit will fall. Canadian needs to reposition. He doesn't know if it's a 1v1 or a 1v2. And Ashen has info. Benja's given him the audio call. And Ashen can clutch up big. The Space Station Gaming. He stands on his feet and he stands tall for his team. Rebellion need to do some soul searching now or the game is done and their campaign in Paris will be over.
Fultz did so much work single-handedly, right? Flashbangs, air jabs, capital fire, stalled for so much time. I was thinking of the 2v1 here, so I think you're right. I don't think they knew it was a 2v1. I think they thought it was a 2v2, and they had no clue where Benja was. That's what it looked like, at least. In my mind, if you knew it was a 2v1, you can take that case, you can snuck behind the clash shield. It blocks the angle in towards the court where the final defender was playing at Ashen. A little bit overexposed, overzealous, they swing wide, they lose the gunfight, and with that the round. SSG, ever since they got that first round lead 3-2, they've been in full control.
10 seconds left.
Now, Showfire Rebellion, when they're attacking on Night-Haven Labs, it was tricky for many of those rounds. On defense, when you're playing closer together in nature, they have much more success. They are on the attacking side, and they're gonna stay there until they lose the game or go into overtime. They need to figure it out. There's no more do-overs, no more second attempts. And you need to figure out this round right here, otherwise it's 2-6, it's match point.
And Rebellion have struggled so much when it comes to playing those chaotic executes.
Yeah.
SSG, they pulled off a daylight robbery plan on this bomb site thanks to the Glaz. Rebellion, that's not their forte, that's not their strong suit. I don't think they'll be able to do the same.
Up against the mirror as well, right? They banned the castle and the Asami. They haven't had the chance at that third operator ban just yet. They got a problem solved for this one before they can remove from action, if that's what they want to do. It's the mining bomb site. It plays around a lot of the map structure. You can play the bomb site itself, upstairs and piano with the mirror windows, playing cocktail, play downstairs C4s. It's a lot of map to clear and a lot of map to control. Shopify building, they're showing us right now, it could be a limited attack. If they take cigar, a little bit of piano, walk down the red stairs, maybe a direct plan is possible. But then again, there are 2 C4s. Oh my god, Spoit, you're alive? Double thorn trap, you shoot one, the other one explodes.
Just barely alive.
Point of health. If he wasn't gridlock, you'd be dead.
No, any other operator would be dead right then. But Andy, for the first time in what feels like forever, has found the opening kill. He's got Ashen's number and he's put him down for now. But he's about to get swung from the close angle. It's time to retreat for Rebellion. They've got 2-player advantage.
You notice how Andy was eager for a gunfight. But the second they get another kill, he falls back, but then re-attempts to swing right after. Thinking Bentimaster left the area, he did not leave. He was just slowly walking towards you.
The timing could not have been worse. Ambi was holding that angle. The second he un-ADS's is when Benja peeks him.
He thought the coast was clear.
How many times have we seen Rebellion fumble 5v3s? They can't afford another one.
Sport, again, still on that 1 point of health. No more smokes fall the glass. The win conditions are dwindling. We need individual players to step up, but it's Ben just stepping up first. Another kill C4, traded back by Surf onto Neurus, though.
And Surf spots another one on the rotate. He should be able to call it to his team.
Careful.
Rebellion need to regroup. The refrags have been few and far between. And J90 reveals his position somehow kills Surf regardless.
Stuck in the corner.
J90 is cornered and taken down. Rexon has been so clutch today, but there's no time to celebrate for Rebellion. Wipe the sweat off their brow and be ready to run it back over and over again.
2 more rounds to tie it. It's funny how SSG, they refuse to let SR go for execute, right? Ever since that 3v3 or 3v4, technically speaking, they are looking for kills. They are looking to hunt down each member. They start off right here. Benjamin goes forward, takes down Ambi. They go into reading. They get cut off by Surf, and then they thought, that's personal. Let's send 2 more people to hunt down Surf. The last player stuck in the corner. J90 had no real way of winning that one in 2v1. That's a try woo moment right there.
It's been a while since we've seen those. For a guy who got a reputation for being the most animated player, he's been a lot quieter in his older age.
He mentioned in an interview a few days ago that pretty much what he said, you know, people that watch me, they know me as like this loud guy, this big character person, and honestly, I've just, you know, I've gotten older, I've grown up, I've matured as a player and as a teammate, and my role has changed. I'm no longer the guy who needs to bring the energy. You got Ambi, you got Rex, and you got everybody else for that.
He needs to bring the calm head to the squad is what he needs.
He is that leadership figure role.
We've seen plenty of energy out of players like Rexon to carry that for Rebellion. What I'm going to be watching near the start of this round is Ambi. He always seems to find himself in these opening engagements, and yet you look at what operator he's playing, and he can't afford to.
No. And that's the thing. That is going to change the pace and momentum here for SR, because if MB is finding that map control when he is successful, unless someone else replaces him, you're going to be slower in the round. And Sports faster, he can't do it. There's a Blackbeard. He's kind of slow to the punch. You got Rexon, a Nomad. So no one can afford to die right now. That's kind of the issue. Bentia Master. You want to go 1 for 1? Do you want to jump out the window? No.
I mean, it's dangerous because obviously you're going to be hit.
They got a drone. They got him completely stuck.
Know where he is, but they're not going to be able to find a kill as of yet. Rexon
Flash drop.
Flashes him again.
Yep.
Benja spotted out by Spoit. That's a deep angle all the way from the hatch.
Great use of both the droning, the flashbangs, and the crossfires. Don't even give him a chance to fight back, really.
Good player to shut down too. Benja has been hot on Cafe.
Oh. Also had one of those C4s, so they got so many more in pocket. Here we see the IQ Thatcher just looking. He was really just looking if there's anything to deactivate. There's not.
Not much at all.
No pre-play C4s, nothing of that kind.
There'll be magnets somewhere and some Banshees.
Yeah.
And he's still got 6 charges, 6 EMPs left. If you don't want to use them now for an extra, use them in the late rounds.
I've detected an enemy device.
It's funny how simply playing the Thatcher, not even using the active use of the gadget, is still so valuable.
Very much so. Ambi still needs to get to work with his boogie drones. He hasn't done so as of yet. They've got to worry about 2 of these mirror windows and no counter to either. No Ash, no Ibana. The Blackbeard needs to close the distance and hopefully smack one of them.
Push wide.
Now he knows that this position at Pellets is clear, but there's 2 players. I believe one's just dropped down into Laundry. Ambi finds his shot onto Ashen.
Pop the mirror as well. Big value, top floor control. It's been surrendered by his team in 45 seconds and a ram on the board. Easy vert. Does it so quickly. This could be a default pillar plant. You don't have to get too creative here. I think default is good, safe is good.
Another one falls for SSG.
Nice shot.
A respect from Newers. It finds, again, we just keep seeing them always ending up in these 5v2s, 5v3s. J90 almost in position, but he's cut down by Surf. False, the 1v5. Finally, energy flooding through their veins. Shopify Rebellion continue running it back round by round. Only one trailing behind their opponents.
Really want to applaud Troy. They were playing it super smart and super safe. Instead of dropping over the railing into pillar, not knowing if it's clear, getting caught in that mid-air animation as a shield, he actually went outside the building from white window, which is super safe, and sprinted outside the building into pillar door, where we saw him have a gunfight, right? The shield block the bullets, and then walk into default. They literally took the way that there's zero chance they throw the round because they know they've been losing those 5v3s, 5v2s. They're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, but Blackbeard's been target banned away now, as has the Warden.
And that Warden ban gives you a clue, doesn't it?
You mentioned how SR, they've not been the greatest at playing that chaotic playstyle, the Ying, the Glass. They've been playing the operators individually, but we haven't seen them full commit, full send it. Unlike SG, they did try that a couple times. But when you ban the ward, like you said, you're kind of showing your hand. They're going to need to play into the craziness of the Ying or Glass, or not get the most amount of value out of that operator ban. So you're playing to a weaker playstyle on paper to try and turn this. I mean, that's adaptation, but it's risky.
It's a question mark for me. What do you do about this clash? We are going to see the Ying played here by Canadian. But, I mean, that doesn't clear the clash, and we've abandoned Rexon's Nomad. Just the Capitao now. Especially if we go for a bakery take here. How do Rebellion get inside?
I was going to say, I think you don't go for a bakery take, but there's also no verticality on the attacking side, so they're very spread out. Like, Twitch is good for, like, the Goyo, the Denari, the cameras, the information. Striker is just utility. Ying and Capitao is great for execute, but I'm not sure how they're gonna play this one through. Just looking at the operators, they gotta show us now. Very much so in the blind. The roam clears, the roam rather is active. They got Ashen on Oryx. Loki just be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Right now he's on the first floor, not even really roaming right now. Curious.
Okay, what's the plan?
Yeah.
How come the smokes and it?
Say you take Bakery direct attack, right? How do you ever plan? Against the vert, against the smoke, against the angles? There's so many deep angles on code.
You're gonna need to lurk. You need to have some kind of pressure upstairs.
It looks like they're setting up for a low-key Russian bakery.
How are you gonna achieve that?
Candela, smoke, and Candela again. But how do they get in?
Into small bake. The glass starts to fall back. But
and there's a shield that they...
Bakery is completely locked up. What's the plan?
I'm not sure.
They're trying to bait something?
They've spent half their util. I'm looking at other players. They're all outside the building. They have to go for this, but there's double lace on the door as well.
Well, Surf has been patient. He's found Ashen on the Oryx. I don't know where that was. Perhaps just a deep angle into sight. A player over peeking.
With that on low peak, I think.
Wow, all the way from VIP.
Is this just a bait strat? Like, they're just doing it, hey, look at me. But actually, the strike is happening elsewhere. Now they flip the attack with no smokes, with 2 Candelas. Was it piano window?
It was a main door run out apparently from
okay,
Ashen.
fair enough.
Looks like Rebellion keep toying with SSG. They keep playing everything, but now they commit to it. It has to be a VIP take. The Canadian, the shotgun, but he finds J90, and a second kill comes through thanks to Ambi, supporting his team captain. False has to have a big impact on the clash here. SMG comes out, but Ambi has shut down his final teammates. Faults now must hold on for SSG. Rebellion have been running it hard in this second half. A first round, a second, now chasing a third, and Faults has been shut out of it. Ambi brought back to life, and Shopify Rebellion close the distance.
To confuse thy enemy, you must first confuse thyself. I do not understand what the train of thought was for the attack, and I'm not entirely sure that SR had that figured out either, but they got the round done, they'll take it.
One thought I had is smoking up the bakery door. Why would you ever do that if you have a glass peek?
I was thinking glass, like there's no glass.
There's no glass, but they did ban the water, so they are kind of pretending they have a glass.
Kind of.
But what does that fake achieve? Does it actually move anyone?
Well, Ashen ran out the main door, so
maybe
he's getting desperate.
SSG desperate and impatient.
Then they flip it because SSG over-rotated towards Bakery, expecting to push in the pressure, and then the literal last Candela blinds the VIP player, and Troy with 1 HP left after the shotgun shield trade gets the kill. It's literally all these tiny things that are adding up into a round victory. It was almost flawless, but for the first minute and 30 seconds, there's no realistic thinking that, oh my god, they're doing it. They're gonna win this way, they're gonna win that way. They won out of nowhere.
They're keeping SSG guessing. The team that has had their number for the last year. Rebellion have maybe realized, okay, maybe we need to change a lot more than we thought. Maybe we need to be a little bit crazy. We need to lean into the chaos that we typically don't flourish in.
Yeah, I mean, we said when they banned the Warden, already that it plays into a playstyle they're not super known for, they haven't been super proficient at. and it's working so far. Now Canadian on the blitz.
Yeah, they're getting even more crazy. Got Blitz and Ying. A line scan ripped right at the start of the round as well, keeping that pressure on SSG.
So like you can smoke, Ying spam, Dream for information. Canadian can go deep for a plant. You know, for the tiniest of seconds, I thought they were gonna drop down that skylight and just full send it with everything they had to offer, but they're not gonna go for that, thankfully. Oh, that'll be very fun to watch. But there's mirror windows. That's not gonna work.
How do they clear those mirrors? That's a question.
Well, they didn't clear them last time. They just kind of walked past it, right?
They do have smokes from Ambi that they could use to try and smoke up the line of sight and then push deep and maybe knife the mirror windows.
There's the magnets, right? This time they're protecting the mirror windows. Canadian's gonna rush the bombs. I believe he's dead.
Oh, he's going straight deep into it. Does he watch around the corner? Foltz finds him and a double kill for Foltz on the side. The rush has been squashed for now. Rebellion, they will commit to it. In deep is Ambi. He looks to try and get aggressive. He wants to get to reading door and take the fight to Foltz, but he needs to drone up first. It's a risky position, and the vertical from above, SSG have so much map control. There's a reason why nobody ever attacks like this. It's far too risky. Out goes the nade. Ampi needs to push deep and find Foltz. The C4 shot from midair, and finally, Foltz is put to rest. Into the 3v3 though. Rebellion might have 2 players in the side, but SSG don't need to panic. New is just around this corner. Abby finally shuts him out of it.
Smoke plant.
Time to smoke and plant for Rebellion.
Gonna hold the angles now. The cover has to be good though. Push down the hallway. Benji injured and taken out.
Abby, he's finally turned it up again. He was shut down 3 rounds in a row, but the young gun for Rebellion is about to gift them a chance at match point.
No surprise.
Unless J90 can clutch them again. He's done it before, and he could well do it right here. Ambi though says not today. It's a massive 4K for Ambi. He's been required and he steps up. Large shoes to fill on the Rebellion lineup, but this young gun gets it done every single time.
From losing 5v3s to winning 3v5s, hero plays. The rush was great, but the blitz shut down made it super awkward right off the rip. If Mute gets blinded by the blitz Canadian and then killed, that could be an instant round victory. Instead, it's Ambi doing primary, secondary, entry, the cover, the plant, they're doing every goddamn thing in the round. And the Lion, the perfect operator to support that attack. That is a round that when you're a player yourself and the first 2 people down the initial push, you're thinking, well, that's the round. You're not gonna give up, you're not gonna stop trying, but you're literally thinking, that's not supposed to be a round victory. So that when you win it, and you get match point, mind you, it's the 3rd map in the field. I mean, this is it. This is the end of the road. That is so much relief. You feel so much euphoria in the moment. Oh my god. Oh my god.
SSG have been in control of this series since day dot. Cast your mind all the way back to Clubhouse, even on Labs. SSG has felt like the better team for most of this.
Yeah, for most of it.
Until the last 4 rounds in a row that Shopify Rebellion have ripped right out of SSG's hands. They have been 2 rounds away from knocking Rebellion out of it for such a long time. And Benja tries to take matters into his own
Alright, chat. Getting sold.
Caught.
Oh, let's go, Shopify.
Oh,
it's all down to this. Rafal, thank you very much for the sub.
Small things, right? No C4 Benja. They shut down the spawn peek attempt. They are certainly locked in, expecting the unexpected. Claymores were safe, keeping here for the jump outs, enabling the piano repels rather. Shopify Rebellion, mind you, they've won the last many rounds of these out of nowhere attacks, playing aggressive, risking it all. The one thing they maybe should not do is start playing that slow roll once again, because that's when SSG they feel a lot
your
more
predictions.
It's about maintaining that
Some
pressure.
your predictions will be
Keep
just
them
fine.
worried, keep them occupied. Cadella's rolling out. 3 guys in piano.
It's a quick rip. And Spoit wants to get aggressive as the mirror window is destroyed. The nade is going to surely secure this kill on J90.
How's he alive?
How is he not taking his damage?
Oh, he's not going to expect that.
J90 stays in the corner, finds a kill, and looks to teeter and tease us for a potential overtime.
I thought that was on him. I thought maybe he takes like half his health with damage, but no, not at any point of it. Rexon finds one though. Remember, it's not over until it is. Canadian 2 Candelas, but shotgun primary, limited gunfight capabilities.
I think
Got
Jinx is
Ambi on the
getting
round,
subbed in.
3 boogie drones, plenty
I
of
mean,
work to
Jinx
go
is.
around.
I know you're probably trolling, but Jinx is a great player.
After
He's just
overtime
not,
in the
you
kill
know, pro level
department,
player.
because Canadian without those Candelas can find much with that
Just not a
shotgun.
pro level. That's all.
This has been Ambi's Cafe. 14 kills. Hungry for more. But Rebellion need to do it. 3 versus 4. Wow, Ambi just taking a hell of a lot of damage. Was a boogie drone. Time is putting pressure here on Rebellion. SSG decide that it's time to lie back and wait. Action has a C4. He's still upstairs though. He's not going down below. It's Benja instead, who's gone for the vertical. Canadian drops into the bomb site, needs to take some fights. A player in the middle of the smoke. Oh no. Action spotted for a brief moment.
Ambi is backpacking. He has a 14 frag. Quite insane, frankly. We'll say. Quite insane.
On the call outs from Ashen.
A little bit.
Confirms the kill, but needs to find the second as well as Ambi is low HP. New is dueling and finally confirms it. SSG are about to push overtime unless Ambi does it all himself.
Oh, we have a match.
Will not let that happen. Another
We're
3
OT.
rounds
Full
will
OT.
be needed to settle which
Full
of these North
OT,
American
baby.
behemoths survive.
My heart can't take it, James. My heart cannot take more Shopify Rebellion attacking rounds because they are so intense from that first Candela till the last second in the goddamn round. And the thing is, spoiler alert, SR will stay on the attacking side into OT. They
Wait,
have
KD
to
check.
find, ideally, one more attacking win.
5 and 9.
Oh, it's been an
Not doing
attacker's
too
game,
hot.
hasn't it? 4-2 splits for
But
both
Ambi's
teams. Not
carrying. He has
easily.
15.
No, not at all.
Yeah, 15.
And Ambi's doing everything he can.
Standing in the smoke might have just been the round-winning play for SSG.
Not too shabby. Little 15 bomb.
Just stand in the middle of that smoke.
Little
Not make a
15
sound,
bomb.
And just find 1 kill on his exit.
You have 3 attackers alive. Everything is possible. The plant, the cover, the post, whatever. But with 2 people, nope. It is not the same thing at all. It sounds like only 1 person of a difference, but it makes everything. 1 person planting means only 1 person covering. With 3 people, it's 2 people covering, 1 person planting. It changes every single
This is
decision,
it.
every
First
action
to
you have to
8.
watch. That's why they
First to 8, AB.
So the 1v2, and you have no other choice but to stick it and hope for the best. Now, Benjamin's... Dude. So last round, he opened the hand for the shotgun. Now he
We're in ranked, chat. We're in ranked right now.
He's not going to commit to it, but...
Throwing C4s up the hatch.
Get a new one.
It's like how Ambi on every single round was peeking out fireplace window.
Honestly, they called it. Oh yeah. So if he had prepped the window,
Yeah, deep
he
in the
jumped
lane.
out on the Claymore sound and get a freebie, but it wasn't prepped.
He also had the pulse of Jano, giving him information to when Rexon walked past. I gotta say, Rexon has been so good today.
Oh yes.
Such a rock, a reliable old faithful for Rebellion.
I think today has been the day where every single individual player of Shop of Rebellion has had their moment to shine. Spart was a demon earlier. Canadian calling incredible shot. Every single person has committed something phenomenal.
Yeah.
For SSD, it's the whole team. It really has been the whole full 5-man.
Aggression from Ashen and Benja. Clutches from Jane, I know. New is so consistent, so aggressive, and fault.
But less clutch plays, right? SR has had a lot of individual clutch moments, a big 3Ks, 4Ks. SSD, it feels like everyone is like super evenly committing. Whereas SR has 1 person for this round, 1 person for that round.
Oh, Benja, Nitro Cell, goodbye to Spoit for the rest of this round, and the flanks will not be locked up by those track stingers. Ambi gets aggressive, worried about a C4, he stands on top of the bar. Rexon needs to get aggressive and open up this avenue to cut out the cocktail players.
That happens, dude.
I think Surf just had a Nitro Cell.
I don't know.
But he shot out of
M80
the
just
air.
didn't look good this tournament. I'm gonna be real, like, you know, I love those guys, but yeah, they didn't look hot. That was not the M80 we saw in Munich for sure. There was I don't know. Also, too, I think going into Munich, people kind of didn't expect as much. Whereas when you're like the reigning champions, people like literally break everything you do down, and they don't underestimate you at all, right? Because they're like, wow, they're the major winning champions, right? Like we gotta be like 100% on this.
They're still haven't cleared the actual bomb sites themselves.
Oh, they
Players
have
on
no
both of
idea.
them, they don't know where SSG have hidden back behind, and it's literally just on the bomb site.
No smokes there, Ying, no shield, nothing.
Dropping here feels like a death wish for Surf, but if he does it with Util, perhaps it's possible. Rexon's now dropped below. If he finds his critical kill, it could be everything. Coming up the white stairs.
Just upset you don't get any more Fabian memes. That's true. No more memes of beatings.
Is on the line. And now Surf
Ambi
has to get
is
aggressive. He has
nuts.
to push
He
deep
is.
into sight when his teammates are
Crazy.
falling around him. He is the last man standing.
Wow.
And a spray headshot will not be enough. SSG, for the first time, have a match point of their own.
What would it be
Falls
without an
apart before it
Ashen
begins.
Scream?
Shopify,
What would it even
they
be?
will call their tactical timeout off that round loss. They gotta lock it and get this defensive round upcoming.
If they don't find it right here, it is all over. Shopify Rebellion have one last chance to lock in.
Okay.
Beatings will
I just wanna
continue
give
until
us a second
gameplay
to
improves.
reset. I
Brutally.
just want to ask you guys, what do you feel most confident in sight-wise? Because I think Bakery has been going well, but last time when they saw the clash rotate off, they immediately hit, and they're
I was
going to use the
trapped off
no meta.
anyways. I think that's rough.
Yeah.
I don't think the bar is bad, to be honest.
I like our
We could have
bars.
denied it last time. Yeah. I think we could do the we could do the bar aggro too. Like I could mute again. We could play in there with Thorn. We have the castle too.
Bodega would
I
be
think it's
swinging
bar-
on him.
yeah, I think
Probably,
bar aggro
to
is
be
fine. We can
honest.
fight early.
Yeah, we banned Ying. We can just
Probably.
spam Thorns if they smoke.
Yeah.
I think we do that.
Put
I
the
view
Thorn
this
on,
still,
bring Thorn and put it on the red hat.
Can we still run?
I will.
Do we want to run a Rooney in castle or Jaeger in castle?
I think fuck the
Rooney
Jaeger,
for the
fuck
gun.
the Jaeger. Yeah,
Okay,
fuck
so
the Jaeger.
we'll run the. Can you do the castle one day? Are we doing?
Oh, I was gonna do the Thorn and see ya.
Oh, it's all about just winning this next round.
Yeah, what happens on the attack? Let's rely on Troy Canadian to just call the shots as he
Show you
sees
my
it.
hair loss. There's
But I
nothing
mean,
to show,
honestly,
bro.
you don't
Bald
wanna
is
go too far
bald
ahead
is
of yourself.
beautiful.
The only thing that matters if you're down a round is to catch back up to 7-7.
The way that Super said, what do you
Bald
do
is beautiful. Okay.
Because he suggested Kitchen, and immediately the team was like, I actually like our bar.
Felt bad, and that's the big thing, right?
Bye bye
When you're a player in the
predictions.
server, you're experiencing it differently than when you're even the coach with the player
see.
comms listening to the match and seeing
It
it for
ain't
yourself.
over.
That's something where you gotta get your players
Till
to-
it's
I think
over.
It's very important that the players, they will lead that
It ain't
call
over
saying,
till it's
"We
over,
believe in
chat."
this strat where we feel the best and we know what to do to get it done. Full trust from Super. Remind you, if you lose this round, whatever decision you took, there's no right or wrong. The result is the result, but it will be the end of your tournament if you're SR. Well, either team, if they lose this game.
And for Rebellion, they have the pressure on them. They're the ones staring down defeat. SSG finally have a chance to lock it in, to finish it off. It's been a
Over
long
till it's over.
journey today. And let's not forget, SSG played 2 games in the upper bracket yesterday. 2 tough games.
Some long days. Now they said they're gonna play aggro early with the castle, Thorn by Red, and New Hatch. If they smoke, we can spam the Thorns as a counter response.
Of course, they're worried about the way SSG rushed it without smokes in the glass last time.
What about the Monty? It wasn't really addressed fully, right? Like, if Monty drops the Hatch, burns the Thorns, and dances with Surf and Cigar with a Thorn shotgun, I'm not sure how that's gonna end for Shopify Rebellion. If, like, Surf, mind you, is on an island, solo in Cigar, he has utility. Mute Jammer, Castle Barricade, a Rooney Gate, Thorn Traps, but he's a sole
Come
person.
on, Shopify.
Now, how
Come
does
on.
he replaces it with the Thorn Trap.
Once his castle barricade's gone, he's dead meat as well.
Now,
And a good drone from Fultz on Ambi down below.
If they have a person on the scanner, they can cut off the rotation, leaving Surf completely stuck. Right now, they're not watching it. He could fall back. But again, they don't necessarily know this. So he feels like he has to stick around at least for as long as has a barricade. But a pixel onto Spoit. On
W7M is one. I mean, W7M should win that match, honestly. If they don't, that would be crazy, to be
Surf
honest.
feels so much pressure and is finished off before
That
he
would
can
be
escape.
crazy.
Ashen's found him all the way from the new balcony rappel, so far away. And now Rebellion, they feel further than ever from pushing this the distance to a 15th.
The difficulty of playing Cigar, you get 5v1, everyone looking at taking you down first and then figure out what the next step's gonna be. And the thing is,
That would be
Fultz on this
crazy.
Monty, right? He cannot be taken away. There is no C4. He's in a safe spot deep in piano, calling the shots saying, guys, watch these angles, go over here, get ready. Once they push the hallways, once they push upstairs, they can threaten either a plant or just threaten the man advantage and go for kills.
Fultz is getting aggressive down white. J90 has made his way forward as well. They need to target these players on cocktail.
He went down the front of the hatch, bro. Oh, it's over, bro. It's over. Wow. SSG are inevitable, but like NA farmers. They truly are inevitable when it comes to farming North America. Like, I swear. No, they're good. I can't hate. SSG's great, but damn, man. For viewership purposes, it would have been nice to have Shopify in there and my boy Troy, Jarlowski. But what are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do? Troy's going home. That means I don't get to hang out with Troy at this event. No Troy KG hang out unless he's there longer or something, maybe. Alright, chat. One sec.
Wait. Look, we got to have a chat. I know these guys know Nurs really well, but we got to talk about this because tense game. I saw the shakes, saw Fultz even jumping around in his seat. What's going on?
Close game. Should have let him come back that far. Yeah, it was a nail biter for sure.
What happened to map 3 then? That was way too close.
They honestly had some good attacks. They banned the ward in third, brought the Ying out. They were kind of pressuring all over.
How were they pressuring?
Opening windows, faking smokes, faking Yings. It was a lot going on, for sure.
Fair enough. Well, you're watching it in front of you here, OXG and W7M Flux. So is there any one of these two teams you'd like to play against? I mean, OXG obviously from NA.
Probably W7M.
Why not? That'll be fun. Fox, any last words?
You know, keep it real.
Thanks. Type stuff. Thank you very much.
Type stuff indeed, of course. With that, SSG, they take the win, and more importantly, they continue their legacy against Shopify Rebellion, who seem to struggle on all occasions. Hello, gents.
Hello.
Not you.
Well, to them too.
And of course, I'm welcoming them in. But gents, thank you very much for joining me. I appreciate it, finally.
It was a blast from the past to be on that side of the interview.
You reckon?
You know, yeah, missed it a little bit.
Yes, I didn't really think that was a real interview happening, so I was just kind of standing there just staring at him, so it's kind of funny that was the actual interview.
Oh, you didn't realize that was it?
I thought it was a joke.
Okay, yeah,
But
no,
it
definitely
wasn't
not a joke. But you definitely hit it with some type.
I
stuff,
sure did, and
you know.
so did SSG, because this strat was very tight. I mean, Fultz playing inside of the corner behind the Clash. Realistically, he's supposed to have coverage from Ashen here, but Ashen was playing a little bit, but thankfully the 1v2 clutch for him, and look all the way in the back.
I was gonna say.
Benja down, giving him the information, so yes, amazing strat, the Clash being able to stall so much time, and then we take it all the way into the last round.
We were all in the grip, like, oh, he got away, and then immediately into it.
Made blows it up. And I mean, that's just SSG. When it got to overtime, that's where the confidence becomes overpowering, and that's what we saw. You know, SR did have it for a little bit on map 2, starting into map 3, but we saw slowly but surely SSG, tick by tick, round by round, all the way into overtime. They look dominating.
Yeah, I mean, I really do want to commend SR, though. I mean, to be able to fight back the way that they did. Map 1 clearly was a decisive win for SSG. We weren't sure what map 2 was going to look like, but sure enough, they did find their footing. They found the rhythm. They found their tempo, carried it all the way into map 3. I mean, this is the series you want. Reality is there's nothing that's going to remedy this loss for the side of SR. You do not want to exit out of here this early on, not be able to make that main stage. But for the side of Space Station, what a performance, what a game through and through. Every fight, every engagement was a beautiful class to see.
And Nurs is the MVP, but still, Benja mastered 9 opening kills. That's insane.
I've talked about his disruptive play and what he does for this SSG roster. I think now with the time that he's been able to and just finding his own footing, we talked Fultz throughout the NAL stage. They just kind of let him now just thrive inside that environment, using that buck, using the utility operators around and forcing players out of position. So it's not too surprising to see Benja be able to have a pop-off performance from Munich to now.
Before we keep going, how about we go ahead and have a look at what was happening on Stream B.
Following a matchup between D plus Kia and Weibo, we were waiting to see who would be the APAC hope continuing on here at SI26, and that was Weibo with a 2-0 win. D plus Kia had some great moments on both maps, a couple of flashes of electric play to get themselves back into it, but ultimately Weibo were just far too strong in almost every department. They take the win and continue on in the lower bracket, keeping the APAC dreams alive.
Keeping my dreams alive as well. Weibo, obviously, they're on a bit of a steamroll here, but I think what's important is probably the context of who they were versing. Back in groups and now into playoffs, it does feel like they've had a bit of an easier run, if you would say so, Lax.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, still, to see SSG making it through, WBG making it through, I mean, that's very important to be able to have an APAC representation on the main stage. That's going to be very fun to see. But the games that we have left here, G2 versus Secret, Oxygen versus Fluxo, which I think that is still going. That is still going. Oxygen, I did see last. They were up, but I am curious to see how that is going to pan out. Still, very important matches ahead.
Yeah. so far, every single team has really been putting up a fight. I mean, the games have been going to distance. We haven't really been upset by any of the matches that we've seen so far.
They've all delivered.
And that being said, I mean, we still got to finish OXG Fluxo, and then we have a great game coming up. So I'm excited to see how the final game of the day goes.
Yeah, and speaking of that, G2 and Secret, obviously, it's a close game, no doubt, but that will be on the other side of a break. Before we get there, though, SI, it's special, not just for players, not just for teams, not just for us here on the desk. It's special for everyone. And of course, it wouldn't be a damn SI without celebrating our incredible community.
I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I can't get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going.
Music plays such a big part of the SI, and I tell you what, that is by no means the exception. That is phenomenal. I cannot wait to hear that when we get to main stage either. Gents, welcome. I feel like I've worked with you maybe once or twice.
Do you know what? You keep doing the EML games with us, Rob. We're going to start bringing you in.
It is actually kind of crazy.
We're stuck into a time loop. It's exactly like yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday, obviously, maybe a disappointing match, all things considered. We had such high hopes for what could have been an El Clasico of EML, but didn't really turn out that way, did it?
No, it was high intensity. I will say that. That was high intensity. There were multi-kills all the time. And it was, the top of Europe. And that's the problem. We keep eliminating European teams. And SI is in Paris, and I'm mad about it.
Are you?
I'm really mad about it. I don't know. How do these teams keep finding each other? I feel like we could be doing this job, this production in 20 years' time, decrepit old men, and then we'd still see these two teams going head-to-head. They'd find a way to play each other in an international event. And of course, Secret, they played Falcons as well yesterday. So
you just can't avoid it at this point. You mentioned head-to-head. How about we actually give the viewers at home some context as to what to expect heading into this matchup?
Looking at this, you're looking at the history between G2 and Secret, and obviously we highlighted a few things. The most important one is, in the whole season of 2025, the only moment where it really mattered, where Secret beat G2, was EWC Finals. Ever since then, even since that summer in Riyadh, G2 have been dominating. They sent them in the lower bracket, in the Munich Major. They also eliminated them from the AML Finals. We're looking right now at the G2 momentum. They're the better team right now in that rivalry that exists between the two on who's going to take the throne of Falcons in Europe.
Yeah, we firmly establish a top three inside of Europe, inside of our region, in terms of Falcons, G2 and Secret. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But I think when it comes to the direct head-to-heads, we're seeing Secret still, getting to terms, getting on the level of G2 and Falcon, and you can see that with that head-to-head.
Yeah, coming to terms, I guess, G2, for those of you that didn't watch the group stages, by like 1 or 2 rounds, only scraped through to playoffs. And now we're talking about them potentially just being the better team in this head-to-head. But realistically, on the back of what we've seen at this tournament, Jack, do you think that's the case?
I would say so. I think G2 was night and day different in the games that didn't matter in group, but were more for placements. And then as soon as they were up against the wall, facing elimination, it's like a light bulb moment. It just switched for G2. They were lights out away against FaZe Clan. They were the same today against M80. They bullied M80 today, our current major champions. And therefore, it's just like G2, once they get into the lower bracket and that pressure just ramps up, something just switches on in them.
There's a specific story with G2 in that lower bracket. I'm thinking all the way back 3 years ago at SI 2023 in that legendary lower bracket run. There's something special when their back is against the wall. Everyone comes alive. Most importantly, that energy that you're getting there, we are seeing it in the games. Against the world champions of FaZe, against the major champions of M80. Today, the fire was going up, and they're still carrying that momentum going into this game.
Well, Doki was on fire, and after the game, he actually gave us a quick little interview, a nice little snippet into what to expect. And Jack, this is what he said.
Yeah, we've knocked out the reigning major champions. We've beaten the world champions. Every team should be scared of us, and I think Secret know that. That was the words that came out of Doki's mouth. That was war.
Honestly, I love that picture. I think it just represents who he is as a player and as a teammate. It's not only for Doki about what he brings in the game, it's about the energy he has. And if you look at that roster and that unit, I'm still seeing that. I'm still seeing the confidence that was built upon the last 2 games. Who cares about what happened in group stage? What matters is they took down 2 of the biggest titans of CG Sports to get here.
Yeah, and what is even better than talking to him after his previous match is talking to him before this one.
Hey everybody, we are here with Doki from G2. You guys have just done the map ban ahead of your game with Secret. This is fast becoming one of the biggest rivalries in Europe. Initial thoughts coming into this one?
Well, initial thoughts are they're terrible, so I don't agree with the rivalry thing. We just destroy them apart from once in EWC. So excuse you, Oliver. But yeah, no, looking forward to it. Vito's good, Clubhouse, Bank, Clubhouse, Consulate, Bank, pretty good maps for us. Comfortable on all 3 of them, so are they, so that's going to be fun. Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath again, so European bloodbath, going to be fun.
Excellent. Couple of quick fire questions now. Is it too early to believe, obviously G2 lower bracket run, SI 23, you guys have been here before. Is it too early to start believing?
I mean, I don't really believe in this like fairy tale Cinderella story. You just play until you need to stop playing. That's the truth. We've already beat some tough opponents. There's more tough opponents in our way. Just got to keep playing until we need to stop playing. So yeah, anything can happen.
And last question, would you rather go up against Savage on the Shields or Primetime Doom?
Whatever.
Whatever comes your way.
I'm sure we're going to get both. So that's secret for you.
Doki, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck today.
Cheers.
They would make a phenomenal cartoon together. The Pebble and the Boulder, I think there's something there. But ultimately, Jack, some interesting things being said out of Doki, which we're not surprised by.
I think G2 have just hit a train of momentum, and I think G2 are usually their biggest problem to themselves. It's not usually their opponent, and when G2 are playing well, and they know that they're playing well, they just elevate each other. Doki, he's feeling it. Alamau seems to be doing so much better in those late round situations, calling them out, and Loira's just an absolute demon. He's on demon time, as Demo keeps calling it. G2 are a really scary proposition right now because of that momentum.
What Doki was saying in there is, it's not even a contest. Who are they versing? It's Team Secret, a roster that at the moment is in a very interesting position, Leo, because I feel as though this is a moment to make or break even the start of your year. You have another 12 months ahead of you. This would be the best moment they could have.
Absolutely. I think it's the end result of a crazy season for these guys. Finally, a roster that made the right changes. They brought in Mugli and Noah all the way at the beginning of the season. They achieved the best that they could. They won an international title at EWC, but what they want is confirmation. They want confirmation that they're not a dark horse anymore. They want to be considered a favorite, and they were not named as a favorite when they come into this event. And the thing is, they did everything perfectly. The group stage went well. They were first. They showed everything they wanted to show. The problem was, when they reached playoff, they faced a crazy Falcons. And if we look back at what happened there, Falcons, they brought in the momentum. They brought in the fraggers. They brought in the Shaiko, who was yelling and trash-talking. They were bringing the shields with Bride on that Montier with the Blitz. They were trying to be disruptive, and they were bringing the pace to Secret. Secret wanted a bloodbath. Yes, they wanted a TDM. But Falcons, they won at that game. And that's my worry, Jack. What is the one thing that Secret does best? The shields, the frag heavy, the power, the frag heavy, I guess, playstyle, right? That we know and love from Secret. It's exactly how Falcons took down Secret yesterday.
Secret seems to be really good against the international opponents because they can drag all these teams into a bloodbath match, you know? When teams are trying to play default, maybe a little bit more structured, and they're getting run down by a blitz, they're getting all these fraggers in their faces, it's really hard for them to face. But the problem is when they face Falcons, when they face G2, it's a very similar style who know that style inside out. These teams know each other so well, so it becomes slightly less effective.
One thing though, they can take a page of the book of Fabian. What was the last tag time out he said to M80? He said, bring traps. Bring traps to slow down the shield and the walking around. That's one thing that they can try to do against Alemao and G2.
Doki talked about the map vetoes as we were interviewing him earlier, so how about we lay it out for you? We just spread out what should be an unbelievable entree into a main.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Team Secret. They're going to pick into Clubhouse. Now, Clubhouse longest time, G2's Spam Band Secret absolutely love the map. It's their home comfort. They will play there up against anybody. So not surprised to see that picked into, even if G2 do keep allowing it into the vetoes.
And that's fine. They're going to go on Consulate, the one map where they beat FaZe, the world champion, where they beat MAT, the Munich major champions. It's a comfortable one for them.
And then if you was to have a game of rock, paper, scissors, that's probably the best way to determine who is the best bank team inside of Europe.
Oh my God.
So we're going to see bank from these two teams. G2 will face up anybody on it. They beat Falcons' unbeaten streak. And Secret, they've got an unbeaten streak to protect themselves.
More than 10 wins in a row for Team Secret on bank. Maybe it stops today.
It's scary. It's such a scary prospect. Because if we do get the third, everything that you've just laid up will be absolutely perfect. It will be an absolute main course. Well, I'm kind of hungry. How about we bring in our main course? Let's welcome for the first time at SI Paris 2026. We've got our TriCast, but more importantly, we got Oscar from Heretics. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing phenomenal. How are you feeling after what was an unfortunate bow out from the tournament earlier today?
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but just happy to be here, really. Tier 2 team. What can you expect?
Yeah, you've done phenomenally well, and I'm sure you're going to kill it here. So I'll leave you in the capable and very, very lovely hands of Emmy and Demo.
Thank you.
Well, both of us Demo. This time you actually got a compliment as well, Oscar. It's
have to look around them to get to you now.
We'll
it's a little bit different.
It's fine.
I'm not that big to look around.
That's right. Go either side. It's amazing to have you. Obviously, you can give an insight that no one else has been able to on this desk, which is how do you play at the event, right? How do you sort of get your head in? And obviously, an EU versus an EU showdown, you've got a couple of ideas of how this one might cook.
Yeah, it's a banger game, actually. The two titans of EU, I think. Obviously, Falcons is in the upper bracket already, and we got the next best two.
Well, let's wait no more time and start on Club. And this could be, maybe, even with all the other amazing series that we've had so far today, one of the best if we get everything statistical. Demo.
I mean, this is right up our street, isn't it?
Oh,
G2 Secret. We've seen it. I mean, we've seen it all before, but it never disappoints.
There's some elements towards this when you get inter-region games. You obviously get them at this point in the tournament, and there's sometimes arguments of, I hate it. Why are they doing? Why is my region the one that's not being able to be on either side of the finals? But it means we are sending the best of the best all the way to the end, right? You're going to hopefully, theoretically, get those sort of top teams. Sorry, Heretics. I'm sorry about that. But hey,
fourth best EU.
Fourth best EU. Take it. To be fair, actually, this is the complimentary moment of the amazing run that the team has had, and now you get to see our job, which. Probably less stressful, I think. Is that fair?
Probably more stressful to be honest.
Really?
Ooh. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm confident in my own game, but...
To be fair, we'd say the same if we had to play.
Yeah.
So that's very true, actually. I think I would be the worst rated player that has ever touched the game if I had to play at SI. I think I'm also going to give some quick perspective on the pair of you two, because you two have known each other for quite a while, I think. And
sadly.
So I might just prop up play-by-play and let you two go at each other and argue about the game itself.
Yeah. Well, me and Oscar, we've had a good old chat about the maps, and we look at Clubhouse. Now, Oscar, we know that G2, they've kind of been prepping this for a while, because it was kind of like their permaban for a good old period.
Yeah.
I mean, up against Secret, though, I think are, again, a very competent Clubhouse team.
Yeah, I think it should be, as long as Secret play that game, I think it should be quite swift.
Well, I'm going to sort of poke at you first here about these bans. Obviously, you've got the Rid of the Capital, the Blackbeard, and then the double electrics. From your perspective, do you feel that this is sort of the top end of what you would do against these teams?
Yeah, against Secret, they're very good with the Uto and the shields, so they obviously don't want to play against the shield and good with Uto.
Oh! Well, Mowgli opens up. Actually, elsewhere, Laurie was just trying to farm some clips, but in the meantime, he's already been put to bed. That is no smoke. The first loss, and the shields are already off to the races. Laura's able to find Adrian. They're going to charge their way up towards the top of red, and the player is just going to try and get out of there before suddenly they're entirely surrounded. The impact will get some impact and stomping, having the cover over the shoulder, and it's turned into a little bit of a bloodbath here at the top of the stairs. Does have the utility that you mentioned. They're very good at using it, but now they've got to try and break their way against it. Held at bay. Remembering the site is down in the basement, this top floor is just a back and forth brawl. Mowgli dives in, stomping, pushes right back against them, and at this point, a 3 versus 2, but they're vacating, they're getting out of there. They've remembered where the site is, and they've got the cover to bring it back.
I was going to mention, this is the basement. You know, we're not dealing with that top floor. It's that massive extension, that roam game from G2, and it's worked out really well for them. I mean, being able to pick off, you know, Savage, who all he'd said to Doki, you want to face against Savage on the shields or prime time Doom, they've dealt with both of them immediately.
I guess it's sort of the moment with a minute 10, the 3 versus 2, and you're looking at what the attackers still have in their pockets. A couple of frag grenades, a couple of hard breaches, but without the Hibana, they're hoping that what has already been opened is what's going to remain open, because, well, they've got the choice. Get themselves Stog Hatch, get themselves potentially Bar Hatch if it's not been done as well, and then from then, what?
Well, I mean, the clash is still yet to be revealed, I think, for G2. Blaz on that operator, it's now been spotted out. And you can't really drop Kitchen Hatch. You cannot go for that kind of route into the bombs, that you're going to have to look for another alternative, because that shield is just going to nullify it, and they may try and double up and maybe go for the Moto take, just judging on where they're positioned.
Now at this point, Clash has the back line, and I guess the question starts to be, where can you dive your way through? And as the keepers get replaced, and they've got themselves a bit of a split push, it's a question I'll come back to you in a second on Oscar before this comes together. Do you double up, or do you just try and find the isolation? There's the first cross, there's the first end, and that is the first round.
I think that round is a perfect example of the new Clubhouse meta. You want to work the top floor, you want to hard hold either gym side or the cash side, and they held the cash side perfectly. Got the man advantage, and then they're falling back on the Clash and their army, and what can I do?
I mean, Clash has been a big issue. I don't know, how have you guys kind of dealt with that operator, because I think the pick rate from her, there's not a massive amount of counters outside like Nomad. I mean, nobody's really going to bring in Kali, but I mean, how is Clash at the moment?
The only team I've seen really bring the Kali is VP and LCQ actually. But yeah, you have to bring a Nomad or maybe even a Cappy, but obviously they ban the Cappy, so you can only bring the Nomads and you're attacking basement and you've got Nomads, so that's even, you can't really afford to bring that.
You're stuck in. You're locked in. And I guess it's always the conversation that we've often had is there's just so much to ban nowadays.
Yeah. We've had this discussion. It's a lot of good attackers. I mean, do you then go for the Grim ban? I mean, that operator as well is really good on the map like Clubhouse. You think about the different areas even on that basement. Maybe, yes, we didn't really get to see it, but still, we know how strong that operator is. Basement locked out. Not going to go for the gym and bedroom. G2 opting then for the bomb site, which I'm not a massive fan of. I think just with that exterior breach, you get that opened up, and there ain't a whole lot you can do unless you play this really deep util game, which you've brought in the Wama, you've got the Izami. But Savage on that shield, Oscar, and we know what he's like on that operator.
Impossible to play against. He's probably one of the best.
I mean, I dare say, argue, maybe the best at the event.
I'm just play-by-play. You two are the ones that can put out the controversial statements people can complain about later. I'm protecting myself. I don't know anything. But what I do know is probably going to start with an approach on towards the garage. When you got that Monty, you get yourself in up and you're looking towards the pressure of, well, there, CC breach. But that's not really the biggest problem, especially with the double hard electrics even banned out. And then from this point here, want to try and drive themselves up against the Izami, against Doki, but he's happy to play in this position. And obviously with those, he's probably going to have himself a little bit more safety. You can hear the air jabs being set up, all three of them in very quick succession around the bottom here, Demo.
Yeah, it looks to be flank protection perhaps here from Jum, because he's going to be lurking inside the lounge. It stops anybody kind of swinging onto the players inside the garage as the approach is now beginning. Savage trying to gain a bit of information, but just waiting until in goes the Grims. Here we go now, in comes the nades of the Wamai discs in good positions.
No, but it doesn't quite get him. The second one will probably get the end of him. No, somehow survives. Doki gets Mowgli as well. There goes the Grim. The Monty's a little bit cornered, but you don't want to try and hit the high rope because otherwise we'll probably going to get caught from elsewhere. More flashes, more burn, but there needs to be something else to support this at this point, and they're kind of just stuck looking for the cross angle on CC. It feels like they're missing something, but hey, sometimes when you're hoping and praying, those get answered.
Loira, I don't think he needed to stand up, but Doki, what a great pick, just swings onto the players in garage. Savage doesn't know what to do. Does he unshield? Does he play for the kill? He thinks, oh, I'm just going to keep feeding that information, but somebody needs to kill this guy. Doki just been allowed to stay up here for far too long.
Well, he unshielded for a second, and that bought another bit of space, but Adrian almost suffered the same fate in his teammates, and now 50 seconds. Would you say this is a little bit too slow, Oscar?
Yeah, especially with the smoke and the C4, this is going to be really hard. They might have to play for kills.
Another thing I've noticed, nothing to open up in towards rafters, so they have to go through the window. And we know there's going to be a C4 waiting for that.
See, they've got all of the read on this on the BP, so as soon as they try and make this growth, it's going to happen. They're throwing out the bros, just to sort of say the statement of, we're watching you. There's the impact DMP on towards that bulletproof. They know they have to try and bait out this utility, but 20 seconds. The defenders have 7 seconds to wait anyway. Here's the first play. There's more of a reveal. They're not quite able to get themselves anywhere secret. They could try and tuck in close on towards the half wall, but instead they've just got to drive because of the bulletproof. They're pushing themselves further and further. They just took the territory, refused to play the game in the bulletproof, and Alamau, can he get the stop? He's swinging his way around, he can't quite find the player, he's a second too late, Adrian!
Oh my god.
Just clutches in. I've hit an oh my god, but I gotta know what happened there.
G2 knew they had to play for kills though, and they gave the picks.
It was the correct call. I mean, we've seen the setup, they couldn't get themselves into the kind of traditional plant, reopen up in towards rafters. I mean, that rafter hold would cause Secret a lot of issues, but still able to make it happen. You know, for Loira, just could he have just proned? Did he need to maybe help Doki? It didn't look as though he was under any immediate danger. But it's that shield again from Savage. I mean, that's the danger man that we've highlighted plenty of times. I also think Jum, coming in on the backstab in from bedroom, was able to get the down, I think, onto the tub. That was also very important, and that's what Secret have. You've got Savage on those shields. You've got Jum who can make those plays.
If we want to trade it round, we have them. At this point, we find our way round on towards Jim. You know, there's actually been a playoff bar, and I've missed it. I'm kind of upset about that, this tournament. There's only one site as the start of this day that hasn't been played. Guess what it is?
I have no idea.
No idea? None at all? Can you?
Not, well, I mean, surely, has Haman been played in Fortress?
Yeah, I think Wildcard played it.
I can see that actually two analysts in the corner. What do you think it was? Haman, Fortress.
Was I right?
Was it right? No, I believe it was a site on left.
By being hoodwinked?
I think so. But now I'm doubting myself because I was told this fun fact earlier today.
We've had a kitchen.
No, it's Lair. It's the army site.
Yeah.
Haman has been played.
Oscar said Wildcard.
Wildcard. To be fair, they've played a lot of weird sites. They just went on a rotation. Anyway, there's the fun story in the...
We got there in the end, yeah.
Listen, if the pro can't guess it as well, then I think I'm doing okay, but... I failed at guessing it.
I've been trying to play the game, not watch it.
Hey, what, you're telling me you're not tuned in for the cars? I'm a bit busy.
Trying my best, but I'm prepping.
That's fine, that's fine. At this point, moment of silence and the buck hunting underneath.
Yeah, I like this. This is good from Jim. I mean, Jim in the buck is a staple operator for him. He can get himself in below. Very capable entry player, we know, if he needs to be. Putting Loira under a lot of pressure, but Loira on the vigil. Going to be immune to the bees, but you can see right now, Austria have got onto it. They can see the scanner from below.
Well, you can see they're trying to just force the play out. The Clash has gone towards the top of red, and that's going to at least get rid of the shield. But can they catch the player? No, it does go down, but stopping in Loira. One apiece puts us into the 4 versus 3. Still trying to find a fight through the floorboards with the boss G, but unfortunately, it seems like there's nobody that wants to try and step up to the boss. Instead, it's another fight on red, and it's one that Doom can win, level things out. 3 apiece until Doki has a say, and look, instantly fall away. They've done the damage, done the decimation, and have done the sort of deed and slipped away, Oscar.
Yeah, this seems like G2's game plan here is play aggressive till the 3v3-ish, and then just fall back and test their execute.
Think that's something Secret can often suffer from?
Not fully, but maybe I think with all the heavy util, you might have to.
Wow, the heavy util starts to pop. We can hear the smoke and we can see the smoke. Doki hits the door hard and, well,
and over he
goes, but I mean, that's Doki.
It's good info. I mean, you know, Savage is just out in the windows now, so I think for the 1v2 to be played, just a trade game here for the 2 Brazilians on G2. Savage will pick up the kit and does get smoked off, and he just has to pick, does he go bedroom or does he go in towards Logi? And Logi is where he's gonna go. Shotgun close from Alamau. Good smoke, and there's the boss G. Loira nails him as he tries to make that divide. G2, the game plan's working.
Yeah, so we've heard that from all of you across the play days. I don't know how aware you are of that.
No, I don't swear.
To be fair, I will say you're not the biggest pop-off player. I remember we cast a big clutch of yours. Oh, we'll tell you this in a second. After the ban's through, I think we're getting a timeout. We can have a listen in towards the players, and then we'll pick this story up.
Play aggressive off that, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Guys, for this basement round, I don't have much to say, so we can just keep it up with the planning. That has been good. Going on to cash again, I like the idea from Savage over there. Let's try to play a little bit more of timing over there, because we will take them out of surprise, you know. Just go and explode it into the cash wall once we open it. But these 2 guys garage, so we make them stuck over there and we go for it. And then for this Jin over there, you remember what I spoke with you about Consulate, about the pressure from below as well. If you need to, just go and open some pixels, but you won't kill no one from below. I need you 2 on 2 positions to play, and I need all of you guys around us already, because they won't be standing still, just waiting for the bug to kill them, guys. So we need to play punitive mode, either to just go and roll over into that, or get ready for this aggression into this timing. It's only about that. You guys will win the round by this, you know?
Yeah.
So, I see both of you nodding and pulling a face. What are your thoughts on a timeout like that?
Yeah, I thought that was decent. I think you also have to talk about the ban. The Azami ban is good for the game plan that has been called here. Like, they want to play more aggressive, play together, and not let them, you know, just get the free picks. So, especially if they get the picks, they can't fall back.
I think I spoke to Twister, and he said, I kind of asked him, you know, what is the mentality with going for the timeouts, you know, this event? And he says, for the most part, kind of circuit breaker if he needs to get in there and just kind of chill them out. He thinks Savage is calling really great this event. But that seemed to be a lot more specific than what we've seen prior for Twister before this game. You know, he's kind of going more into the strats that needs to be called. Like he said, for example, on that cache, open up the main bridge and rush through it and leave the garage guys just by themselves. You know, that might be the game plan that Twister wants to see. Go more aggressive into G2, which again is always a risk because we know the players that G2 have and can very quickly lose to a 3K and a 4K because there's been some big multi-kills for G2 so far this tournament. But we head down to the basement, so it may be a while before we get back up to those top floor sites again.
You see G2 here bringing the Clash again. I think that's the 3rd time they played the Clash here this match.
Yeah, I mean, is it something that you usually expect from them as a team? Is it?
I think I haven't watched that many games, but they like to abuse the info, and it's, you know, it's a walk in info. So if they can play together off the info, it's good.
Well, it feels, I was about to say, it feels like a slightly slower start up top, but it's Stumpin in the meantime getting Noah around billiards.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a Mistro, no, for Noah just to walk straight in towards pool table and get killed. I mean, Stompin has went unchecked. There's been no trade there for Secret. So, yeah, bit of a hit because you think about the operator that they've got. It's the Habana who, as we know, is not only great for opening up those hatches, even towards the later stage, thinking about triple wall in towards Church. A lot of util being wasted, but still, you've got ways in. You still got the ace. You still got the hard breach gadgets from Ying. It's not all done, but it's all about these roamers. That's what Secret need to try and find.
You can see they're trying to pinch them out, and Mowgli's about to find a fight immediately. The Candela rolls out from the hatch. The pre-throw in C4 doesn't quite get the landing, but Stompin has the glasses and the gun to back it up. Looks for the second. He's just pre-firing the angle, but think of the time, think of the players, and think of the third, because he's going to try and find a fourth instead. Keep sending it, Stompin! Absolutely pockets all of them. The king of the game seems to be the statement here from Doki, but if he can make an ace, he might be Lord Emperor sooner rather than later. He's got a second to spare, but instead, they're just going to try and drive onto the site. You assume the pressure's going to come whether he goes up or down. Hello, Clash. Hello, Stompin!
That's king.
Oh, big old ace. Off the back of just himself. He was just by himself, kind of hovering towards bathroom, waiting to play a game of pool, and he finds 5. Obviously found Noah. I mean, the kill for me, it was Mowgli. Should have had him dead right, but he got flashed by his own teammate. The Candela came in through the hatch. And then Stompin, of course, he's the warden, puts the goggles on, wins that engagement. And this is where the individuals, as much as what we've talked about, the players in Secret, G2, and how stacked that they are. I'm still waiting for Loira. I'm waiting for the demon time still, don't forget. It's still upon us.
He's still on demon time. It's like waiting for a bus. But a very violent one here. There's the catch, and then obviously leaning in. They just pushed a little bit staccato, a little bit separated.
He's loving the prone.
Yeah, a lot of prone bigs, yeah.
I think it felt like quite a lot this whole tournament. There's been a lot of them. And then
just one guy. I mean, for Secret, obviously off the back of the timeout, not gonna feel great. But that is the basement locked out once again for G2. We will not see them back down there unless we get into that overtime. But the way it's going, I mean, G2 racking up a lot of rounds for themselves. We go back over towards the cache, and this is where we remember it was a very heavy util hold in towards Catwalk. We've seen a lot of Wamais and Azami's being used. Now, Oscar, with that Azami ban, you don't have that kind of credibility now to sit up there as safely as what you could before.
Yeah, but I want to see if they do the timeout plan that they were going to do.
What, the rush through the breach?
Yeah.
Well, they've only got one there right now, and maybe it shook their confidence. Seems like instead they've started to look over towards the stretch. They've obviously got this extension towards Logi, and I guess it's one of those things, but around like that, if you had the timeout, does it shake you? Does it make you worry about doing a fast-moving strat?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. I think they want to just slow it down, work the picks better.
Oh, they can't do any worse than suffering a flawless on an ace from the side of Stompin, so every way is up, and the first might be this, the pinch. Set up on towards construction, make sure as soon as somebody tries to leave via Logi, they can just get cut off at the pass, and now put the pressure elsewhere. But to be honest, Loira is not backing up into the problem. And Alamau and Stompin, they're sat inside the bedroom side as well. There's only really 2 players around the site, though Loira has rotated back in. There's a bit of work being done by a Twitch drone as well, removing some utility.
Need to try and find a pick for Secret, because that time is slowly ticking away, and there's still smokes that they need to try and find. I've noticed as well that Jim was able to get all 5 scans on the player, so potential destruction from below. We know that Deimos pistol can go pretty crazy. But now this is where they can rotate back over towards Rafters, and without that Azami, we know that Doki is going to be a little bit more of a rougher position if he wants to try and maneuver around that.
I mean,
he doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't care. Swings out wide, gets Savage, gets the Twitch gone. The grenades will roll through, and they do get the pick as the trade, a very important stat. But you can see the smokes stop and cover the breach itself. So if they wanted to go quick, well, they have no choice. At this point, Alamau has rotated his way back towards site, but Stompin is still on the far side, by the window, watching and waiting, just in case he gets a chance.
I think it's also to note that this time, Secret, they do have the hard breach, so they can go and open up in towards that Rafters wall. Jim has been able to find a pick. He was lurking inside a stock for a good old period, and like I said, open up the wall. They can now try and work this plan. Adrian has the diffuser in his hand. Oh, the top is going to stall him out ever so slightly. Lura going aggressive. Look at this rotate from Blans, though. Will they have any idea he's playing close to the breach? No, they don't. Blans picks up one. No, looks away at the wrong moment. Noah able to get the trade.
They're driving themselves in towards the site, get rid of the BP and get themselves planted unknown, but underneath, that's where the danger players are. The impact is impactless as they can't quite get the angle. Instead, swung up red, but only to meet their end, and now it's double down. Secret finally find the end of a round, but it was drifting further and further away. They didn't go with plan E, as you said, Oscar, but plan B, it made its way over the line.
Yeah, there was a bit of a dodgy garage clear, I'd say, but they got the kill in the end, so.
It's one of the things, I guess, with those sort of aggressive positions there, the impact of a player like Blaz in that position, how much do you need to be ready for that against a team like G2?
Yeah, well, you have to be just prime reactive, because the guy's going to give the call out, he's going to scream it, and you just have to play. Sometimes the plan doesn't work, so you have to just react.
I guess that's technically what we do as well, Demo.
Sometimes. I mean, if we're talking about Blaz earlier in Fortress, then yeah, we definitely do. I mean, I still have to mention it. That Blaz clutch earlier, that has to be the most unexpected clutch that's happened so far. Because that, like, where did that come from?
Well, you could say it in less polite words, but I'm a play-by-play. I don't get into heat.
I keep using that as a stigma.
Yes, I can. Listen, when we bring in a pro for a TriCast, I'm allowed to hide behind anything. That's what I was going to say before. We cast one of your big clutches, and you were so chill. Like, you were just... I would be screaming. Do you not get that energy?
That's just my personality, I think.
Yeah, other day in the office.
I'm one round at a time, you know?
One round.
If I win a clutch, or if we troll around, you know, I try. It's the same emotion, you know?
Do you think that's an important mentality everybody should have, or is that just a personal?
That's just personal, I think. As a team, you definitely need the hype and the emotions, but it's nice, I think, to have one consistent member, or maybe 2 consistent members that you can always rely on.
Unfortunately, not Noah. First body gone again, and yet again, it's the hard breach. They have just felt cursed throughout this game so far. Keep on being taken down, Demo.
Well, they are bringing in double hard breach, so it's not all is lost. No. Still ways around this, of course, but losing that opening pick on a map like Clubhouse, I know that Oscar, we've talked about it, man advantage is very, very important in this kind of map.
And it's not traded either. You can lose the entry pick, no trade. It gets harder and harder.
Well, that's 2 now.
Yeah, that's 2. That's a 5 versus 3. They've got themselves surrounded here, and G2 are posing up for a 4-2 defensive half. Now, there is still a chance at a catch, but Lawyer hasn't left yet. He said he can do demon time, and he's going to see if he can try and start to clock in for a shift. No, not quite yet. We are on Mowgli time still, and Mowgli almost gets time for a second before they fade away. The breach can continue. Secret, they're keeping up a pace here, making sure that they're still putting pressure down.
Yes, that clash again, though, that's the issue. It's this extension from G2. They want to fight, they want to waste as much time and util away from Secret, then hit them where it hurts in that late stage. I mean, Stompin posted up right now, using that shield to lock down that gym window.
Question is, they've sort of left the kit behind. Yeah, but then they just throw themselves in towards the site. Adrian's suddenly gone for the recollection demo.
Lovely play, though, using the Flores drone to move him away from that mattress into the open arms of Adrian. Yeah, gets that kill back that's needed, and now they're going to try and target that Clash via the Flores, but guess what? Clash has legs and can simply walk away.
I've heard a rumor that Clash had legs. I get to see it in action, and that's crazy. They're still sending the Flores in. They have to try and time this together. I'm wondering what other utility they want to pocket or just force this player out of the bathroom. Couldn't quite get the catch, but you can see a bit of a rotate. Mowgli's in behind the kit, but he's instantly smoked out away from it, and instead, almost finds a sliver of a fight, but he just keeps driving to Blaz. Blaz picks up one, the 3 versus 2, and now that Clash just becomes infinitely more powerful, but instead Adrian is going to try and send one way, Savage gets the other, and now another 2 versus 2, but with 10 seconds before it becomes the 1 versus 2, they're going to head down and hope for the best. They've hit the pipe, buy themselves some time on the door, so they can't quite cross that path and get the down. Savage has the perfect cover, and now Stompin puts us into another clutch or die situation, and he almost gets Savage on the way out the window, but the shield, so powerful, so movable, and look how far away that they're going. Savage, he's gone really, really distance on it.
Oh,
he can
no.
just sort of get caught.
No.
He can't make it in time. He's not going to be able to get the catch on it. You can see he's panicking, but at this point, Stompin is cool as ice.
Oh, Savage tried to play it safe.
He knew that was the Clash, and he still went away.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Savage. He thinks, yeah, I'm going to play it safe, go on the repel, but no, the shield being placed up. I mean, that is a big round for G2 to swing that in their favor, and well, the half 4-2, good showing for G2.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask you 2 questions. The first one is from a 4-2 on that sort of side. Obviously, we talked about this map. Demo said Secret were a bit surprised that G2 wanted to bring them here. Is this sort of what these teams would be expecting, especially with a timeout used?
You're looking for at least 4, I think. I mean, I would say it's expected, but my game earlier, we only got 2 defenses. So,
right. I didn't want to mention it.
But yeah, they'd be happy with 4-2, especially because it's not their pick.
Yeah. Great point that he's made. This is one thing that we've noticed as well about G2, and I know that Jack has mentioned it quite a lot. G2 are a team where they're happy to go and pick a map that they're not great at as the first map, because if they lose it, it wasn't our map anyway. But the closer that map gets, the more you're going to worry the opposition. So I think for G2, against the map pick, getting already a 4-2 half and the opportunity still to win the map, don't forget, and even make it close, get it to OT. Secret's thinking, if that was them on our map, what are they going to be like on their map?
So, the second question I was going to ask before we talk about the bans, and I have a bit of a working theory, but I'm curious what your first instinct is that when that sort of situation happens, as you sort of said, he forgot about the Clash, is that a miscom, or is that just a misunderstanding of how things are playing together, do you think?
10 seconds to insertion.
It could be a miscom, but I think that's just probably tunnel vision. He's obviously gone, oh, I can win. Like, he's had a Eureka moment. He's gone, oh, I can win from far away. And he's totally forgot what operators are making.
Yeah, I do that, but much lower stress situations, so I can entirely imagine. 4-2, and now we can highlight the bans. Obviously, the double hard electric removal is gone. You've not got that for the side of the defense, and potentially see a mirrored, but it depends on the extension. And then on the other side, Thermite limit that. But then also the Grim sort of feels like it's a ban affecting both sides here. Oscar, what are your sort of perspectives and takeaways on these operator removals?
The Cade.
Oh no!
Nice shot.
Okay, I'll come back to your point because I think I need to talk about this game right now. This demo's hit the floor. It's 3 players either side, and there is some still fire, and that is a way of clearing out rafters. You said, well, they didn't do it the cleanest last time. It's a bit messier here on the approach, but again, think about the site. Think about how this started at the beginning of the map demo.
Yeah, I mean, overall for that trade, it's pretty good for Secret. What a hit from Jim, by the way. I mean, that was brilliant. And yeah, I think for G2, you've still got the hard breach option, which I think is very, very important. It's different if you lose both the hard breachers and then you're sat with, you know, a few nades and a few flashbangs. But we know that this basement, it's all about opening the hatches, getting the walls opened up, creating as much pressure as possible. So overall, not a bad trade. But for G2, it's decision-making. What is going to be their option? Obviously, with Clubhouse, you want to try and have that 5v5 exit. You want to try and hit as many different avenues as you can. Whenever you've only got 3, you're kind of restricted. They've actually spotted the scope post upstairs. Noah should be fine because he can TP. There we go. No problem at all. So here we go. This is more like it. The 3v3, all players in sight. It's up to G2 for their attack.
They haven't destroyed the shell, though. They've sort of left it on towards the top as far as I could see before. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it could come back to haunt them, but it can always come back to haunt them. And it's actually Alamal's going to find his way around to it, and he's making sure that the Scopos has left. And
nice, Carl.
Changing max.
Could have shot it. No, I'll firm it.
Listen, we all make mistakes in the heat of pace. 40 seconds, though. Still with Denari laser traps, and still with Kiba's in pocket, and still with the threat. Do they have enough time?
They've got the Capital, that's important. They've got a bit of util to try and counter that clash.
At this point as well, there's no C4, just impacts to try and stop it. I'm not sure if they were hoping for a bait, but it's actually able to slip their way through behind the case and go for the plant itself. Watch. They've got the cross. They've made sure that nobody can get across this divide, but they almost let it slip. They do get the plant. They do get the planter, and now they've just got stomping. Once again, how many times will we be in this situation? But can we make it 3 for 3 on his impressive tally so far? Holding. And he's about to be held by what he worked so brilliantly before. There's that clash. She's making a quick route up towards the top. Noah is waiting as well. The clash is putting all this pressure on. Stomping, though. He gets Noah and he just gets out of there. And now what do? At this point, you drop down, hope you can get the defuse in time. They're going to be able to play the verticality. They're hoping he doesn't have the angle. But Stompin just seems so on top of it all, Demo.
Stompin on point to make that 1v2 happen. He was up against the Clash, who we seen was running upstairs. A good play from Secret, used the shield to get him off the verts. But Noah went just a little bit too fast, and he gave himself away to Stompin. Once it goes into that 1v1, look how clever Stompin is. He hears the Clash running upstairs. Just run away. He's going to have to drop the hatch at some point. Wow, G2 getting that over the line. Stompin can do no wrong. 12 and 3, I believe he is. Wow.
What a series.
You might be the lucky charm. I was going to say, it's map 1, but you might be Stompin's lucky charm. That's the way. I mean,
look at that. Wow.
12 and 3 on the KD, positive on the entry, and sort of coming in towards this game as well, obviously, with how the team played earlier on with the GT series we covered. Loira was the top dog. Loira was the one that could sort of do no wrong, and Stompin, he still had a positive game. He was still 17 to 12. But here, how he's been able to step up to this point earlier today, he was the top-rated player for G2.
The thing with G2, they're all having a great tournament. I mean, all of them. We were looking at the stats earlier, and Oscar, you made a great point. If Blaz is playing well for that team, that's great, because you've got the 4 kind of younger ones. Well, I say Doki younger, well, kind of, maybe a little bit. We say the 4 younger ones, and then you've got Carl, who we know is calling great as the IGL.
Yeah, if you're playing against 4 players that are literally playing out of their mind, and one cooler, what can you do?
I mean, that's either one SI23.
It is.
It is.
It is, and a certain master of Benja. He's elsewhere. He's elsewhere now.
Yeah, and goes through into the next round, Benja.
Maybe
SSG.
They've already defeated one of the people from that roster before as well and sent them packing. So there's the split here. Attention on the far side. G2 now, as you sort of said, getting 4 on your swing through there is good when they got that on their defense, but losing that first one in a manner like that, do you think that affects the team a bit, Oscar?
Yeah, I mean 5-2, if you're looking at the scoreboards, you're not happy really. 4-3, you know it's a close game, but you're 3 rounds apart.
Yeah, big buffer. Loira, it's a bit of damage from somewhere, and again, these early engagements will happen, and Stompin chasing that player all the way downstairs. That's sort of good information. They know that the player is on the roam at the moment. And again, Stompin just careful off that. Do keep in mind this is our gym and bedroom, so seeing basement fights is very unusual in this map, but still, it happens. But it's all about the util dump in towards top red. You can see that shield to defend said player. Stompin has got the nade, but he needs to go ahead and say that, yeah, the util is cleared away before he goes for it. And there we go, the shield is gone, and Alamau with the pickup, and another, oh my word! Mowgli, you don't hear the Blackbeard running at you?
Well, they can't hear much more else. It's a 3 versus 3, though. They've gone for the retake, and suddenly they're in a bit of a tight spot here. There's a bit of damage being done. Savage in an aggressive position, but still a swing back up top red and a 2 versus 2. But Adrian and Savage, they did their best to save the missing man, and since then, now a 2 versus 2. Let's get out of here. But look at the health across the 4 remaining players. 50 seconds. No C4 left in pocket, but an impact could be the end of Loira. How do they try and formulate their close here?
This is a great battle. You've got Savage still alive. You've got Alamau still alive with their 2 favorite players. You've got Adrian with Savage. You've got Loira with Alamau. I mean, this is a great 2v2.
There's the pre-fire, just sort of put the pressure on here across Logi. Hop their way back round. The Deathmark can't quite get the catch, but the pressure of a grenade almost getting his teammate probably isn't going to be the way that you want this to go again. G2 now onto the next angle, and they know everything is going to be a challenge, but you can see the position there aggressively. Adrian held himself on the other side of the bed and leaves Alamau in a 1 versus 2 to push this one on towards map point. He can't quite get the right angle. He's not quite sure where he's sort of supposed to be looking. It's just down the barrel of 2 guns.
That's the power of the fullback.
Same strategy.
I was going to say, you said it before, it's the sort of strategy that they use. Do you think this is sort of just 2 teams knowing each other very well?
Yeah, obviously they played a lot, but I think it's a pretty standard map, and you know what you're expecting really with Clubhouse.
Yeah, it comes back to what we always mention about Clubhouse. There's not much that you can do kind of new, because it has been around for quite a while. It's different if we're looking at a fortress and then really, you know, we don't know where that's going to go. But at the moment so far, very close game. I mean, great siege on display. I mean, the trade game, I think, has been very quick and very fast. But that's just because this lobby's stacked. I mean, if you look at the stats with all 10 of the players, everyone's in and around like the 100 mark for EPS. Everyone having a great tournament in this lobby. It's just a shame that one of them's going home. It really is.
Ready as well. The sort of...
Oh, I hate EU versus EU. It's just... Oh, why?
Does your heart break?
It's not fun. Especially, I love these 2 teams as well. This is a tough one for me.
I thought your favorite team was Heretic.
Well, they're gone, so we can't support them.
It's alright.
So who's the new favorite? If you have to pick one.
Well, this is the issue. I wasn't a big fan with G2 at the start of the tournament with how they were going about things, but that last game, as always, G2, and I mean, if you're a G2 fan, everyone knows what I mean. Somehow they pull you back in. It's like the mime in Paris. He's showed you and he pulled you in.
Did that happen? You said that like it happened to you.
To be fair, when I saw them against FaZe for elimination, I thought they were out. But, you know, and they made it further than me.
Yeah.
But G2 have a habit of that. Obviously, their run to Montreal started with FaZe, and this round's going to start with Doki getting Doom. How do you deal with Prime Doom? Well, Doki's at least found one of the answers, and it's a Blackbeard holding... Oh, a cheeky angle down on towards blue. What the mirror was doing there, exploring, I couldn't tell you.
Just Jim doing Jim things, but we'll not question it.
Is that one of the parts of the new meta, Oscar? Roaming mirror?
That's a bit questionable, but maybe you can C4 through the concrete from the basement, you know?
That's true, that's true. Do a bit of reverse fishing out of the grid and get themselves the pressure on, but ooh, are they going to try and sprint their way up red here? They've obviously got the pressure for the breach, and oh no, they no longer have
the garage.
Doki, yeah, outside.
It's either a case where he is swung onto a player. Did he get peeked out of the breach? I think he did. I'm looking at my other monitor. I think Savage has swung the breach and killed Doki outside the garage door. A very cheeky kill from Savage, but credit to him. Whenever you're in a big match like this and backs up against the wall, you need to make some plays. Here comes that util dump, but the coverage has come in. Loira is downed, and that means the flames are not going to be active.
I'm 100% sure that was that really Noah that was just able to get a cheeky little angle. The Capitão's obviously been caught out, but he might be able to get back up. It also like the spray came from elsewhere, but they go for the recollection. They're just keeping the cover. They don't want to go for it and get caught out, but Noah's not moving as of yet. He's sort of lost his life in a couple of situations where he'd rather not. So instead, play it safe. There's a minute. They've still got to get you out of the position. You've still got threat you can apply here, and now they've got even less. They've lost a bolt on that approach, but also what else do they have? No flashes. They're limited in terms of their sort of swing potential, and now they're trying to chase out Adrian on the far side of the map with Stompin with the kit rotating under, sort of over the top, back and forth. Especially Mowgli that gets Alamau the 4 versus 2 1.
Wow.
Okay, it's done.
I will say that catwalk position is a good contrast of how they're both of their teams are playing. G2, they're going demon mode on that rafters. You know? And
demon time.
Demon time.
Thank you.
And Secret, they're holding through the verts. They're trying to come up. Juma's trying to come up at them, obviously, to help for when they were clearing the rafters. But G2, they're just running and gunning. And on the attack, they're starting to slow down, really.
At what point would you want a timeout called if you were in G2's shoes?
I think you could afford one more loss with the 5-5.
This is one of the things that we always sort of guess at, but I'd obviously love to hear the perspective.
I think it literally depends on what's being called. Like, I think if the calls are a bit questionable, or maybe the vibe's down, then you want it at 5-4. But if you're just losing because they're better, then I think 5-5 is probably better.
Yeah, I think this game is coming down to obviously some important kills. You know, you think about Rafters being able to down that Capital, buy them a bit of time. I must say, I think the added bit of aggression there from Secret just stunned G2. G2 were not expecting the aggressive swing out of the breaches. That worked really well for them, and I think whenever G2 were just so confident they were going into all these engagements, whenever Secret just kind of changed that playstyle ever so slightly, then yeah, that's what happens. Now look at this. I've not seen a strip hold in quite a while. We're seeing reinforced walls, we're seeing nuke jammers. Obviously Savage on the scope push because he will need to escape at some point, but I mean, this is an oldie but a goldie, Oscar.
I don't know if I like it, to be honest, but maybe it could work.
I guess it's one of the things, if you're on attack and you see something like this, it's fair to probably call it unexpected.
Yeah.
Right? Is it something where you think, oh, we need to focus on this, or will we just hold the rotate back via the sort of billiard store and the game store and be fine?
Well, I don't know, it's a 50-50. I'd prefer probably to avoid it.
Fair enough. We've sort of seen a back and forth of some teams like to apply themselves, and obviously Savage, if they're the one in the position with the Scopos, well, they've just left the shell there.
Yeah, and you look at the position that Alamau's in dirt very early on. They may try and avoid the roam game altogether and go direct into the bomb site. The only thing that's going to slow them down, of course, is going to be the Vulcan canisters, that Goyo to buy Secret a bit of time, and surely this is where they should be thinking about getting back to the bomb site.
It's a bit of a strange hold as well, obviously, because you've got Doom there over towards the door of Strip. He's actually the furthest over right now, outside of the shell itself. Savage is above, but in the meantime, Noah's holding the bar. They've got themselves very sort of over the side. There's only really two on the site itself, and I'm wondering if Adrian and Mowgli might be under a bit of pressure sooner rather than later, but it's an attempted run out, potentially, as it comes through, and they're just kind of making a statement here.
Yeah, I think it's not really sure where they want to go. Oh! Savage just about a foot. He maybe missed this opportunity, but just about gets there, and there's Loira ready with the pickup. Out on his own, in towards that top floor, gets that trade. Savage has been dealt with, but still there is that presence from Secret. Never mind, they went direct. Alamau is in, he's using that Blackbeard.
Well, that's it. As soon as they got the read, there was a bit of space. They're going to see if they can try and double down on it. They've got the two players inside the site, and site is now theirs, but Doom hits the floor, leaves just Noah alone in a 1 versus 4. Caught from the top of the hatch, almost catches the side of Loira, but they had the cross and the watch, and that moves G2 on towards map point.
That's the power of the G2 split. They're so split, it doesn't matter if they die, so another guy's playing. And he gets the trade, and then they roll over site.
I'm really surprised that Secret didn't think maybe we need to pull guys back. I mean, if the Blackbeard is inside the dirt, popping all those canisters, that's where he's going to go. And you kind of need to support him. We know what shields are like. And one thing I will note, too, you think about Alamau's position. He's by himself. Like, I can assure you, there's plenty of times where we see a shield in dirt by himself, and then two guys run at him. And there's not a whole lot that you can do. That was an opportunity for Secret that they could have went for, but I think they were just so worried where else G2 were coming from. And that, again, like Oscar said, it's the power of that split theory that G2 like to implement. And again, it's that opportunity spotting, same as what we've seen during the last series for G2. They see just that little bit of a gap, and they flood everybody through. It doesn't matter the size, they'll go for it.
Wow.
10 seconds remaining.
6-4. Map, and there's still a chance here for obviously Secret to pull it back. It's only 2 rounds, it's not a million miles away, and obviously with the sites that we found ourselves at rotating round on, I think Secret have a pretty clear choice. I think they can't go on towards one of them, but otherwise happy to go elsewhere. the full sort of stretch isn't really working for them, as you both pointed out. The split approach from G2, famed and often talked about for as many hours as Fresh would try to explain it to me, and I still wouldn't really understand it.
Not the Ying shotgun.
We've seen a lot of the Ying shotgun this event. Is it meta? Can I ask that?
I think no. I think every time I use a shotgun, it's like a pea shooter, and someone else shotguns me, it's like a sniper. So.
But they did say that about the English shotgun, is the more you believe in it, the better it works.
Yeah.
So now I guess it's the same with the Ying shotgun. We've seen some big moments of people just driving in towards the side, and we might be about to see another bit here. Alamau gets the breach open, and to be fair, if anyone wants to try and do it, Loira waiting for his moment.
You can even see the difference just with, you know, the ace and the thermite being removed, opening up those walls. It just slows the pace down ever so slightly. You're not getting those big openings. Habana obviously has to take her time, but it just feels like that 3-2-1 is going to come in for G2. You look at where Loira is propped up over towards the Logi hatch. We know where that's going to go.
Yeah, slowly made his way over and then sprinted back. They've decided they can't quite get it in. They're struggling with the sort of cash CC wall. I assume there was the mute behind it. Noah's just playing against that. I think at the time, that's wasted. Mowgli's moved up to aggressively support. Savage is underneath. June's still on red. At what point here, Oscar, do you go, maybe we need to go elsewhere?
Well, they could use the Ying here.
Well, they can't anymore. You shouldn't have said that, because now they're able to get a double kill here. Mowgli and June just drive forward and go for the retake. There goes Stompin'. Maybe they tried to cook for a little bit too long. Alamau, all that's left is got behind them, but they know where he is, and they're sort of watching and waiting and pre-firing on towards it. There's one. There's no more there, Demo.
Oh, round 11 secured. That means we go round 12, and still that timeout is there for G2, don't forget.
Okay, guys, master now basement. I think if they go basement, like we can do our triggers, okay? So like we should be fine. Like and then like if they go master, like let's try to
it's not master.
CC. Let's try to force the kills on master. Remember our new setup? So like we're gonna kill everybody if they hold there, we're gonna kill everybody there. Okay? And I think like if you go for a Jin again, bro, let's do this cash push fast, okay? Take the Montical because they don't have flash and go garage fast, take garage, like push like red.
Can go bottom red fast also.
So like let's like speed up this first step, okay? Let's kill them like and let's everyone play for that, okay, guys? Bring EMPs also like fast for the Hibanas also, okay, guys? So like open the mini hard bricks outside walls and use the Hibanas and the EMPs for the inside walls, okay? Let's go, guys.
I can play the EMP in the mounted and for G.
It's gonna be a quick one.
They love their aggression.
Something that, I mean, G2 for the longest time that we've seen them play, especially with, you know, with Alamau on that side. I mean, the impact he had, and when we've seen the way that G2 started playing, it was that kind of Brazilian-esque style where it is just 100 miles an hour. I don't think we've seen, it wasn't the same whenever obviously Fabian was in the coaching position, SI23, it's not the same, but I think now with Alamau, and obviously the players, I mean, Loira was the big one, I think, to really make those plays happen and let that kind of play style just flourish inside of our league. I mean, look, you've played against G2 plenty of times. Like, it just make sure you're losing no gaps. You have to cover everything.
Yes, you're not looking at something, and the guy gets a free K in your back. Like, what can you do?
Oh, here's a good question for Oscar. Loira or Stumpin'?
5 seconds left.
I think Loira is probably more enjoyable to watch, but you can't doubt Stompin's ability.
You can't doubt the king.
Yeah, you can't doubt the king.
He's already, I mean, got ace. I think it's the first ace that you and I have actually been able to cast this whole time.
Yeah, I think other people have got them, but we've not. And we got the best one because it's this guy.
We did. We got the clip one. 6-5. 6-5 here, and as said before, only a single round could be the decider between us getting in towards an OT. There's been a lot of sort of quicker games earlier on in the day, a lot of 2-0s, and then we had a bit of a slow on the other stream, or the game before this even, on a stream with Americans, and well, Alamau.
Really good drone.
Seeing that.
That's not a wait. It may look like a wait, but it's not. And, oh, Loira! Oh, misses his opportunity. That would have been a belter of a kill, but no.
Sort of caught. Adrian's not a million miles away and wants to try and find the next fight, and instead going to get chased out. Obviously, he can try and just slip his way away. We heard the hatch be open. They could go for the drop. The Deimos will wait for the first ping, goes for the second. He's just going to play around a very narrow angle here, but they know about each other. Or just knows a little bit quicker here, Oscar.
I feel like he did not need to push into blue. Maybe a bit of panic there.
I think he didn't realize, you've got soft walls and you're getting tracked. That Deimos pistol is obviously going to just rip through you. But there is still this extension in towards Jim and Bedroom at the moment that they're going to try and fight against.
Let's see if they can push their way up, but Doom knocks them right back down. There's a 4 versus 4. They've tried to lead as they continue, but at this point now they've just lost that Deimos and lost Loira and almost lost someone else, but Alamau can just make the connection. 4 versus 3, almost catching her as well, but Blaz is suffering in the same second. Mowgli went adventuring, couldn't quite get a reward, and instead just tucks his way back. But as soon as he crosses here, he's about to get caught by a drone as well. He's a very narrow position. He's going back and forth, but again, think of the site.
The drone work is impeccable right now for G2. They know exactly where these secret players are. A great collapse as well from Blaz, and he's ready for a second, because again, the information is there. Look how clinical it is from G2.
Well, a 4 versus 1, Noah, with not much more health. He's going to have to try and pull this one together. The Blanc is being secured, gets the first, doesn't want to get swung on by the second, and unfortunately can't prevent it. That is G2 winning, and Oscar, that was your first time casting. How was that?
It was very enjoyable. Well, it made it easy by 2 amazing people.
Thank you very, very much.
We've got praise.
We've got praise, and I'm sure G2 will be happy. You've been a bit of a lucky blessing for them here. They get to move on towards it, and we'll let you move on and enjoy the rest of your time in Paris. For now, we'll go to a quick break before we're back with map 2.
Joom, lower bracket run, map 1 is a loss. You put that behind you. What do you want to fix up in between these two maps to lock in for Consulate?
I think we had a slow start on Club, so we just need to keep it up with the momentum now and just play our game.
Fair enough. Anything more specific than that, maybe strategy-wise, that you might have?
Not really. I think we're better than them. We just need to show it.
Very good. Thank you very much, Joom. Thank you. Stompen, thank you for joining me. This is a lower bracket run for you and G2, yet you still are doing work. You're fired up. You're hitting shots like I haven't really seen before, Stompen. How do you keep that fire going?
I mean, just because we're lower bracket, you know, like, I feel like a lot of other teams would get pressure knowing, like, every game's an elimination game, but I think it, like, fires us up knowing every game's elimination, you know. We're locked in. All the other teams maybe are, like, nervous before the game, but we just play our game. Same thing for EWC, you know. We were in an elimination game against FaZe. We beat them, so I guess it just comes with confidence. And I never go into a game thinking like, wow, if we lose, I'm going home. You know, I kind of just play, so yeah.
You keep playing. I love it. Thank you very much.
He is Boy Wonder. He is Kid King. He is Stompin'. I don't know what else needs to be said there, but ultimately G2 go 1-0 up in this series.
Yeah.
We did expect it, but ultimately not possibly the way we expect.
I mean, G2 fans, Rob, Leo, you need to say it with me right now.
Thank you, King.
Stompin'. King.
Thank you, King.
Thank you, King. Look at this clutch though, by the way, how he changes positions in all of those engagements.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, and this was so smart. To play the Clash Shield, to play through the defuse, and then it's not just that, this is the third round that he wins them. When he is there, playing on the capital, wins the 1v2, including the 1v1 against Adrian. Now in a 7-5 game, in a close game, in a playoff game, in an elimination game, he wins them three rounds single-handedly.
That kid is magical.
Ridiculous.
He really is. He's a king. I will say this, I have not felt like this since Bolo, and I think it's not even comparable. Like, I don't think it's comparable. I think that the level of consistency from this guy, 18-year-old, by the way, 18-year-old, just let that sink in. The maturity in the way he plays, that ability to close rounds when he's alone, single-handedly carrying one of the biggest names in Europe alongside major champions, alongside SI champions. To me, that screams special. I just hope that the rest of the team will follow up on this, because for the longest of times in that map, Stompin' was the sole win condition of that roster.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to listen in for 2 seconds.
We could hear that through.
Norris
it's getting hyped for the B-string. It's getting hyped there.
I'm too big for the solo shot to try and show what's going on. It's obviously popping off in the background, but I think ultimately, Jack, this is... this is professionalism. This is just one of those things where, like, you know, it's a once-in-a-generation type talent. And for them to be in that position, for them to be on the right team, for them to be in the right moment. But I think the thing I took away from his interview is the pressure does not affect him. And that for me, is probably the most scary part.
Yeah, he's just a kid that loves playing Rainbow Six Siege. And he's played it his whole life at this point now. And it doesn't faze him. Every game is just another game to him. And I think alongside the IGL, alongside his team, when their back is up against the wall, they find a way to level up. And he's just unflappable. And he was the one that got them through this one.
Well, everyone's in the server. Everyone is ready. It is time for us to get underway with map 2. Let's head to Consulate.
Well, that's the first locked in, and now we'll see if this turns into a 3-series. You all generally think there's going to be a G2 pushback, lock down, and move on, and it'll just be another team. But, well, first, one more map, Consulate. So, demo. G2 were able to take that first one and get themselves locked in, but that starts to raise the question of how do you think it will go here on Consulate?
Oh, well, I mean, that makes things very interesting because G2 were able to break the pick of Secret, and now G2 get to go on the map that they have selected, being Consulate, and now Consulate. This is a great map for G2. Nobody ever really lets them play it because they're so darn good on it. I mean, the last time they played it, you're looking at a good old while ago, all the way back on the 8th of November. That's how far back we have to dig. And that was up against KAG back then, and they won that map 7-5. And One thing I've noticed about G2, and really if you look at the past 3 times that they've played it, they've always been able to get a 5-1 split in the defense. Like, their defensive stats are incredible.
Yeah, it's sort of the setup of a team where sometimes we talked about the power of their attacking, we've talked about how well they can do on that side, but, you know, when you get the nitty-gritty, when you sort of dig down into the details, they have that other half to their game. They have that other lockdown. And now they obviously get that pressure of starting on their attack, but prepping themselves up for success. A beautiful flag. We've seen the Dutch flag, right? That's...
I wouldn't say that here.
I'm just hoping I start an argument in the green room between Leo and Anne. If they start throwing it. It's obviously the French flag. Gang, I know it. I've looked at a map before and walked down the street and Liberté and other things that mean I won't get thrown out of the country.
Joan of Arc.
Hey, French things.
Eiffel Tower.
Croissant. What we don't have here is Valkyrie and Solus here, demo of the bands.
Yeah, information operators.
Yeah.
Straight out of there for G2, not wanting to deal with obviously Valkyrie and the information she can provide with the cameras, but then we know Solus is a very good operator whenever you think about the verticality that there is inside of this map. Especially whenever we get to kind of piano bombs like that mid-floor. Plenty of times we see a Solus just sit upstairs and just hold above using the verts and stopping anyone from going for the plant. So in terms of planting, I think G2, it'll be there for them. You know, there's a big possibility that there could be a good number of plants going down.
Holding, waiting and hoping. Stompin, who had such a strong first map, might be the lead in, but instead, oh, it's Doom. Checking the main man out of the front of the reception desk. And there it goes, Alamal. That's your box underneath. That's that operator removed who can try and cause all those vertical problems. That's the person who can sort of stretch the width of the bomb site, and things a little bit pressured, and that means that verticality will fall away. But Noah, oh, I think the side of a grenade there, gets downed around. They still have the protection of being swung on. Savage is there in a position to just keep putting this threat, and as soon as they put their head round, that's gonna happen. Sort of just fed into the double side. Adrian's gonna get the pickup. Mowgli has the cross onto one. Loira gets 2, but Mowgli being leveled levels things up. Loira will have to ace this one out and can't even get back to reload his guns.
Oh, almost for Loira. Tried to make it back to yellow and just try and cool things down, but they didn't even allow that. Again, it's the trade game is so important in a series like this in Secret. Did a fantastic job at that, making sure that they always keep numbers in their advantage. Now, look, don't forget, I mean, we've mentioned it, it is a defender-sided map. So certainly Secret on the preferred side of things. We know G2, how good they are in the defense, their time will come. But really, for G2, it's how many attacks can you get? And I mean, Loira, no amount of opportunity spotting, but just could not break through. I will say, not a massive amount of util in the lineup of G2 there. I mean, you didn't really bring the traditional operators that we're kind of used to seeing. I mean, again, that comes back to the bans for Secret. I think you look at that top floor, trying to kind of maneuver in towards yellow without your Grim, without your Ying, it's tough. So maybe they should have looked at other operators that could have had the same effect of a util dump. You know, you look at your Capital. Even I think Lion's a great map. You know, Lion's great in this map in terms of what he can achieve. You know, with the long DMR, can hold onto the angles, can play the windows whenever you're going for those 3-2-1 little clear outs. You make them stop, you make them stand still. I mean, there's options there for G2, but it's only the first round. Wouldn't get too caught up in it.
Now, when these two teams met in the league finals back in December, this map was actually the potential decider. This was the third that they could have come to, but we didn't quite get to see it because G2 sort of dispatched Secret in pretty strong fashion. 2-0, and as we sort of talked about the long history between these two teams, it's generally leaning in towards G2's favor recently. I think it's a 6 or 7-2 in towards their strength. So at this point, they've obviously got now the step up, and for all the conversations about Secret worrying when they go up against Falcons, maybe G2 are just that other Secret problem child that keeps poking their head up and ruining their dreams. Here's about to be Doom, surrounded. The man of so many moments might be about to be cut in half on the side. They've obviously got themselves propped up. It's Loira, the Deimos, not too far away, and at this point they just want to make sure that they don't get caught out by the track. But as soon as the reveal comes out, these two players very happy in the 1 versus 1, slip their way by. get themselves back closer towards the side itself, but Droom and Loira are still just holding each other down on the other side of the map.
Just about, yeah, gets out of there, Droom. Oh. Somebody was breathing down his neck and just about gets out of dodge, and slowly now the peel begins. Again for G2, they've established that map control over towards Teller's right now, and just see if they can try and kind of stem the push coming in towards that side. However, Mowgli just kind of lurking around bottom spiral for quite a while, able to pick up Loira. Now that means Alamar all by himself. Look at this from Mowgli. Oh, what a jump out. Stumping, completely caught by surprise. Alamar was there with the obvious trade, but still the damage has been done. Mowgli good for 2.
Didn't really expect it there, and would you? At that point went so far, Alamar was able to de-shield and get the catch on the split, but now, as soon as he goes for this pitch, there's a player behind him. He's got to make sure he keeps the pressure hot. Unfortunately, he's found nobody but Adrian. Pops his way around the corner. Blaz does find Doom for the 2 versus 3. 50 seconds, and well, now it is only Doki left. He's going to see if he can isolate the one man that's stuck in the corner, but nobody's swinging on the back of it. Goes for the cross, but the cross had him. Secret. 2 rounds.
Good hold from Secret. I mean, Mowgli obviously with the play. A quick little jump out. Take down that player towards bench window, who's obviously there to cut off the crosses. You can open up in towards that reinforced wall. So eliminating that player helped them out quite a bit in the long term. So G2, that is 2 rounds that has not went in their favor, but still plenty more to go. I will say, I wonder if Romalio will use his timeout if things get any worse for G2, because I mean, again, for Romalio, we know he's very specific in his timeouts, where he will use them to call strategies more of the analytical side, rather than, you know, if you compare that to Fabian per se, where it's more about the mental game.
Maybe not Fabian's earlier today.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, well, Fabian was more, well, you guys got yourself into this mess, you know, and I think that was kind of the tone, wasn't it, that we seen from M80 earlier?
Yeah, I mean, it was a sort of different approach towards things, and, well, G2 have got to prove that pushing on is something they can keep doing. Said first 2 rounds gone. Now, the decider is Bank. Entirely biased, as I always am. I want to get there. I want to see a 3rd map, and I want to see all the pressure and stress that can come with it, and that might start here. On the trade back and forth. Just been showing an update from the other stream. If you don't want to know how things are going on B and who else has just been eliminated, cover your ears. Flukezo 1, OXG are
I didn't cover my ears. I didn't want to hear that. You've ruined it for me.
Paris.
What the heck?
I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Good luck. You're by yourself.
Here we go. It's the demo show ready to take over. And speaking of a big show, that was almost a big old C4. Alamau down to half HP, but still alive. And you can see it's a very direct take coming in from that Secret side, in through the wall. And well, G2, they have got a foothold. Now for Secret, how do they want to try and combat against that? Obviously you're playing that side hoping that you would have the kind of below to above kind of C4s, but maybe they're gonna have to use the C4s, you know, horizontally onto the Monte.
Well, I'm back, and here just to tell you in time, Mowgli is having a great map. Gets himself the open once again and starting to really feel the fight and the fury. You can see the pings on towards the Monty position, but Noah, with the pulse, doesn't want to cross the divide, doesn't want to be caught out, and still has a C4 to utilize if need be, but need be seems to be, oh no, where are we and where are they as they're drifting around? G2 desperately heads up, seeing where the sort of catch and the problem might be. Noah's now got himself tucked in, and Mowgli tucks another one out. Stomp it, gone. There's 2 more. There's the safety and the catch from below. They're just going to try and charge the Monty here. Why not? Get him either side. You can see this around. Someone goes down. Adrian's caught out, and so does June, but now it's just Blaz left standing. Lawyer was found out. They know exactly where he is because the default was still up, and they should be able to at least get Lawyer back to his feet at 3 versus 2.
Yeah, the issue is it's the kit. Nowhere near them. They're going to have to try and fight against the 2 players who have stacked up on said diffuser, and now Mowgli even taking the more aggressive stance, and whenever he is in the flow state, This is the confidence that he has. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's going to go for the jump out. Going to go for the kill, and he gets it. And this is where Mowgli is at his most dangerous. We have seen this man just control a game, just control the entire map.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it before at the start of the round, got himself his opener, gets himself sort of going, and since then hasn't really decided to stop. 8 kills, I think, no deaths currently, and I think there was just the 1 assist, but we'll find out in just a second. Either way, great control of the Intel game as well. G2 look a bit lost, even though we talked about their bans being the limitation. Secret have been so mobile and seemingly just on top of it all. Ooh.
My time, guys. Look, guys. I think for CO, guys, I think we just change our pace here and try to chase the kills in admin, okay? So you play for a long dash control, spider push after, and have both shields open, okay? I want if it's possible, play both shields. See if they don't have traps, we can play Monty and Blackbeard, okay, guys? So it's gonna be so strong. We're gonna take long dash, and then after the Monty can go cross and plant Gator, okay? And for the basement on bomb side, guys, I want to try more split, okay? Because they are overreact a lot. So if you count, we can also go above, okay? The basement, they didn't play, but I'm talking also for piano, and also if they go Teles again, it's good if you do a backstep garage, okay? Either 3-2 or something like this.
For Teles, gonna play for the kills a bit.
For the CO, talk about what the operators gonna play. Just boost the shields if possible, okay, guys?
You want me to play the money spiral?
Again, very specific in how Alamau kind of has to listen to what he's being told by Romalio. You know, all that information, it's going to be for Alamau and how he's going to have to IGL these rounds, because we know just so much of G2, it kind of funnels through him, isn't it? He's the kind of cylinder that everything has to run through, and, you know, Romalio, again, you hear the way he broke it down. Bring this, bring that, go here, go there. That's what it's about, and again, it's up for Alamau to take all that information in and call appropriately. I mean, we heard, I think he was calling for double shields, wasn't it? I think the Blackbeard and the Monty. Just the Monty.
Just the Monty?
Not the Blackbeard.
There's still 10 seconds.
There is. I mean, it sounded like an admin take anyway. That's what it felt like.
Yeah. Get yourself in, get yourself across. Remember last time they tried to go for a pinch on yellow, thing fell apart, and then they kept sacrificing people on towards the corner that didn't quite come to a success story here. Secret, solid holds. Continue themselves set up. They've used the timeout. It was a similar sort of story in the first game, but at that point, Secret had actually got around before they used their timeout, and even then, they were just one off being able to pull it together here. A 3-0 sweep, all the sites locked in by Secret. They know they can try and do it again, get themselves locked in. They need to start trying to shake things up here. Now, there isn't currently anyone holding on towards the vending machine, that long corridor, but obviously if Mowgli can get himself out of there, get the Keybus down, he can hold on towards that territory and terrain for as long as he wants. To be fair, when he's 8-1, why not keep going? Instead, why not double up? Doom's here to help. They've done some damage towards Blaz on towards the window, and just waiting and sort of wasting utility on the approach here, Demo.
Minute gone. No pick as of yet, but Mowgli maybe in the hot seat, but a util comes towards them. But all quiet at the moment. Selma trying to make that entrance, but no! Surely it's got to be the Mistron, because there's no way you'd swing into that if you thought that was clear. Wow, I mean, again for Mowgli, just everything's going his way today.
As I said, it feels like the Intel game was there, and well, apart from that bit, but all right, Stumpin', we all make mistakes. At this point, whether it was a Mistron, I mean, you could see the positioning of Doom, right? Doom stepped up, drew attention with the C4, peeled back via the coffin side, and suddenly they were just beelined onto one by knocked out, swings around with the pistol and hopes for the best, but, well, one shield hasn't quite worked, maybe two later on. Mowgli finds himself one more for the round, and Doki just keep tacking him to his tally. Mowgli, one of the strongest sets of 4 opening rounds I think we've seen from anybody throughout this tournament so far.
Still more to come. I think that's the scary thing. Whew. He is electric right now. G2 didn't even get an opportunity to set up. That's how quick they got picked one by one by one. It's that timeout, that call we heard for that top floor. Just gone. Dissolves. Now for G2, where do you go? And yes, we've kind of said G2, fantastic whenever it comes to Consulate, whenever it comes to defending this map. The way it's going, And momentum is also one thing we have to mention.
Yeah.
You know, that's where stats kind of go out the window if somebody's just on a heater, and that's kind of where Mowgli is right now. So even if G2 get to that defensive half, who's to say that they may only get one opportunity for a slip-up? It could be a 6-0 half the way we're going.
So,
10 seconds
the
to go.
start, as they mean to continue, Mowgli rallied. We sort of had a brief conversation about this, Dusker on the previous one, about needing vocal players from your team, and he has been that for this roster. He's been able to find his lungs, and boy, he loves shouting about it, gets himself in. Rallies everybody around him. It's do or die at this point. Doesn't matter how well you've played. One slip-up can send you to the lower bracket, and then from then, you're fighting every single game. Every single step of the way is one that has to be well-paced and placed, and at this point, played, as they're already one map down on the back foot. They sort of didn't really expect Club, but, well, they probably didn't expect to lose it too.
And then we had the Consulate as well, and again, we've mentioned Secret. Haven't really played it all too often over the past 6 months or so. But certainly for G2, it's a map that just constantly gets banned against them. Nobody wants to take G2 the Consulate. And some people are probably sitting there thinking, but why? They're losing for it, but why?
Well, we'll probably find out in the second half, but Alamau might be finding out immediately that he's not welcome here towards the top of yellow. The drop on the drone, the pull back, you can see the pinch position. They're happy to just keep swinging out and putting pressure on towards it, but well, nothing can really lead in. They know the pings. Look how aggressive Secret are still being as well. They're sort of happy to make the statement. Here's some support coming through. They didn't quite get the bite of Noah, but they're still going to try and move in. A bit of damage done towards the shoulder of Doki, but the C4 of Adrian from below finishes off the tip of the spear, and why not snap the rest of the stick as well here, Demo? 5 versus 3. Loira, well, no Loira, just stomping and Plaz. And I mean, G2, the timeout already taken, and they're about to be on the wrong side of a 5-0.
Yeah, it's the same thing again for G2. They just cannot formulate the attack. It never really gets going. Secret just locking it out immediately, and just no kills coming from the side of G2. And Stompin' and Blaz, this is a big old uphill battle that they have to go against. No real info either. I mean, they're pretty separated too. No real opportunities for a trade game. They just have to try and land their shots, and nobody from G2 has really been doing that in this map.
Well, Noah gets the catch on towards Stompin', and Blaz left alone. He was handed a clutch earlier, and surely not again, but there's at least the first, and I've got to cast it like it's always possible, because to be fair, as we've seen, it always is. But with a single C4 and with none of them opting towards the fight, it seems like it's more just time to talk, and Secret, time for 5 rounds unanswered.
Yeah, a really good half already for Secret. I mean, 5-1 on the defense. It's great, and still the opportunity for a 6-0, and there is no reason for us to not believe that it can go that way.
Oh, yeah.
G2, it's been a very poor attacking half, and I mean, Mowgli, look at that EPS. Woo! 2-3-5.
So, we're being beamed a message by our analysts on the telestrator, and we're getting gestures. It's almost like charades right now. It's like I'm really getting mine. About 7 words. I won't say what analyst said it. All they're doing, Demo, is throwing bodies at them. And they're still... I don't know why they can't just... Okay. And they're just isolated. And maybe this is a point that I'm making. Maybe it's from our brilliant analysts, and I'm sure they'll...
I can't let you take credit for it. Sorry, the jig is up.
The jig is up. It's Leo is showing us how things can come together. And now, Jack,
I really hope the telestrator camera is recording what he's done, because he has basically just became a mime.
It was beautiful, but it's very, very true. The problem is, Damo, they're being isolated.
Yeah, I mean, Leo makes the point that they're throwing bodies at it, and I think that has kind of been the mentality today, it feels like, for G2 in both of their series. They have been very gung-ho, and this is the other end of the shoe. If things are not going well for you, if they're not getting the kills, this is what happens. because you feel, oh, my teammate didn't get the kill, I'll go get it instead, but then you die. And then the next guy has to go, and the next guy, and the next guy.
Well, there's a guy that gets a kill, Lawyer, as he tried to enter in towards Visa. Unfortunately, denied. Back out the door you go. You have to try again later.
It's a no from me.
It's a no from, I think, anyone of Secret as well, to get themselves now into the 5 versus 4 versus 4. Noah has been caught. Alamau has been able to get a trade out. He gets in the building, but as Doki suffers next, there's Doom getting the spray down. There's Savage getting on towards Stompin', and hey, maybe Leo is onto something, being isolated.
Jumping in a window. Nobody in the vicinity. No teammates working together, just feeding the kills over to Secret, and this looks to be a nailed-on conclusion. It's going to be the 6-0 half unless Alamau and Blaz can make things happen. Alamau on the Ash. The information just is not with him. He's holding on to angles that we can see that there's nobody there. It's a ghost. Just not wanting to kind of go for that swing in towards Spiral Stairs. Adrian just holds firm, and Alamau, he just has to sit there and wait, but he's lost the Blaz now. This is where everyone can just start coming back to sight if they want to, but really if you're Secret, why would you do that? Go and get your kill. G2 are ripe for the picking. Mowgli is on 14 kills, maybe 15, no! Alamau puts an end to that. He has 3 more to find. No diffuser in hand, it's currently outside the main breach. So he just has to try and play for the kills, there's info on him. Secret know everything.
I mean, he's hoping, he's got a ping, and he might be able to isolate at least this engagement, but the chances plant, right? And as he fires one side and fires the other, he can't quite get it nailed on. Look at the verticality, and there's someone to his right down the corridor as well. That is a flawless half, and this brings me actually to a fun moment that I'm going to say loud enough for analysts to maybe have a look at it as well. Every time these two teams have met in a best of 3, the middle map, regardless of how it goes, is very often a 7-1 or a 7-2. It's a weird trend that seems to happen between these two teams where this sort of break in the action, regardless of whether it's a 2-1 series or not, just seems to be it. It's sort of the energy, the transference. I don't think any of them on the middle map of the best of 3s have got beyond 3 rounds for a long, long time. Nothing that I can see as my sort of quick glance, but that's why I like to say it loud enough, because analysts have a lot more data than I usually do to hand. The only data we really need right now, Demo, G2, they have to be flawless.
And they don't have a timeout to help them in any way, apart from the little kind of prep talk that Alamau will deliver as we were getting into those bans. And looking at the bans, it's the shields have been targeted. Secret have lost the Blitz, and they've lost the Blackbeard for this half. Still, though, Monty is always an option for them, so we know that Secret, they love a shield, and thankfully there is 4 of them. Can't ban them all.
Yep. It's been great connectivity here from the side of Secret as well on their defense. Obviously, everything seems to have an answer.
It's the best way to respond after losing that first map. Oh, straight in, get the job done, take it to the decider, which, as we know, Secret on Bank, the win streak, that's on the line here today.
Yeah. There's always, obviously, the sad side of this is, you know, we can sort of talk about the positives, and, well, we did between the sides, Stompin', being +10 on the first map, and now he's actually level, I think, or close to across the whole series. He's really struggled. He's that far away. I say +10, and then I see he's at 0 and 6. I'm really bad at maths this late on in the day. He's not quite level yet. Obviously, there's still 4 in it, but at this rate, probably hoping to try and find his first here on defense. Get himself led in. In the meantime, Mowgli, 14 and 3 after going negative in the first map, has just pulled the performance out of thin air.
Yep. They need 6 in a row. Secret were able to do it. Can G2 match that? That's the question. I mean, you look at the kills, it's just not favorable. Stompin' and Doki. 0 and 6 halves for them. That's not what you want. They need a big old half if they want to get their team back into the swing of things. And Jum, again, on the trusted buck roll. He's down here hunting for those vertical picks. He's going to try and open up the hatch. I think he's missed his opportunity though, as yeah, Loira on the Bandit slowly peels his way back. Not going to be in contention for dying through that buck. So steady as she goes at the moment here, Amy, but I'm sure the action will get heated up as we move on.
I think that's it, right? We talk about that long corridor along the top floor to just keep a long watch at a C4. Unfortunately, Longly Watch does it's not really able to have an impact. And this is that corridor they've peeled themselves back towards. They've already wasted a minute and a half just on the side of admin.
You can just see how many bodies, again, G2 are putting up against Secret, and that hasn't really worked for them, though. That's the worry. They haven't been able to get these kills whenever they've been trying to match man for man up against Secret. And Mowgli slips his way up, takes just immediate control. Oh, and what a big look at who he's been able to take out. I was going to mention about the time that you said. Tachanka, you've got rid of the big issue, the glaring issue for Secret was how were you going to get through those Molotovs? There you go, Mowgli steps up and just kills him.
They do get Buck in the meantime, so they've at least limited the vertical pressure, but here, get rid of that. The breach will open at some point. There's obviously still one canister, but... Oh, you are pointing, you are aggressive. What are you seeing?
This is a great retake position here from Loira. Don't forget, Mowgli had already swept through the corridor, had cleared that, and now Loira puts himself into a position where if he doesn't get droned, Secret may not be ready for this. They may not expect that vending player to be there.
Goes for the deep flashes on towards the swing from the reception desk. This is going to be that pressure, and how aware are they? Quite aware as the first falls, but Alamau battles back, and there's Loira popping in and can't quite get to Mowgli. Still putting the pressure on, almost catches another, but 10 seconds, it's 2 versus 2 and no kit. They're going to see if they can try and take this to the firing line. Noah sitting, watching, waiting, commiserating a loss as a pistol tries to drive its way across. There's going to be a swing round either side. Can't quite get it in time. Does find one for his trouble, but one still remains.
There's one. We need 5. Still a big ask for G2, but at least they get it started. Great retake position. I have to highlight Loira again. Going in towards vending. Nobody had any idea he was here. Savage, that was quite the shock. And then they just stay alive and run down that clock.
Let's go, guys! One by one, round by round, let's go!
Hear that from Romalio, one by one, brick by brick.
Round by round, step by step, similar thing to what Oscar said on the first map, where sometimes you just got to take it. A single bit by a single bit, and it all starts a journey of 1,000 miles, etc. The thing is, and the problem and the worry is, they just need 1 second, right? They only really need to get lucky once. They only really need to get a tertiary site. They need to push you away, and for how close it got, to be fair, how much of it was Mowgli? Swings in, gets the first kill, 17-3.
7 rounds, by the way, just to let you know. 2 KPR. Nuts.
Yeah, that's a pretty good inning, and I don't think it's quite stopped just yet.
If you're Mowgli, you want the OT, you want to get the kill record, maybe. I mean, that'll be great for him, but I think for Mowgli, just get the map under your belt, move on to Bank. He's not too fussed about the kill records.
Drones up and running.
In the meantime, recorded kills, I mean, Stompin and Doki have been able to get themselves off of that fabled goose egg and start to see if there's a bit of gold inside. And here, ooh, a narrow line for Doom on the opening fight. It's Erase going against the Azami. It's kind of nobody you want to immediately lose, but you think about the site, it's not going to be the biggest loss unless you're trying to get, obviously, Bench's wall open and the pressure here from the swing round. They're going to instead cut their way across towards the seeding room, towards that waiting room, and dig elsewhere. Doom rotates underneath, and Secret do that game where they love to sort of prod from multiple different angles, Demo.
Yeah. Just looking at their options. Much more slow kind of approach here from Secret compared to, I suppose, the way G2 attacked the map, where it was just flying in through windows as fast as they can.
Oh, I remember Leo's acting.
So, Secret. Just need the 1 round, but sometimes that's the most difficult. Is the final one. Savage, I think, in a great position here in towards Spiral, but he has to wait for his teammates to support him before he makes that maneuver in towards the front desk. Doki, though, will go aggressive onto Savage and takes the kill.
It's the first time G2 have been able to get that opening kill throughout the entirety of this map, and Well, it comes against a perfect time. There goes Savage, there goes Doom, and Mowgli might be about to pop off. Blaz finally finds a way to end around without him getting a kill, but Noah is at least there to get some revenge. However, the reception desk is not very welcoming, and well, he might want to turn around and leave. There is obviously a bit of a down done on towards Loira. He's back up and in a 4 versus 1 with full awareness on where Noah is. And fine, he has a little bit of utility, but he has a lot to try and smash his way through. And no kit. You can see the sort of rebuild here. The positions G2 getting themselves in trade situations, getting themselves covered. They still have the verticality.
Wow.
Oh, they
Great
also
shot.
have the round 2.
And from Alamau, connects that. Hipfire one tapped. From Doki. Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. We'll believe
We'll take his word for it.
We'll take his word. What we'll take is another timeout, this time Secret.
Let's go a little bit into meta game right there, guys. As it probably will be basement right now. We can use this timeout just to bait them that we are talking about some rush and actually just trying to bait them that we are doing it and just take the top floor a little bit faster, like the top floor, and then just work the round around that. I think it would be good because right now, if we are baiting them onto playing aggressive, as they are extra reactive, it's the time that they will be trying to play more onto words or try to be a little bit more cheesy into that, and we can pick up the skills. Because remember, as they are playing aggressive like that, there will be opening gaps that we can use it in this very early round. After that, just slow as you guys are doing, step by step, it's good. Okay?
We just need to follow. We just follow the game plan and it's fine. Like for basement, if they do the turtle, we got the full clear.
Did you notice that? Straight away from Twister. The big brain.
You love it.
Using the timeout to make G2 think that they're going to just call a strat, make it happen, get the round win.
Yep.
Twister's not worried. Twister thinks we're playing fine. Step by step's working well. We're just using that to try and throw them off the game.
And it's something that Secret do as well, right? It's something that Secret often sort of step up is they'll call a timeout. They'll call themselves the situation and go for a rush and sort of playing that metagame level, as you put it, and saying they'll think that we're doing this, we're 6-2, they'll think we're panicking, we're not. Just keep it steady. Look for our sort of baited fake rush. Let's give them this element. And then let's punish them for daring to think we would fall for their trap. The most cunning ruse of all. God, I love it.
Well, let's see if it pays off for them. We head in towards that basement now. And naturally, whenever you've kind of went through that whole rotation, G2 know it's going to have to be that basement. This is where the mind games, hopefully, will play through them. And the bomb peak! Oh! No! Alamau! And look who he's been able to knock off! Mowgli! The man of the hour!
Rotates his way up yellow stairs. Unfortunately, they sort of called it and weren't quite ready for it. G2, whenever there's a timeout, they'll try and step themselves up aggressively there, held the windows, and maybe they're about to find another fight here. The angle is long range from Loira with a boss G that can absolutely cause calamity. So instead, Doom is going to hold and wait. Moving through the beepers, baits the sound, but not quite swung on as of yet. Instead, the players have left, and Adrian gets the pinch on towards Doki, and suddenly it's all popping up Secret. Alamau and Stompin now, all holding on towards G2's hope of locking this off in just 2 maps. But as they drive and thrive their way in, Demo, the smoke will buy a second.
Yeah, but it's only just going to buy a little bit of time. Look at the clock. Less than 2 minutes, which is just so much time, and Alamau tries to make the play, but Noah is there to stop it.
Well, the man who defined the first map has to try and define maybe one of the best clutches of the tournament. A 1 versus 4 against Secret on Consulate. And the Secrets seem to be a play and a bait of we know what you're thinking, we're thinking further thoughts, and those are, we want to lock this one off right now. Secret bounce back from disappointment on map 1 to a very strong map 2. And 3 will be the story to see who continues on, Demo.
Yeah, and the third map is Bank, and that is, as far as we're aware, Europe's map. We know how good our region is in that map, and with these 2 teams playing it, oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Off to Bank after a blink.
absolutely outrageous. There's no other way to put what we have just seen. Secret goes 6-0 up in the first half, looking so convincing. By God, a complete turnaround after Clubhouse.
Yeah.
It is just incredible, Jack.
Well, we know G2 have some heavy hitters, but so do Team Secret. It's the beauty of our teams inside of the European region. They're aggressive, they're confident, and of course there's one person that we need to talk about. That person is Mowgli. He was absolutely sensational. Some of the things that he was trying inside of this half was audacious. They were outrageous. Look at these kills, 2 of them outside the building on Consulate, which isn't something that you always see. And I think the game plan from Team Secret was perfect. They know G2 like to play split, whichever map they're on. So what are they going to do? They're going to double up, triple up on the points of entry, play together and isolate those picks there.
I just feel like I'm watching a Frag movie. It's the Mowgli that we know and love. It's the Mowgli that will take risk, and when it pays off, it pays off. Every single defense, by the way, is an opening kill for Secret. None of them were traded. All the way, the spearhead for Secret is Mowgli. He's the one that will get aggressive and get that. That's why his play style fits so well with Team Secret. What a way to punish G2. And what a way to come back after Munich. On your right side, you have his performance in Munich.
Yeah.
He was the worst rated player of the roster. He was struggling, minus 25 in KD. And if you look on the left of your screen, you've got Mowgli here during this map. And by the way, at the event, he's the best rated player for Team Secret. Something happened during this offseason. Something happened. Between Munich and now, he figured out how to be aggressive, but also how to be consistent with it.
That is an astronomical EPS that he's just achieved. Like, that was, you know, we talked about Doom having life games. That was a life game from Mowgli.
I actually have a fun stat for you. KZ currently tops the charts at 199 EPS. Until the final round where he got spawn killed, Mowgli was at 210 EPS for the entire map. But unfortunately, that does not unfold the way we wanted to. He's not the greatest player in a single map at the tournament yet. However, we move to a third and final map. And this one is big. This one is Bank. I don't know what to think of this.
Honestly, Bank has been for the longest of times the home turf of Europe. And just to say this, obviously we all know G2 took down the incredible win streak of Falcons on that map. And by the way, thanks to a stomp and ace on the last round. But most importantly, the real kings of Bank, Team Secret. 16 win streak on the map. They have not lost it the entire season. It would be a first for them to fall to anyone on that map this season.
So you're telling me 16 straight. Elimination match. What can G2 do?
They need a savior.
And his name is Stompin'. It's as simple as that. He was so good in map 1, they really need him to step up in map 2. He had a rough he had a rough consulate. There's no way around this. But the one thing that we said about Stompin', his big strength from map 1 was that he's unfazed in any scenario. He will not even be thinking about map 2 whatsoever. He's just going into this as a fresh one.
What I will say is the contexts are very simple. Either G2 win this and go through, or Team Secret keep their streak going and make it to 17-0. It's time to decide the fate of Europe.
It all comes down to this. And where else would you rather be? Oh, and how narrow it is to mine eyes. See of a story of G2 versus Team Secret E. It is Bank. It is EML's home, and it is one map. Let's get into it. I want this to be the best game I've seen in a very long time. I've seen a lot of great games, Demo. You and I both.
We've seen the G2 Falcons game that they mentioned where they took down the streak. We were there.
We were there.
You seen an ace from the King? You seen an ace from the King today?
We were there. Well, we get to say that.
Just lightning strike twice.
For ending a streak that's lasted over the year.
Yeah, I think actually, Leo, I think you've downplayed that. It's over the year for Secret, not the season. It's the year that we have to look at for Secret and how darn good they have been on that map. But we have to give credit to G2 as well. Again, phenomenal on their day on that map too. I mean, what do we do?
we, my fine friend, sit back, watch, and enjoy what hopefully is a worthwhile map, because ultimately, may I remind you all, one of these two teams, their journey ends at the end of this. Team Secret or G2 will have their SI Paris dreams shot down before they've even begun to hit the main stage. And it has to happen
10 seconds remaining.
So, with these bands, with this tale set up, and with history ready to be written as has been put across all the beautiful boards here in Paris, let's see who's got the position for a 2026 to remember. G2 will be starting on their defense. They'll be starting themselves on a side that generically they've, I think, found more problem with. They've generally been a bit sharper on their attack, but it is bank, so a lot of teams often are. One of the big tells of this demo that I'm curious about is the entry statistic. Both teams actually positive for it generally on this map, and great at converting it even more so.
Good drone placement from Jum. He's on that glass and he wants to try and get himself in towards Garage. We know how strong a position this can be for the attacker. He's going to use the smoke grenade to kind of give him that advantage, that head-up gunplay up against Blaz. He will tag him ever so slightly. And for Blaz, can he get out of there? No, the leg! Oh, down goes Blaz! The sniper rifle connects.
Well, when I'll talk about that Secret, when they get the opener, it's an 88%.
And straight away from Doki, they've lost Garage, reinforce that wall.
Yeah, let's not try and play that game. Let's get it locked in and make sure that nothing else is slipping on its way through, obviously. You got the stretch above the main two floors here. They're getting the clear down. G2's pulled themselves back. They're not going to go too exploratory. You've got a lot of stairs you can lock down. You've got blue and you've got operators to make it happen, obviously. Stomping, though, likes to sort of go against the grain, and he's snuck his way up main. And he can hear the drone rolling out, but how confident is he that he hasn't been caught by it? He's about to find the first engagement. He waits and baits and removes just one Mowgli. Massively important reaction there to ensure that didn't get any worse for wear. And now, as you can start to see, the pressure is boiling its way underneath.
Yeah, good trade. Really good trade for Mowgli. If that was a double kill for Stompin, that would have been a disaster for Team Secret. Now, the next step. How do we clear out the player in behind the server rack? They're going to do that with the Grims. They will spot out Doki, but he can make his own cover, using the keeper barrier, fortifying this position, looking for swings as well. But he's just going to sit and wait. They have to push him, don't forget.
They have to, and he's just turning this into a bit of a bunker. And the 4 versus 3, as long as he can keep it, as long as he can. When you look at the Goyo on the door, and they waste time, and players Doom caught out by the swing. And look, you can see Secret, I'm not going to say panicking, but starting to try and put the pedal to the metal and hope they don't get caught in a crossfire, because G2 so rapid going for those swings, and the width is something they enjoy, but Noah enjoys killing Doki. 3 versus 2. 20 seconds, and the fire starts to pop alongside the smoke itself. They're swinging their way around on the rotate on towards the hatches itself, and you can see G2, they're trying to work out exactly where the kit is going planted. It's over the top towards main stairs. They're going to try and go full sprint, full send, and full to the back, but they were ready for it. Lyra! All 3 is a delicious feast for the demon.
A huge round for G2. Up against it, but the time being G2's 6th man. Secret spent so long dealing with Doki. That was the problem, was how long it took them to clear him out. I mean, Doki also did a phenomenal job. We'll see the kill hopefully here in a minute. This kill right here. Big to pick off Jum. And then just no time, the Goyos, the smokes. Just look at that bomb site, by the way. Plagues of Egypt have invaded into Mike.
There is that late night heat and fire you want. You asked for demon time early on. Might be starting to clock in. Obviously, if you missed the opening game of the day, the reason G2 is still fighting, this is their 2nd series to play out today. They've already dispatched one of the biggest opponents in M80, the recent major champions. So what else? Demo, what else on that tally is Somebody else who's been able to lift a big prize this year. Imagine walking into that gladiatorial arena with so many other people's belts around your waist.
Don't forget FaZe as well was also knocked off prior to that, so they are collecting everyone. I mean, they need Fury and X. That would be ideal for them, and then they've really got everyone who's had a trophy this year. G2, how will they fare now in towards this top floor now? Savage on that shield. We know the power that he can make with it. He's usually currently to get a bit of information over towards the window, a big C4, but hits the barricade, and Savage is fine and dandy. He's got the nades too. Looks as though they might try and stem a little bit of pressure in towards Spiral and in through lobby, but these walls being electrified. That's a little bit of an issue here. EMPs go in, able to get the Cade, so should be opened up.
Getting a bit aggressive there, the Cade, hoping he could try and find somebody, but he's rotated his way out of the elevator and is just going to keep his head down a little bit. In the meantime, you obviously got Duke. The Deimos could get in and get underneath, but it's actually Savage on that shield, gets the first kill. Blaz removed the back of that position, and now Lawyer is going to have a little bit more work to do and to cover. Joom has got himself prepped a bit underneath.
Yeah, ideally it should just be Savage swinging in through the window. He has the shield up so he can't get shot as he goes for the rappel, and then looks to get himself into a plant position. However, there's a few areas he needs to clear, elevator being one of them. That's why they've opened up the long angle over towards Kanto, and this is so close for Laura. Runs away at the wrong time, and Adrian picks them up. Now it's a 3v5. If Secret can just go step by step, work for the motions, this should be solid for them.
He was just kind of hoping that he wasn't quite paying enough attention, but Secret, they're locked in. They want to make sure that they can keep their impressive role for all the titles that I've said G2 have taken. They've only really just had a glance at the one that Secret's got. It's not quite theirs to have yet. 5 versus 3, though. We had time before, and as we enter this final minute, will we have it time and time again as it cyclically repeats itself? It's Doki that starts to make things feel a bit worrying, but they make sure they keep the pressure up as Doki doubles down. Somehow finds a second. Joom, though, with the Deimos has a bit of a response. He's doing his best, popping up and trying to put the players down on the singular approach. As Alamau gets himself a third, though, it's suddenly a 2 versus 2. And that sort of tragedy starts to pop in. Both take scraps of damage. Both trying to reposition on the side of meeting, and both seemingly being pinged out by that intel game. But the intel reads that Doki's down, and just in the 2 versus 1, 20 seconds, Alamau, his time to step up. But Secret put him down.
Oh, it's getting loud in that room. Both teams up for this fight. And a massive heavyweight clash. I mean, Doki tried his best, and so did Alamau to get some kills back from that 3v5, but just the man advantage was too much that they had to deal with. Yeah, Doki gets wallbanged there, unfortunate for him. And then easy cleanup there from Adrian. I think they had a drone on him. I've seen a yellow ping come in, so good information there from Secret. That's the top floor. Not going to be locked in again. We go straight for our third bomb site choice into the open area and kitchen. What is the play going to be for G2, who have, again, we've kind of seen the style that G2 have approached this game. You look at the first map, it was that kind of play very heavy, go aggressive, peel off when we need to, whenever we think we've wasted enough time, got the picks. You then kind of come around into Consulate. We've seen the attacks. It was all over the place. Individuals trying to make the plays, not working for them, not winning engagements. Mowgli having the time of his life. So what do G2 do different? What's going to be the game plan going into a map like Bank, which plays very different to the other two, where it is all about making sure that you can take that map control on a big old map. Mowgli, an opening pick for him. Loira goes down. Big player to pick off. Gonna be sent to the cameras, and I mean, he is the Valkyrie. He's gonna get some value in those cameras.
Yeah, but I think knowing Lawyer, he'd probably be happy to get more value out of his gun, but this is almost what we wanted, right? First map, you had some big players show up from the side of G2. Second, Mowgli really ran the show, and here, getting a little bit of both either side, and hope that it continues. Though, a lot of work here for the Twitch to just get done. You've obviously got a utility to burn your way through whenever you approach pretty much any of the bank sites, but The first step forward will be that lead in on towards the pressure here. Outside elevators along the long watch, the flash in towards janitors. The player just drops up. Doesn't want to see what happens next. You do still have a little bit of an aggressive position of Blaz towards the top of the stairs, but he doesn't want to face-to-face with Savage, and fair enough. They force them back and back and back and all the way down towards the bottom of the main stairs. Next, getting himself a rotate, can try and reapply the pressure up top blue, but Secret done a lot of clearing on the top. The problem was, again, as it was the first time, time.
Yeah. Minute 20. Still have to get into the bomb site. This is only the kind of tellers and archives section where obviously G2 looking for that extension, and Secret still need to work their way over to the actual bomb site in towards open area. I mean, the hatch is still closed and electrified, and actually don't have any hard breach to remove that. So for Secret, not having that hatch as an open, you know, that may slow them down, where they're going to maybe have to flood in through bottlenecks. You know, we know that open area hatch, it's great just for that immediate drop. You're in, you can plant. If you don't have that, you're going to have to try and find an alternative route. And if it could be like a jumping through copy, I mean, that's a risk. I mean, even in towards the Beepers right here, look at where the player is tucked very close. I'm sure with a shotgun as well, so... And the big old flank, where's he came from? Blaz is able to try a bit of pressure, but he gets killed doing so.
They're expecting a double down, but instead it's a rotate round. Aggression on the front, the smoke is slowing them, but look above. The Buck is trying to find an angle, and the aggressive trade out will come together. It's a close fight against the Black Beard. Not quite sure what that interaction was, but it wasn't anything G2 like. Secret, they pull themselves ahead.
Oh, big moment there for Blaz, though. Really could have had it. Came out of nowhere. He must have dropped the hatch and looked for that flank. He's a happy Frenchman. Oh, I mean, for G2, I thought they were in a good position, you know, with the hatch being shot, being catered off, and you could have had that bottleneck, but I think whenever you kind of look, you know, Blaz not picking up that kill, the 3v5, great neg, though, to clear away that player in behind the desk, clearing away that Azami. That was very, very important. You had the cutoff, I think, from Copy Window, was able to kill that Azami. And then you have that man advantage that Secret can just apply. So for G2, some kills not going in their favor. Sometimes, all you need is a little bit of luck. You know, that goes a long way in a game like Siege. At the moment, Secret, they have that.
They have themselves the one extra round as well. And as alluded to earlier on, both these teams, with their enjoyment of Bank, both generally have more success on the attack. And that's the split that Secret is going to try and drive home. Again, they're just both bloody good at this map, and it's always fun to see them sort of go toe-to-toe, but as the removal of Hibana comes through, the Warriors' Secret might be a bit too slow, as they found themselves struggling with time on this site before. Will they adopt something different, Demo?
Yeah, and also don't forget that's both of the ranged hard breachers gone, so whenever it comes to that top floor, you think with the Kanto position that was opened up and Laura died from it, that's not going to be an issue whenever we go back up towards that top floor, so that is good for G2 whenever we get around to it, but we are going to go back down to that basement, and it was the time management from Secret that was the issue. They couldn't clear the power positions quick enough. I mean, they're bringing plenty of util to do so, but, you know, dumping util and following up on it's two different things.
They can already see that this side is pretty empty, but here, an early destruction of utility, and it's just perfect. Everything you want there.
And you think about what really hurt them in the last round. Yes, they took their time clearing away those certain positions.
I'm reloading.
But then a Goyo gets popped, and there's just no way into that bomb site. Bringing in that Twitch, clearing that util early on. Think of the time now that is going to be up for Secret. They should be laughing all the way to the bank. I don't know. Sorry, had it sitting there, plucked it out, had to.
Yeah, that's fine. Stick to analysis, so let's leave those to me, and I don't think you should bank on anything more like that. Going for the break on towards elevator here, see if they can try and get the angle to the players. A minute 30, and they've got themselves in a similar position to the time as they did before, but this time there hasn't been an early trade of bodies. Adrian, prepped and ready to roll as more fire burns itself on the hatch, just sort of waiting. And remember, it was a Loira triple kill that was able to pull this one together, but aided, as you said, by the third man. The shield will make this a little bit of an easier route. You can hear the bees start to come down. Loira starts to pop off again, but it's Doki that doubles down, and a stuck man in the bottom of an elevator will G2 swarm, lock him out, and stop him going anywhere. But Noah, a saving grace, saves the face of one and catches Stompin'.
Jum in a great position now to try and hold on to that garage player. Oh, and Blaz is none the wiser. There's an angle onto him, and he walks straight into it.
3 versus 2. They have the long watch across both sites here, and they're going to see if they can try and get themselves gathered and go for the plant tucked in towards B. But Loira, 2 canisters could be the slow, and oh no! He won't be able to do anything else this round, as instead Secret slam their way to the fight, but Doki drops the man with the shield. 30 seconds. You can see the width, one on gold, one in the site itself. They're going to see if they can maybe just try and get the cover. They can hold the crosses. I don't know what entirely he's going for, but it's nothing. As Noah threads that narrow angle.
Oh, that is a risky challenge I thought from Noah. I actually thought Noah made the perfect play. He's rotated into position where he can just cut off that rotation.
Guys, look to me, like they are playing like fast the second step, and then like we are panicking the late round. Okay, let's be calm, like and play like we're gonna target. Like, let's communicate our crossfire. We are dying for stupid angles. Okay, I think like either if you wanna fight more, fight also the first step again. You can do the basement wrong. Be ready for the shield like in the archive tellers. Okay, Cal can hold the server, or we can also like just do the 2 above because like we have Ace Hibana, but also I want to fight more first step. Okay, maybe like Laura play below if Valk. Okay, if you like are confident on that, like let's fight more the first step, and then like after like they do the first step, let's be ready for them to do fast like the second step, and like we be calm in like the late round. Okay,
I have an idea.
Go guys, we got this. Let's go, Laura.
Come on, let's go.
Let's
go, guys. I have an idea.
What's the idea? No, you can't cut off at that. No,
who lip reads?
What's the idea, Doki? What is it?
So we'll have to try and work it out.
Please say Amari. Come on, I need an Amari in this game.
Well, I don't think so, because they're on defense. But
that's true. I just want to see an Amari anyway.
That's Doki's plan, and he's going to really hope.
What is the counter? Oryx. Give me an Oryx. Oryx up the hatch in the basement. Love it. Oh, stop. No.
We're up top, and well, maybe Doki's plan was I'm going to get back on the boss G, because to be fair, he got 2 and a bit kills last time that he was here. Problem is, that doesn't win you a round.
So this bottom side should be a lot more stable for G2 because of the Hibana ban that they went for previously. You don't have the Ace, you don't have the Hibana. Opening up that counter wall is not going to be a possibility for Team Secret. And because that's not going to be a possibility, it actually kind of frees up G2 in terms of their operator selection. You don't have to bring a Bandit or a Cade to really have to worry about those walls being opened up, so you can bring in a few more traps. When we heard Romalio mention maybe a Valkyrie below could help.
Trying to just get that filter of intel. That huge cavernous space that is the lobby of Bank. Something Doki's not going to get anything on, because Noah gets a very early pick and read onto, as I said, the player who went for the big things before maybe went for a bit of a big action here and has a great gun for peeking, but the energy currently felt by Secret and the energy that they can try and add on to this is massive, and this is also the concern. G2 love to throw themselves out of the building at least once on their half, and Loira almost gets caught rotating inside. In fact, it was Mowgli who took the first bleed. It was perfectly timed. Loira gets caught rotating underneath.
Yeah, he's just wallbanged him in through lower elevators. Wow, that Valkyrie below that Romalio said, let's bring that and see if we can create a bit of chaos. It's gone, and 2 players off the board before we even hit halfway through the round is not a great look for G2. Jum below looking for any bits of gadgetry, and he will be able to spot out, I assume, some of the Valkyrie cameras. That's the main thing to take note of. But again, for Secret, it's just that step by step. Just go through the motions, just work G2 for all they're worth.
Oh, a lot of damage done, and out of all that's left, they've just pieced them apart, and brick by brick, you might say you build a build, but The building's been blown. It's been pushed over. It's 3 pigs, and they've huffed and they've puffed, Demo, and everything's fallen down for G2. Just like that.
I thought that was not intended. I thought the brick house was supposed to help them. Not the case.
He's lost his mind. Do you think, this could be a guess, do you think he really wants to play in front of a crowd in Paris?
I mean, one thing all the Frenchmen have done really well. I mean, even of course, for Blast, don't forget as well, this would be massive for him.
Yep.
But you look, obviously, the Falcons are the obvious ones. Baby Shark on Wildcard gets that privilege. I mean, there will be French players on the French stage. And as I've said that, guess who's ran over? Thinking, look at me, look at me, it's Leo, I'll be there. I'm French too, don't forget about me.
Leo's French? I always thought he was Scottish. So, it's a tough situation. I don't think I really need to say it, but we'll break it down by the fact that Blaz and Alamau are in a similar state to how Stompin and Doki were in the last map. Haven't been able to get themselves into the kill game.
Yeah, I mean, apart from Doki, really, there's not a whole lot going on for the G2 players. Somebody needs to step up. I mean, back against the wall, this is what G2's made of. I mean, you think of the comebacks that this team has been able to perform over the course of its history as an organization. One thing that the G2 DNA has, it's not over yet until the last kill is found. And they still got a chance to at least salvage the half for a 4-2 split. But Secret, the confidence that they have, they'll be looking for that 5-1. Doki, opening pick, goes his favor, and look at this look at this from G2, this is better. Take the fight to Secret, don't let them set up. It's something that Romalio touched in the timeout.
Yeah, they dug themselves in. They've been able to get these opening 2 kills. There goes the Docker Beat. There goes the Blackbeard. And there goes a much more limited approach now for the side of Secret. Instead, they're going to have to try and piece things together. Send a boogie drone down a corridor. It can't do much other than add some audio distraction, but nothing on the back of it. Sort of shows that maybe this one hasn't quite operated the same. They're prepped up on the copy window, maybe going to get the cross and get some of the control above, but, you know, think about where the kid is right now, Demo. Was it a failed rush that they attempted?
I don't think that's something that Secret would have went for, because again, that slow and steady approach has really benefited them. Adrian looking to see if he can just find a few picks outside that copy window, but right now for G2, just sit in your hands, you have that man advantage. Mowgli has made a big old play in for open area, the forward can't get hit him, but it doesn't matter. G2, they get that important round to at least give them a bit of hope now, as we have that side swap.
I mean, you can see the energy from Romalio and Doki, obviously, just trying to get the team energized. And remember how long of a day it has been here for G2. They were faced with not just one sort of reigning champion, but 2. We've alluded to it before. And here, when you are, what, 6, 7 hours, 8 hours later on from an earlier showdown, gotta just try and find that extra pocket, that extra moment, that extra bit of belief you can carry your way all the way to the end. 4-2. It's not that unheard of.
It is in the realms of possibility with this side. And again, it's that belief that G2 need to have. We know that G2, whenever they're on their game, everyone playing to the potential that we know that they can beat anyone on their day. I think the biggest issue, though, we can say the same about Secret, that both of these sides are so evenly matched across just the tournament. Look at the stats, so similar. Who is going to take it and send the other one home?
10 seconds to go.
Right. Into the second half. Basement defense is where we kick things off. You look at the lineup from Secret. Plenty of denial. You have the Goyo, which is a bit of a given. And the Tachanka coming in from Adrian. And that Clash from Savage as that extra layered defense. I mean, Clash, I don't think sees an awful lot of gameplay on a map like Bank.
No.
Mostly because you have to deal with like 20 different angles, and Clash is a lot better in the kind of bottleneck scenarios. Because you can't very well just kind of set up your shield and look towards server if you know somebody can drop the hatch in red and kill you while you're behind it. That doesn't really help. So I am curious to see the Clash come in, and it's going to be used as more of a kind of roam-centric operator, just to put that early pressure on the G2, kind of make them stop, make them think, why is the Clash up here? This is unusual.
Well, we had an allusion towards a Ying shotgun, and we've seen some mixed results, but this is a long corridor, and you're going to have to hope the blind carries you a bit of a distance as Army is under a bit of pressure from Deimos on the other side and can drop the hatch as soon as the swing comes around. The Clash is there to offer some support. The blinds come through, and at this point, just clearing ground, really. Force them further back, take the terrain, and do it at least 30 seconds quicker, though, with a bit more utility usage than what we saw Secret achieve.
Yeah, this is good from G2 again. Getting themselves into a great position where they can start opening up that bomb site. Breach! Get the hatches open. Still got plenty of util. Obviously, the operator we have to look at is going to be that also those shields that we know can be used in one of two ways. One, you send a kind of lone Ossa in towards Garage, you set up that shield, you create that beautiful cross in towards red. Or the other, you come in through server and you use that to help with the plant.
Now look, the fact that obviously you've still got utility to remove, and they're still peeking their way up the hatches itself. When you've got these Goyo canisters, the chance at hucking grenades in and hoping they can get the piece pulled apart. The C4 out the door does not catch anybody. Again, they have another fire canister they could pop, which sounds like they did. Mowgli does pop one. There's the trade back. Stomping, swings out, gets revenge, and gets some pressure on towards servers. Now, that player on those stairs is massively surrounded. Doom, how long can he hold on for? Can he get one? Do they even know they've dropped down? Yeah, they seem to do as they're either side of him. No, back in. Stomping's going to push on. Instead, it's all the focus. There's the fire, there's the swing, and there's not quite a catch. He doubles down, doing all he can to keep G2 on the up and on the pressure.
And this is where Alamau on the Ossa comes in big. Just set the shield up, you can go for the plant. There's no C4s, there's no impacts. These shields will remain. All they really have is just to flame them off via the Tachanka, so that's the operator that they need to put pressure on.
Well, here's the coverage, here's the swing, and here's the attempt at the plant. But Tachanka, Adrian, Buddy, there's stuff going on the other side, and he's blinded. Just as he went for the fight itself, lost the man. Loira finds his own in the meantime, and well, this one has pieced itself apart. G2 in one of the hardest plant retakes. Noah here. He's going to go up because what else do you have? He's going to try and find his first engagement in open. Does he know about stomping? No is the answer. G2. 2 rounds in a row either side of the half, and now only 1 round separates them.
Clinical from G2. Great dissection the way they went through the motions. Use that Ossa. And Adrian just not in a position to use the Tachanka. Was really worried about that backstab, and that just plays into the playstyle of G2. We know the players that can just go off on a wonder, can make a play, can make things happen, and that's always going to be in the back of Secret's head. The what-if kind of element to the game of Siege. And as we know, once that diffuser goes down in this bomb site, Emmy, there ain't no way anyone is going to get that diffuse off.
They're starting to believe. And we came into this, to be fair, with a pretty even 51-49% split in the voting. So I think everybody else always has belief. And well,
who tipped the scales?
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Probably
10 seconds left before insertion.
be my guess.
5 seconds left.
Either way. They've got everything to try and slow down. Maybe keep eyes on. Get the Echo with the extra drone. You've obviously got big, wide play spaces here. And the way that they sort of snuck in, you could see that Secret were opting to try and get aggressive. Peek up the hatches, cause problems. Not immediately. They gave them some ground, some positions to chase, to have to clear out. At that point, the Secret was how they would try and bite back. But with the Echo, the active droning they could offer towards these potential roam players, I mean, we're still obviously always waiting for somebody to pop up. That's just this roster, and the first bit will be the Ossa push once again. Alamau not been able to get himself a kill yet, but if he can get the shields down and have the cross, well, that's This is what the team need.
Yeah, I like the Osa again. It's a good operator to try and control that ground. It's also very good at kind of getting yourselves into the map of Bank, which sometimes through those windows can be a little bit dangerous. We know a shield covering your face does help things out. And oh, look at that swing from Savage! There was no cover from the windows. He just walks up to the breach and he kills Laura. The Thermite gone. The main way they were going to get in to this site is gone.
And now that kit, right by one of the most dangerous walls on the entirety of the map. How do you get there? Probably with the Talon shields we see, but it has to be some important cover coming from the side of Janitors. They've already proved they're happy to swing onto these awkward angles. Hits the Grismot.
And yes, they can get themselves over to the other side of the main breach, but how do they then get through Janitor? The whole reason why you open up that wall is to make Janitor unplayable. This is a big issue for G2, and they need to try and crack it. They've still got util from Doki. He's got the firebolts, but Savage, he's the counter operator. He's the Wamai. So realistically, the arrows shouldn't be doing much.
They have a backline. Secret just have to make sure they keep that awareness I talked about before and keep the read through. There is coverage from the bolts. There is chance at forcing players, and with the smoke and the Rara doors, you can imagine things are going to get a little bit spicy when they try and go for the development. But 3 impacts, they can get rid of those just as quick as they appear, and that's the game that Secret have to hold on to. Here's the coverage. Will there be any pressure on the side of it? As I said, they're happy to swing and even happier to find results, but Mowgli now retakes this cross. They have either side the pinch, and he just has to not give himself on towards Stompin'. But again, this kit position, they're all around it. They're everywhere, Demo.
They have to try and get a move on and find these players. The Doki call goes in. Doki looking for the creep up in towards Janitor. Savage finds another. Doki now makes himself known. The DMR now. Savage with a drop shot. Free for him in the round, and Stompin' all by himself. 15 seconds, walks into the Elamine and walks into his demise. Savage, good for 4. Wow, wow, wow. Secret, I mean, that early kill.
Yeah.
Being able to pick off that Thermite, and we've seen that Janitor position. I don't think we caught it on camera. I was able to see it. Alamau tried to go for the plant with the Osa shield, but then what does Savage do? Just peeks Janitor, throws the impact. Alamau can't go for that anymore.
Job done. Job done, and I sort of said it at the start of the round. You're always expecting somebody to pop off, but to be fair, it's not always Savage going for that position. It's not always Savage the one that's, walking up towards, as I said, one of the most dangerous walls, especially with the setup that they had. You had the Osta at the back of top square. That's your cover. But they were expecting Janitors. They weren't expecting a madman to suddenly decide, I'm gonna go.
You gotta have some big cojones to go for that. I mean, like, oh. What a play. But I will say, not a lot in it. 2 rounds is what separates it.
5 seconds to insertion.
Secret. Open area will be locked in. For G2, what do they need to do? I mean, again, I don't think that this is anything to do with how G2 are operating. I like the strategy, I like the operators, I like the attacks they're going for. It's just that one slip up, letting a guy kill that Thermite. It's just, this is how, at the very top levels of Siege, you will be punished. You make that one mistake, and the enemy team will just grab that and run with it.
Well, they've pulled away from the Osta. They've got themselves ready to take care of utility as quick as possible in this bulletproof. Well, it doesn't always survive very long, but it gets the clip thrown up. It will carry that statistic here. Eyes on the sight, but the verticality's what they want to try and lock down. And Ella, Mowgli, under a little bit of pressure, but he's surrounded by friends in a nice place, and it's actually the drive from the Deimos underneath that locks it in. But there's the first. Adrian gets on towards one, and there's the fight, but Mowgli won it out! Instead he was making his motion, but instead they've just entirely been rebuffed. A 5-2. Stompin' does find Mowgli, gets revenge, but I'm sure he'll be very happy with what he's done this round already. Off the top rope, of the top stairs, and through Doki. Now on towards the quad wall. Again, they just tried to slip the kid in, but as soon as you hit that mine behind them, top blue, they're in a position to swing on. Stompin' gets one, but Savage doubles down. And Secret sit with a couple of rounds of safety in a driving seat of progressing along.
G2, they've tried to go fast. It's a classic. We see that attack work for them a decent amount of the time. It's that quick take in through copy window. But it just hasn't paid off. Secret had the read on them. Big engagements being won across the map. Secret to keep the streak alive. Don't forget there's streaks on the line in this game.
17 this would make it. 17 plays of Bank in a row. And they would win them all. And, yeah, I mean, you can see why. They're active, they're mobile, they're aggressive. They're not entirely in control. There are moments of G2, there's moments of this drive, and as I said, it's a great map for G2 as well, but there's a reason. It's a current 16 undefeated for Secret. There's a reason this team has had the year that they have had, and it seems like they want to give another reason why they might start turning more of those polls in towards their favor. But G2 still on their attack. It's Bank.
Yep.
Yes, the timeout is long since used, but we know what these players have done before. They can still 100% drive this one into overtime.
Yeah, of course they can. The bans have came in. G2 not wanting to deal with the Ingame. A good ban. We know the way that Secret want to kind of have those holds in towards open area and then quickly drop off whenever the going gets tough. Don't have to worry about that. I mean, Secret going for the Monty ban, but I don't think that's really been a big issue for Secret, to be honest.
I think they just wanted to make sure they couldn't get a panic Monty out. But
yeah.
Savage stepped up, as we said before, these positions. Now he's ready to see if he can get somebody as soon as they enter onto square. He's hoping the call and pings will come out from his team. But it's just steady. It's so cautious here from G2.
It's tense. That first pick could be very important. G2 need to find it. They've almost found it onto Noah. He's on about half HP now. Doki makes his entrance now down in towards the staircase. And Stompin with the first pick. Down goes Joom. The Mozzie has been eliminated. Stompin just off, doing what he does best, finding kills on the other side of the map. Now he can try and take control of in towards Tellers and Archives and lock out this roam game. Don't allow those defenders to have that confidence.
What a time for him to finally start to, feel that energy, let him drive, let him get into these positions he likes and hope that follow-throughs can come, but there's Mowgli. Gets Doki, gets that Deimos, gets that response, drifts his way back into open, makes them have to check and recheck. They know somebody's at the back end of garage and they're so tempted to see if they can try and make friends with them, but as the swing comes out, they actually survive. Luckily, Laura are almost ready to rip the head off of Noah. There's not much left of him already. They double stack. They swing it out, and Adrian cements himself for two. Can they swing wide? It's a rush down green. There's a trade back and forth. Main is on its position. Stompin's still around, hanging and hoping he can get the swing round, but he's pushed further back. Secret, no. They can push a 2 versus 1, but instead hits on towards the other side. Blaz with the Vault Hatch drop right into a Fenrir. A minute demo. A minute might separate G2's run. It's a close fight, but it's Stompin's connection to make. The 2 versus 2, bitterly built across the Bank basement. But there's another one for Noah. And here's Secret sit in the 2 versus 1. Blaz with a massive clutch earlier wants to try and add another towards that list. Another to his day and another bit of hope for G2. But on the side, fighting like heroes is not enough. This is not G2's story to tell instead. Secret, well, they've decided history is already full of Secret's demo, and they are here to make their own mark.
The streak continues. Bank once again being the stronghold of Team Secret. G2 have tried again to break a team on Bank, but this time it did not happen for them. G2 out of 6 Invitational. They tried the lower bracket run the same way they tried SI23, but this time it did not work.
Well, that's it for us for now, but we've got some other people to take it away. We're back with our guests.
What a matchup. Team Secret, they dig deep on map 2. They showcase absolute class at map 3. I'll be honest, Leo, that never looked in doubt.
No, they were in control the whole time, and I mean, they are living up to the expectation of a 16-win streak, now turned a 17-win streak for Secret on that map. I gotta say, so many important rounds. A whole domination, I will say, most of the time in man advantage. A key moment for me was that Savage round where he gets aggressive in square, gets the pick, gets a 4K. When the in-game leader just gets there and gets the frags and gets the multi-kills, I think it really lives up everyone in terms of confidence, and we saw that today.
It just literally is that home, isn't it? That, you know, they get on bank and they just feel so at ease. I think Savage is so good on the shields. He'll play any shield that's available. He played a lot of Blackbeard today, but the team just seems to understand the reactions, particularly when they're attacking that map just so quickly, and they're so decisive in the way that they play, and they get out in front on the attack, and then from there it just goes. It just goes one way.
One thing that I think sticks out to me is the ability Mowgli had to not only compete well on the second map, obviously, but to convert that into map 3 as well. Keep that consistency with a very strong line across the board. I mean, when you look at stats like that, and the context that you gave earlier, I think it blows my mind that within, what, 3 months? With the storyline. It's not even that. It's 2 months. Even that. It's incredible.
He spent 2 months reworking his approach to the game and turned from being, I guess, the worst player on the team to the best performing one, not only in this matchup, which is key in elimination match, obviously, but also the whole event.
I wouldn't say worst player. I would say most inconsistent. Because I think we've seen the highs and the highs of Mowgli and the lows of the lows.
Statistically, in Munich, he was the worst one. But he really lived up, I think, everything. I think it goes to show that if you really want to win in this game, you think of G2, if you think of Falcons, if you think of FaZe, you should not have a weak link. Everyone should be able to have a good day. The beauty of Team Secret is that Adrian has been carrying everyone on the back line. Savage is making the right call. Joom has 42 kills in a single BO3. Noah is always consistent. And Mowgli now can pop off when the rest is a little bit quiet. That is the beauty of a team that is complete. And that is not one thing I can say for G2 right now, is that I'm missing this from G2. When someone is struggling, I do not consistently see someone stepping up. And that is what they're missing right now.
When you look at the top teams and the teams that win events across the years, there's always those big game players, but they're everywhere. And I think, you know, most recently, probably one of the teams that I would look at maybe is Furia, where they've got Philippe IGLing, but everybody around him has huge games, huge moments, and he's in sync and is aggressive. Secret have got the foundations of that. I think maybe a little bit less experienced at an international level, but it's becoming more and more. After EWC, Munich main stage, now they're progressing through the lower bracket. Even though they are in the lower bracket, they've still got to play a game tomorrow for the main stage. They are a real contender in my mind.
Do you think that they might actually be able to do this? Because I think that many might have had doubts after the Falcons match yesterday.
Yeah, I think I've been in their shoes in the moment where you've been trialed and tested in an event like this. When you go out of such a big game, it builds your confidence. It's a make or break moment, and I think this game will be very important for the rest of the tournament for them.
There's only one thing more important than that, and that's hearing from the players themselves. Let's head over to Milosh.
What an incredible series we just witnessed between Team Secret and G2. Noah joining me on here in the interview, and I have to say, it seems like we've been seeing Secret G2 bangers throughout all of 2025 and now into 2026 in SI, and I have to say, incredible. Though, walk me through it, because the whole time for me watching, it looked very much like a back and forth between you two.
It was a back and forth in the beginning, I think, on Clubhouse. You know, they had a lot of Stompin was just going crazy. He was just winning like insane clutches. So we kind of understood on Clubhouse that we were actually playing a really good game. It was just the fact that their individuals were shining really hard on Clubhouse. But once we like took something to drink, we relaxed a little bit after the match. Savage was saying, you know, he's so calm and he knows that we're gonna win this, and like that just brought us so much peace in the game, and we knew that we could pull through.
That is confidence that has developed very quickly within Team Secret, because last year, this time in Boston, Team Secret, as we used to know it, was pretty much falling apart. There was a rebuild coming after that. How do you feel this entire year has kind of led up to your success here, even in the lower bracket of the Invitational?
I mean, I think we proved ourselves very early this year with the EWC win, and ever since then, you know, we've just been working super hard, and we've really considered ourselves one of the top teams in this game. So I think we all probably thought we were going to do really well in this Invitational, and I'm just so happy now that we can continue and keep grinding.
Well, you have to do it against the fact that, well, you had to eliminate another European team in this G2. In this case, you advance in the lower bracket to play Weibo Gaming. They have been a team that a lot of pros here at the Invitational has been touting as a dark horse in the tournament. Team Secret has been known as being a dark horse for quite a while. How do you think this game is going to go?
I mean, our track record is pretty good against Weibo, but they have been playing really well. I think that we scrimmed them as well before we got here, and they were playing really well in scrims. So I think it's going to be a good game, and I'm just, ready to play them.
June was just being a very supportive friend. Is exactly what you want. A supportive team overall. Final words then to Weibo?
Let's just have a good game.
There you go. Have a good game. That's all we need. Thank you very much.
Nothing but respect, but a great interview. We get them right after the game. There's so much emotion, there's so much fueling them in that moment. They take that time, they have a lovely chat with us.
And I just love how transparent Noah always is about where the team is at. And I think that after EWC, of course, they were a little bit of as Noah is just jumping and saying hello, there was a little bit of a slump for sure. And I think saying how hard they've worked, especially the disappointment of Munich, which was very important for Joom. His whole family was there in the home crowd. They were disappointed of going out early. I think everything lined up to this moment. And I'm really confident that today we made sure that the second European team making it to further in the tournament was the better one.
You nearly said main stage there, but they've got to play another game. They've got to play another game tomorrow. I think very quickly, just for Secret, is Noah considers them a top team. I still consider them a top team. And let's just take you back to stage 2. Do you remember when they had that bit of a fall off? 3 games in a row. They looked horrible at the start of stage 2 in EML. And Swisser came on the EML broadcast and he said to us, I'm just reminding my guys to still trust the process of this team. And that's what they've done ever since. They're still doing it now. Even after Munich, they were not downbeat. They're still working. They're still grinding. And I can't keep saying that. I still think they're a serious competitor, even from this position.
Consistency will outweigh talent every day of the week. Let's have a look back at what we've seen today. Of course, a lot of matchups, a lot of elimination games, and realistically, a lot of teams going home that I think would devastate some of the audience. Obviously, we just saw then G2 go home, but M80 as well, just prior to that. Leo, I mean, we've seen some pretty big teams get knocked out.
I mean, the whole day was crazy. I mean, almost every map that we could have witnessed, and even the G2 M80 game, although it was a 2-0, I thought it was really interesting to see the level that G2 offered us. Overall, we eliminated some incredible teams. NIP, M80, Shopify Rebellion, G2. The last 2 that I mentioned, both super teams from their own regions, will not even make main stage at SI. That's the level of our event.
Well, one thing is for sure, if you missed out today, don't worry, we've still got more action tomorrow. The boys are back in town and ready to rumble for what will be an incredible upper bracket matchup. You look at it there on your screen, and I think that ultimately everyone is excited at this point, Jack, because every single game matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to see the upper bracket to determine who plays the upper bracket once we get to the main stage on Friday. But we will see FaZe, Wildcard, Furia, and Falcons all on the main stage, regardless of what happens in those games. For Team Secret, Weibo, Fluxo, W7M, and SSG, they're playing for their lives tomorrow. You win, you make main stage. You lose, you're flying home.
The last hope of APL is there. Rob, I know you're praying for it. I will be praying for your downfall because I hope a second European team will make it. Whatever happens tomorrow, it will be a banger of a game.
It is just such a shame that they have found themselves in the lower bracket. Team Secret, I'm talking about, of course, because ultimately they go up against an absolute titan in Weibo. Let's have a look at that A stream, the first matchup. Leo.
Wow. That is a banger to me. That stream is banger to me. Falcons, Furia, the 2 of them being, I think, I will say this, the most accomplished team of recent history if you take out FaZe.
And of course, the rematch from groups. Of course, the rematch from groups as well. So, you know, we've seen it once, it'll happen again. These are 2 of the best teams that we expect to. We'll probably see them meet again at some point later down the tournament as well. So, absolute banger on A-Stream.
It's incredible, boys. Thank you very much for joining me and, of course, Anne today. Leo, just very quickly, final thoughts before we get to the final day before main stage?
I think we've seen a lot of the upset, of course.
Sure.
And I just want to say that I think for all the players that have showed whatever they could right now, there is a transfer period afterwards. I just hope that we see longevity in some of those rosters. There are rosters here that have showed incredible promises. Heretics, for example, You know, I have to name a few that I think were impressive. Oxygens, for example, that had a deeper run. I hope to see more of them together. I hope to not see the whole drama and this banning and moving players around. I think that longevity really is the key. And if you look at Team Secret and what they've achieved throughout the year, for example, keeping the same players, even when it doesn't work out, I think it goes to show it can really bear fruits.
Jack, anything from you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's easy to hurt right now for the teams that have gone home, and this is probably the harshest day in the Six Invitational. We eliminate so many teams. It's easy to hurt, but for the teams that do go home, not to make any rash decisions, because, you know, the teams that I just said it about Team Secret, trust the process, and it will get you the results. So, yeah. Looking forward to tomorrow now.
Yes, only 4 games to go before we hit main stage. That is all we have time here for on day 2 of phase 2. But of course, we will be back tomorrow. You do not want to miss this. We are going to get a lovely, lovely sleep, and we will see you tomorrow. Ciao.